Section 1 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Biographical and Critical Introduction by A.E. Waite, Part 1. The philosophical, descriptive, familiar, and, since it must be admitted, sentimental letters which, under the title of Obermann, have won for themselves a permanent, if not perhaps a high place in the classical literature of France, and are not unknown in England, though they have not been translated previously, were first published in the early years of the 19th century, and are the chief, though not the sole, title to distinction of their author, Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR. Until the year 1897, this writer, as regards his personality, could have been little more than a pleasant, it may be even a precious memory among a later generation in the French world of periodical literature. Elsewhere he was, and still remains, not even a memory. Few books which in modern times have travelled beyond their birthplace have carried with them so slight a vestige of personal history. The edition of Obermann, which appeared long ago under the auspices of Sainte-Beuve, contained the judgment of that distinguished critic on the claims of the work itself and those of some other productions referable to the same hand, but a mere syllabus of information, and that not entirely correct, concerning the author himself. Later on, the book was again prefaced by Georges Sand, and again in a longer appreciation prefixed to that edition which still circulates at a popular price in France. We had the views of another distinguished personality in literature on the subject of Obermann, but without one word of reference to its authorship. Here in England we owe, most of us, our first knowledge of Senancour to the admiration of Matthew Arnold, whose two poems addressed to his memory have kindled many with affection and curiosity concerning a writer of whom he also had next to nothing to tell us, either in the poems themselves, where information was not to be looked for, or in the long note appended to one of them, which once more contains an appreciation, the briefest but most suggestive of them all. There was, in fact, little to dissuade us from believing that Senancour was other than his letters would appear to show him, the recluse of an alpine region, who on certain rare occasions put forth strange books of meditation, which, passing from his hermitage into the outer world, had not been altogether lost to the world, but had needed some decades for one of them to take its place, and no undue period for the others to pass into oblivion. Sources of information for French readers, it is true, existed, but they were merely the biographical dictionaries or analogous works of reference, which are almost invariably neglected by most readers of literature, and not less by these than by Matthew Arnold himself, or he would never have been in doubt, as he was, by the evidence of his poems, regarding the burial place of Senancour. In 1897, M. Jules Le Valois published at Paris a volume of moderate dimensions entitled A Precursor, Senancour with Unpublished Documents, being the result of information which had been afforded him and papers placed at his disposal by the children of Senancour, who were then still surviving. This monograph contains all that we are likely to learn, and its purely biographical information could be reduced within a few pages. In other words, it does not really supplement the biographical dictionaries, except in so far as it corrects, or attempts to correct, a few errors of inference, and its extreme reticence, considering the information which must, one would have thought, have been available, can only be ascribed to a disinclination on the part of his children, or at least of his daughter, towards anything like a life of their father, who seems invariably to have shrunk with extreme sensitiveness from any publicity of that kind. It will be possible, therefore, to dismiss the biographical portion of the present introduction in a short space. Its interest lies wholly in certain analogies and antitheses between the outward life of Senancour and the inward life which is exhibited so fully and remarkably in his imaginary correspondence, reveries, and meditations. Étienne Pivert de Senancour was the son of a contrôleur des rentes, and was born at Paris in 1770, or 27 years later than Louis Claude de Saint-Martin, with whom, as much by analogy as by antithesis, he connects so strangely, as I shall show in its proper place later on. He came of a Lorrain family, and the village of Senancour is still situated in the department of the Meuse. His childhood has been described as sickly, stay-at-home, and wearisome, but though there is no special reason to challenge the statement, it depends chiefly on the biographical fidelity of Obermann, and literally reproduces its words. It may be said, as a general rule, that the biographical dictionaries, if other information failed them, had recourse invariably for their data to the same source. But, as it so happens, the work in question is in more than one respect highly unfaithful from the biographical standpoint. There is no other known source of information, and all reference to the question is omitted by M. Levallois. When the time came for him to be educated, Senancour was placed in the first instance with a curé in the vicinity of Hermonville, and was sent subsequently to the Collège de la Marche. It was probably in the main on account of his state of health and disposition, which did not apparently fit him for more active pursuits, that his father wished him to enter the seminary of Saint-Sulpice as a first step towards the priesthood. But it has also been stated that it was because of his philosophical tendencies, to counteract, in other words, a marked leaning towards the infidelity current at his period. This additional reason is not, of course, rendered specifically improbable, because it was obviously an unwise remedy which sought in a compulsory vocation an antidote to the combined influence of Voltaire, Jean-Jacques, and Boulanger. The son, in any case, rebelled from this parental attempt to set straight his intellectual bias, and though not assuredly from similar philosophical bias, he is said to have been so far abetted by his mother that she encouraged his flight into Switzerland as a way of escape from the authority and intentions of his father, who, it is further suggested, had otherwise failed to secure the affection of his child. It will be remembered that it is at this period and under similar circumstances that the correspondence opens in Obermann. M. Levallois, however, places the entire account under question, less, however, by explicit denial than by the simple counter-statement that Senancour accompanied his mother on a visit to the country in question, and he fixes the precise date on August 14, 1789. In any case, Senancour appears to have wandered through the greater part of Switzerland, and following a natural inclination, of which we also hear something in the letters, he seems to have devoted himself to painting. While staying at Charrières, though more as a resource and amusement than with any idea of a livelihood. He must have had means of some kind at the commencement, and it was perhaps when they were on the verge of exhaustion that he drifted into communication with a family, said to have been noble, and then living on an estate in the canton of Fribourg. It was here that the first crisis of his life awaited him. One of the members of the Freiburg family was a girl who, like himself, was unhappy, and like him also was on the verge of embracing a compulsory vocation, which was in her case a distasteful marriage. The lady was Mademoiselle de Daguet, a connection of the Jouffroy family. The point of sympathy which I have indicated was not long before it ripened into intimacy, and though the precise nature of that intimacy has not been stated, Senancour, it is suggested, came to the conclusion that he had compromised her, and as a point of honour rather than as the outcome of affection, despite the bond of their affinity, he married her. He was at this time barely 20 years old, was possessed of no fortune, and had no opportunity of acquiring one during the throes of the French Revolution. Whether he continued to live in the family of the lady, but if not, how they subsisted and where they settled for the time, are points which seem unknown even to M. Le Valois. We are told only that the date of the marriage was 1790, that its subsequent history was not a happy one, and by others that it was responsible later on for a distantly similar episode, that of Fonsalbe, which occurs toward the end of Obermann. The last point, it may be hoped, is conjectural only, and has perhaps no better foundation than the fact that this imaginary character is also represented as having a son and daughter. The comparison is otherwise unfortunate, and not one which we could wish to be instituted by Senancour about a wife who was already dead. It will be remembered that Fonsalbe was induced to contract a marriage, partly on the ground of the affection which a lady was said to have entertained for him by her father, and partly from certain considerations which reflect detrimentally on her. Of the alleged analogy, M. Le Valois fortunately knows nothing, or has concealed it out of consideration for the feelings of his principal informant. The flight of Senancour into Switzerland, which changed without apparently improving his state of life, and while it saved him from a calling which he disliked, precipitated him towards a destiny which seems to have been no less unsuited, had another embarrassing effect upon his future. He was proscribed as an émigré, and this proscription meant danger in the event of his return to France. According to the early accounts, he was, however, driven to return, partly by a longing to revisit his mother, whose sympathy had assisted him in his first struggles. M. Le Valois, on the other hand, indicates that throughout the Revolution he was continually going and coming between Switzerland and France to watch over the safety of a heritage which various mischances reduced nevertheless to a very small amount. All authorities are agreed that these visits brought him a great deal of trouble and danger. He was arrested, sometimes on the suspicion that he was a refractory priest, sometimes on the ground of emigration, and it is even said that he was more than once in danger of death. The next date that it is possible to name in his history is 1796, when his parents appear to have died almost simultaneously, and their loss was followed speedily by that of his wife, who passed away after a lingering complaint. She had apparently no money in her own right, and the estate of his parents, which should have come down to Senancour, was in the end diverted by the trouble of the time. Thus deprived of resources on which he had counted, he was compelled to renounce permanently the life of solitude and retreat among the Swiss Alps, to which disposition and election seem to have alike drawn him. Much against his will, he took up his abode in Paris, at one time in the Rue de la Cerisaie, and thenceforth devoted himself to journalism. I should add that there is some divergence as to the date when this new life began for him. One of the memorials states that after the death of his wife and parents he became still more of a dreamer and still more solitary in his habits. This suggests the return from France to Switzerland, which we find in Obermann, rather than the boulevards and periodical literature. According to Levallois, Senancour, despite the fact of his marriage, led his accustomed wandering life after the Reign of Terror, and in 1797 was in the neighbourhood of Senlis, where, at the house of a friend, he wrote the first draft of his Rêveries. Obermann was begun in Paris in 1801 and terminated in 1803 in the neighbourhood of Fribourg. In any case, the change came, and it is to the period subsequent thereto that his greatest literary activity belongs. He co-operated in the editorship of La Minerve Française and was on the staff of the Mercure du XIXe siècle. He also contributed to La Bielle and Le Constitutionnel. Another account represents him as identified with the literary movement of France, chiefly on the liberal side. In 1828 he contributed to the Revue Encyclopédique. He was also one of the editors of Rab's Biographie universelle des contemporains, and it should be noted that the account of Senancour published in this compilation, while it is one of the most appreciative of the contemporary notices which we have regarding him, is also the most reticent and indeed completely silent as regards all his private life. I should mention also that yet another account represents him as not issuing from his solitude till after the Restoration, that is, subsequently to 1814, in which case several of his most important works would have been the product of a second sojourn in Switzerland. This account further states that it was only at a calmer period, namely when there was no longer danger to the émigré, that he took up his abode in France, but the facts are against this view. The full list of Senancour's works is as follows: one initial publication, not particularized as to title, but described as a failure, being omitted. Its attribution is somewhat legendary, and it is unknown to Levallois. 1. Reveries on the primitive nature of man, on sensations, on the means of happiness which they indicate, and on the social state which would conserve the most of its primordial forms. 1798-99. Demi 8vo, pages 18, 340. Of this work there are two later editions, the second in 1809 and the third in 1833, the text being subjected on each occasion to very considerable alteration. It would seem also that there was a pirated or forged edition, which is mentioned by M. Levallois, but as to which there are no particulars. 2. Obermann, 2 volumes, 1804, Demi 8vo, pages 8, 10, 384, and 382, republished with preface by Sainte-Beuve, 1833, and again with preface by Georges Sand. The last is a posthumous edition, reprints of which are still circulated in France. A considerable portion of the original edition of Obermann was transferred to the second edition of the Rêveries. 4. Of love considered in the true laws and in the social forms of the union of the sexes, 1806, 8vo, pages 16, 287. A second edition was published in 1808 with many changes and additions, and a third with new subtitle and further alterations in 1829, fourth edition 1834. 5. Valombre, a play, 1807. 6. Plain observations addressed to the Congress of Vienna by an inhabitant of the Vosges, 1814, 8vo, pages 32. 7. Second and final letter from an inhabitant of the Vosges on Messieurs Bonaparte, de Chateaubriand, Grégoire, Baruel, etc. 1814, 8 octavo, pages 36. 8. Two brochures, published in 1814 and 1815, and respectively entitled June and July 14th, 8 octavo, pages 8. 9. On Napoleon during the 100 Days, another brochure, published in 1815, 8 octavo, pages 16. 10. Critical observations on the work entitled Genius of Christianity, followed by some reflections on the writings of M. de Bonald relative to the law of divorce, 1816, 8 octavo. 11. Free meditations of an unknown recluse on detachment from the world and on other objects of religious morality, 1819, demi, 8 octavo, pages 20, 432. A second edition appeared in 1830 and a third in 1834. 12. Summary of the History of China, 1824, second edition, 1825, 36 leaves. 13. Moral and Religious Traditions of Various Nations, 1825, 36 leaves, second edition, 1827. 14. The History of Rome, 2 volumes. That dealing with the Roman Republic appeared in 1827, and that concerning the Roman Empire in 1828, 36 leaves. 15. Isabel, a series of letters addressed to Clemence, 1833, demi, 8 octavo, pages 304. 16. A Vocabulary of Simple Truths, 1834, being number 108 of a popular library, Bibliothèque Populaire, under the editorship of A. Jasson de Gransagne. One of these works, namely the Summary of Moral Traditions, brought him for a second time into conflict with authority, but only on the publication of the second edition, when in the year 1827 he was subjected to a prosecution on the part of the correctional police, because in the work under question he had spoken of Christ merely as a young man of wisdom. Judgment was pronounced against him, with a fine of 300 francs and 9 months' imprisonment. This decision was reversed by a superior court on January 22, 1828, apparently to the great joy of the liberal section of the French press. Senancour's general opinions on matters of revealed religion appear a year later in his contribution already mentioned to the Encyclopedic Review, being an article on a work of Salvador relative to the institutions of Moses, in which he agrees with that forgotten writer, who has ceased to be even a name, that as regards the best maxims of morality, there are none in the books of the New Testament which are not found in David, Solomon, Isaiah, or even in the Pentateuch, a criticism from which nothing seems to follow but the imbecility of the period, to which alone it would be possible to suggest, as a point eligible for controversy, that morality began with Christ. End of section 1. Section 2 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Biographical and Critical Introduction by A. E. Waite, Part 2. The whole life of Senancour during his residence in Paris, which we may take to have lasted practically from about the year 1803 until his death in 1846, was one of a long struggle with poverty. His works, though numerous and not entirely without distinction even in his own day, could have attained in most cases only a moderate circulation, and there is nothing to suggest that, assuming they paid his booksellers, they could have been a source of any substantial profit to himself. Like the majority of professional authors, whose best work is either above the level of their epoch or is for some other reason confined in its appeal only to restricted circles, he derived most of his subsistence from what we now understand as hack work, writing, as I have already indicated, for the press of the day, assisting in the compilation of dictionaries, and worst of all, because of the labor that it must have involved, undertaking single-handed the manufacture of historical treatises. There is evidence to show that his poverty and constriction were for long a very bitter experience, because at the opening of his life he had every reason to suppose that he would be more tenderly dealt with by fortune. In the end, he is said to have become resigned to his straitened ways, though for one moment, as we learn from his latest biographer, he dreamed of some material activity which, curiously enough, seems to have connected itself with the idea of following Napoleon into Egypt. In spite of his practical obscurity, he appears to have had many acquaintances, if not friends, among literary men perhaps more distinguished than himself at their period, though his own work has now survived most of them. It would appear that the Legion of Honor was ultimately conferred upon him, though the cross itself never came into his hands. He was a candidate in 1832, and on several later occasions, for election as a member of the Academy of Moral Sciences, and he was actually for a considerable period associated with a minor body termed the Historical Institute. He was acquainted with Vignet, Georges Sand, Benjamin Constant, and Sainte-Beuve. He owed something to assistance from these names, and it was possibly such literary rather than political influence exercised in high places which ultimately obtained for him a government pension, the amount of which, however, has not transpired. If we may believe that, as a result of this annuity, he was relieved to some extent from the necessity of journalism, such advantage was, it may be feared, counterbalanced by considerable suffering towards the close of his life. Though some doubt is cast upon the point by Le Valois, all earlier biographers agree in saying that during the whole period of his residence in Paris his health was more or less bad, which fact the panegyrists of the biographical dictionaries assign to two causes. Firstly, his early devotion to the very strong white wine of Le Valais, and secondly, a fall, together with a long immersion in an icy torrent. Such authority as may be held to inhere in Obermann exists in that work for both explanations, which must be taken for what they are worth. Senancour died at St. Cloud on January 10, 1846, having, it is said, previously lost the use of his limbs through successive attacks of an aggravated form of gout. One of the informants of Le Valois alludes to his special desire that no priest or minister belonging to any of the official communions should be called to his death-bed, but other authority outside his general intellectual tendencies does not exist for the statement. His portrait was published in L'Illustration on January 31, and the obituary notice which accompanies it describes him as small in stature, refined of feature, with an air of distinction and youth, which he preserved to the most advanced age. He had a broad, open forehead, and fair hair of fine texture. Senancour left two children, as already mentioned, a son and daughter. The son followed a military career, and the daughter, named Eulalie, long acted as the secretary of her father, and wrote subsequently a variety of unimportant stories designed, I believe, for the amusement of children, besides doing various journalistic work. Such, briefly, was the life of Senancour, and it justifies the statement made at the beginning that, apart from any title to consideration which will be found in his writings, it is devoid of special features of interest. We cannot expand its outlines so that it shall exceed the common struggle for subsistence in the common life of letters, and it was enringed by the interests and hampered by the tendencies of one of the most soulless periods in the history of modern times. Its few interests do not escape from the charge to which the epoch is open, a somewhat pusillanimous flight, or at least departure, to escape a calling which the fugitive did not reject because it had fallen from its high estate, and for which at its best he was infinitely unfit, a silly connection, perhaps even a squalid liaison, an unhappy and mismanaged marriage, the humble life of a journalist embedded in the disenchanting traditions of 1815 and circa. These are not titles to consideration or remembrance, and if it can be shown that the Senancour who wrote Obermann and the Free Meditations was really nothing more than the Senancour who was in agreement with Salvador, who was prosecuted by the correctional police, who compiled mournful historical sketches of China and Rome, interspersed with moral reflections and designed to be useful, who in fine drank the white wine of La Valais and died of the gout, then to translate Obermann would be more inexcusable than to have written it in 1804, because we have now means of knowing better. It is my intention, however, to show that there was a Senancour who did not appear on the Boulevard or in the Mercury of the 19th century, though in many respects he may be said to carry a not less deplorable baggage than the wallet of Judas Iscariot. At that best, however, he was exotic to his period. He was, in fact, a man of vision, and he belongs at his best to eternity. Before proceeding further, it may be deemed desirable, in the interests of the reader who is probably unacquainted at first hand with Obermann, and knows nothing of Senancour otherwise than by uncertain report, to put on record as a kind of credentials what has been said of him, both in and out of his own country, by a few distinguished personalities who were familiar themselves with Obermann, and at least within certain limits came to regard it, like the writer of this notice, as a note-book or ordinal of a soul errant on its way unguided through the world of life and time, but amidst all darkness, wavering, circumambulation, and unrest, still looking only towards eternity, and in that darkness and in that doubt, realistically conscious of the infinite. There will be no need to go far in search of such witnesses, nor yet to multiply the evidences, and perhaps under the circumstances the plainer way will be to take an unpretentious course and give simple quotations. Matthew Arnold says that the profound inwardness, the austere sincerity of his principal work, Obermann, the delicate feeling for nature which it exhibits, and the melancholy eloquence of many passages of it, have attracted and charmed some of the most remarkable spirits of this, the 19th century. The stir of all the main forces by which modern life is and has been impelled lives in the letters of Obermann. The dissolving agencies of the 18th century, the fiery storm of the French Revolution, the first faint promise and dawn of that new world which our own time is but now more fully bringing to light, all these are to be felt, almost touched there. To me, indeed, it will always seem that the impressiveness of this production can hardly be rated too high. Sainte-Beuve describes Senancour as a pupil of Rousseau, but original and transformed. Of Obermann, he says that it responds only vaguely to the author's biography, but fully to his psychology. Of the work itself, he says that it is the true type of the moral situation, of which René represents a moment only, and that in an idealized manner. And again in the Portrait Contemporain, Tome 1, He describes it as profound rather than beautiful, and as the book of the suffering majority of souls, their desolating history, their mysterious and uncompleted poem. Then of the author in Chateaubriand et son groupe, he says, M. de Senancour lived as a man of conscience and of virtue. He has not reaped glory, but he has had friends. He has had admirers, few, secret, but devoted after their manner, and impassioned. He has his secret posterity, which will remain faithful to him. The destiny depicted in Obermann is described by George Sand as majestic in its misery and sublime in its infirmity. Its highest and most permanent value consists in its psychological data, and it is principally from this point of view that it should be examined and interrogated. Granting, as regards its standpoint, that the descriptive and lyrical beauties of his poem are frequently troubled by the intervention of philosophical discussions or worldly cynicisms, the natural gaiety of his character, the august recollection of his most habitual thoughts, soon inspire new hymns which are unequalled for austere piety and wild grandeur. In the last resource, it may be doubted whether any of these criticisms do more than touch upon the fringe of the real issues which transpire in the consideration of Senancour and the particular revelations which are made to us in those of his works which have been singled out from much that is regrettable and more that is futile, as containing the message and secret romance of his inmost soul. The English critic dwells upon the sentimental aspects and the circumstances of the period which made Obermann possible as a production of the human mind. Sainte-Beuve hints at one source of intellectual derivation, and adds what is true enough, but is not all nor even the greatest part of the truth, namely that the book is the history of the growth of a mind. The important point about Obermann is that it is a soul recounting its experiences, recording its speculations, and registering its questionings in the valley of the shadow. George Sand reduces this large view within the dimensions of a curt metaphysical statement couched in technical phraseology, which is too bald to convey a suggestion, and then falls back upon a literary criticism which, for the rest, is extremely true and must be almost obvious to any reader. The brief citations I have given will not less carry their full weight, if only in the scales of the ordinary mind, because they are quoted in connection with names which are of those that have power to dispense and sometimes to withhold reputations. There are others that might be mentioned, and perhaps one or two whose judgment would be more to the real purpose, but enough has been indicated for the present object, and it will be permissible to pass on at once to the direct consideration of the true questions that are at issue. In the first place, as regards the intimate connection which has been established, partly from the paucity of other materials, and partly following the lead of at least one illustrious critic, between Senancour as he lived in the world and the hero of Obermann, as his outward and inward natures are depicted in the book. Obermann must not be regarded as the biography of its author, but rather as an event in his development. Some of its incidents are, however, explained naturally by circumstances in his outward life. One is inclined, indeed, to speculate as to why, seeing that the analogies are in certain respects so close, there were other modifications introduced which remove it, without assignable reason, from the drift of his personal history. The most considerable and obvious distinction consists in the fact that Obermann is presented as a celibate, while Senancour, at the age of his hero, was already married, hastily, unwisely, and unhappily. The reason for this principal distinction may perhaps, however, be discerned. Obermann is to some extent circumstanced as Senancour, at the period when he wrote it, could have wished to be. Amidst all his weariness, his dejection, his disillusion, doubtless equally dejected and disillusioned, Senancour could have wished his own lines cast, as they were not, at least permanently at the period when Obermann was written, in the same uplifted, lonely places and the same modest ease of circumstance. He may not at that time have been actually working on the press for his bread, for, as already seen and following his private memoranda, Obermann was written in 1801 at Paris, and in 1802 and part of the next year at Fribourg. But he knew that Paris, to which he returned permanently about 1803, was his destination, that journalism was his destiny, and that thenceforth he could transfer himself merely in imagination to Saint-Séphirin, to Le Valais, to Vevey, living the life of a recluse and a contemplator of the ages, yet possessed of what to him would have been the purse of Fortunatus, namely a modest competence, an income secured to him yearly. Now, as he dreamed thus of financial ease, so I fear that the unhappiness of his married life, fully demonstrated in the only life which we have of him, led him also to picture as something comparatively desirable the celibacy of a young man at the same time yearning for companionship, intimacy, and love. As indicated already, other departures are less easy to account for, but there would be no purpose in enumerating them here. The only point that is of importance to establish is that Obermann is the spiritual history of Senancour, the life of his soul laid bare, and this is also its preeminent title to consideration and the valid ground for offering it to English readers without abridgment. It must be confessed, as will be seen subsequently, that it contains many perishable elements, and not a few which are indeed long since dead. It is, notwithstanding, a great book of the soul, and this is not less its true and proper description, nor is it spiritually less valuable because it is a book of the soul in darkness, a darkness broken by flashes of strange light fitfully, a darkness not wanting the permanent scintillation of far stars in the zenith and palpitating through the height and breadth with the sense and sadness of the infinite. One of the chief purposes of this introduction is to show that this spiritual darkness of Senancour, as it is made palpable to us in Obermann, was at length kindled or infiltrated by a certain morning light in a later composition, and this in such a way as to make it past all doubt that he did at length enter into a measure of the possession of the day. It may be advisable at this point to correct one error of appreciation to which I believe that some currency has been given, less in the criticisms of Obermann, which have appeared in books or periodicals where no one has been sufficiently serious to concern themselves in any careful analysis, than in an unwritten impression prevailing among the admirers of Senancour, who are not professed critics. The letters are not, as sometimes supposed, to be taken, nor are they perhaps even in the intention of the author altogether designed to be taken, as the unpremeditated outpourings of a genuine correspondence. There are certainly several passages which could be quoted in support of this view, but they appear, I think, merely as the notion of a moment, and are not really borne out by that which precedes or follows them. Even giving full credit for the general fact that the guise of such a correspondence is on the whole tolerably carried out, it is still, as need scarcely be said, not to be taken seriously. Senancour was discoursing to himself, and of his own mystery, and of the enswathing mystery of outward things. If there are parts here and there that possess the unpremeditated accent of unconventional letter-writing, they cannot be regarded as numerous in respect of the bulk of the work, and in any broad judgment it must be held that the unconcerted accent is betrayed at every point. The letters are for the most part highly ornate productions. There are inspired pages which, like all inspirations, are unconcerted, but there are many dull, trivial, and tedious pages which, if they strove after such an impression, would not be redeemed by success therein. But speaking generally, there is not, I think, success of any marked kind. In other words, the colloquial parts are of less interest, and if they are held to be worth including in a translation, it can only be for the sake of completeness and for psychological coherence. Such portions are the burden of the translator, and it cannot be altogether inequitable if they do not prove light to the reader. In translating, I have, so far as it seemed to me possible, set aside the colloquial in favour of the philosophical style, and I do not consider that this course has added, at least unnecessarily, to the heaviness of a part of the work, for much and too much of it is of this order in the original. There is full proof that my general standpoint in this matter is correct, and it lies in a fact to which allusion has already been made in the bibliographical part of this notice, namely, that the second edition of the Rêveries swells the number of its pages, as compared with the first, by the simple method of lifting whole sections from Obermann, a process which would have been, to my mind, inconceivable had the latter work been of the unpremeditated order that is claimed for it by those who regard it as an unconventional correspondence. The Rêveries, as need hardly be said, are of a highly philosophical and indeed recondite order, and the fact that in the author's opinion they could be made to blend with selections from Obermann is proof positive that Obermann really, for the most part, and certainly as regards the best therein, is also of the philosophical order. I shall venture now, in the interests of clearness, to put in a summary manner a few heads of the considerations which it is desirable to lay to heart in undertaking any serious reflections upon Obermann. It is a work of initiation in more than the sense intended by the author, who makes use of this idea in his preliminary observations, and it is offered in its English guise only to those who are initiated or who are capable thereof. The psychological condition which it depicts, taken in conjunction with other fields of experience into which the author entered at a later stage of his life, offers ground for reflection which would be unassimilable by the ordinary reader or the ordinary thoughtful man, or even by persons disposed to self-improvement along recognized and conventional lines. Obermann is wholly and entirely distinct from what is understood usually by the French memoir or French correspondance intime. It is a book of the sorrows and aspirations of the soul, not less important, as already pointed out, because it depicts the soul in darkness and inhibition, and if we are unable to affirm that Senancour reached any term of real spiritual experience, we shall still leave him at a hopeful stage upon the road. Having cited one fact to show that Obermann cannot be regarded either as a real correspondence or as a successful attempt at the imitation of one, I should add in justice, and perhaps in further proof of my point, that it would also be erroneous to describe it conventionally as an imaginary correspondence. Its epistolary form is to some extent accidental, or a matter of convenience. It is the spiritual history of Senancour up to a certain point. A second part was promised or suggested, which never appeared as such, but the work entitled Meditations of an Unknown Recluse is the real second part of Obermann, because it is the sequel of his spiritual history. If it is possible to justify at all a translation of Senancour, and on this point as a whole the justification must be Obermann itself, such an undertaking at the present time may be held to have a peculiar fitness, for there is more than one respect in which we may be said to have awakened from some such period of disillusion as prevailed at the beginning of the 19th century. There is no exact parallel, and the attempt to institute a specific, much less minute, comparison would be foolish. The analogies, however, subsist, and in so far as they are accompanied by antitheses, Obermann does not less stand out in the light of these as an important object lesson. It is, in fact, the lesson of an escape. The condition of Senancour, as we may take him to have pictured it in these letters, is no illogical consequence of a Belfast address. That address has now been definitely buried with all its forms and ways, more permanently and more effectually than Senancour, for some obscure reason, wished to entomb Obermann when he prefixed to the second edition of his Reveries the express statement that Obermann would never be reprinted. As a fact, it was reprinted, and moreover re-edited and enlarged, which will not happen to the Belfast Address, unless indeed its reproduction should be required some time or other, also as an object lesson. The period of disillusion from which we have emerged must not be represented exactly as a product of that address, for the address was rather a product of the aspect from which life and its problems were regarded, and that aspect also produced disillusion. The keynote of the period was materialism, a word which is now rapidly losing all its offensive meaning, because the intellectual attitude which it symbolized is now dead. The corresponding attitude at the close of the 18th century is represented by the Philosophical Dictionary by Condorcet, Diderot, and Boulanger. The disillusion of that attitude was the ice which, according to Matthew Arnold, had entered the soul of Senancour. He contrived to emerge into another temperature, and to discern the portents, at least, of that star of truth and justice which was expected by Saint Martin, just as we have ourselves slipped somehow through dark seas into the brighter waters of the 20th century. The psychological fact of Senancour is not therefore without its interest and importance. The qualities which ultimately brought him out of the constraint and weariness are those which have saved us, and there is a sense in which, even at this day, his state and his story hold up the glass to our own. So much by way of analogy in rough delineation. As regards the antithesis, it is sufficient to say that the fires and fervours of the French Revolution stand out in contrast to the close of the 19th century, the final decades of which, in spite of wars and rumours of wars, of standing armies, of grave social and other questions, were years of peace, characterized by progressive amelioration in the physical order, by a singular equality of general temperament, and hence also by few enthusiasms. Matthew Arnold, when enumerating the seers of his troubled day, found 3 only who had contrived to see the path before them, and one of these was Senancour. As to how he had so contrived, I do not know that Arnold could have given a correct answer. It is certainly not, as he seems to suggest, through some secret of passive endurance. Strive not, die also thou. To quench is not to satisfy. The key is given rather by the inscription on the tomb of Senancour, Eternity, be thou my refuge. It was the consciousness of the soul, of the things which are not seen and eternal, of God and our part in God, and immortality, which brought Senancour to the enjoyment of a certain measure of the light which has come upon the souls of a growing concourse of persons in the present day, is transforming thought, and must ultimately transform life. And though in a certain sense the fullest experience of this light is almost necessarily reserved for a few, it is also destined to influence very largely the age and the world at large. End of section 2. Section 3 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1847 to 1942. Biographical and Critical Introduction by A.E. Waite, Part 3. How a man who was intellectually conspicuous for his period came to be taught of the spirit at the beginning of the 19th century, and what are the lessons which he leaves us, either directly or by inference, cannot fail to be of interest. And to elucidate these points, it will be necessary to take a short survey of the letters of Obermann, their beauties and their defects, designed to exhibit the views of their author at the period of that book on subjects of real importance. There are at the beginning one or two critical points which, for the sake of clearness, had better be dealt with out of hand, as at one or another stage notice must be taken of them. I have indicated already that there is a good deal of waste substance in Obermann, and to defend this would be inexcusable to educated discernment, and fairly impossible even for the least intelligent and discriminate of its admirers. This waste substance may be written down authoritatively as those parts which were possibly intended to give an accent of realism to the correspondence. Where there is a lighter vein in Obermann, there is, by comparison at least, a poorness which tends frequently to become conspicuous, and in some occasional attempts at persiflage is not short of pitiable, as, for example, the distinction between what is proved and what is certain in the 47th letter. Why it has been thought advisable to retain all this laboured and weary trifling has also been indicated. Obermann is a work of continuity, and it would be at the expense of the whole book if it were separated into detached essays, isolated reflections, or descriptive passages. It would have been much easier and pleasanter to have cut out all that I have myself found vapid and tedious. But such a personal feeling is not safe as a criterion. And in this notebook of a specialist in self-analysis, each of the occult fraternity to whom he makes appeal in his preface may be content to mark that which impresses them and leave what remains to the others. The whole is useful as an event in the growth of a mind, which at length found other supports, escaping from the weariness of its own limitations, and attaining something of heaven and light. The reader must therefore deal with the work as a whole, accepting what seems to him best, over which I trust that he will be in agreement with me, and confessing for the rest that there are 1,000 things which he must be prepared to excuse in Obermann, which will be also those indicated by me if he is the reader for whom I have rendered it. As to others who are beyond my care and knowledge, there may be any number of the uninitiated who are incapable of initiation, for whom vapidities and commonplaces, declaimed from the height of vulgar thought, may form excellent mental pabulum, and who may find some food in Senancour, should the unalterable providence of books permit them to come across Obermann. Also, if there should be any one at this day to whom the peculiar anti-Christian standpoint of Senancour may by chance appeal, it is possible that he will take it to his heart of hearts. Let all of us, however, who aspire to be true sons of the doctrine and the light, forgive Senancour, as best we can, all that is opposed to this light, his melancholy fantasies on the vanity of fleeting enjoyments, less for their tincture of pessimism than because of their commonplace, together with his halting eloquence in 100 natural descriptions, and the final impenitence of sentiment, which can tolerate in the 90th letter a suggestion of dietary for the disorders of the soul. Another stricture which must, I think, be passed upon Obermann is that after the epoch of the sorcerers, the grimoire of Honorius, and the dominion of Abracadabra, he was perhaps among the first genuine apostles of mere words. His pages are often a running stream of sound, not always too attractive in its melody, voicing too often the vaguest quality of sense, using more than is endurable the terminology of the nebulous and unsignificant, constructions, in a word, without tangible meaning. A mere occasional dullness is, of course, to be expected in such letters, and is therefore tolerable. Many passages are inapplicable to the modern standpoint, many ideas are exploded, and many disquisitions could have been of very little account, even at the period when they were written, as, for example, in the 52nd letter, the discourse on the influence of climates in the modification of peoples. But these things are not worse or more dry than many pages of Amiel or Marie Kirchhoff, which find favour today, or than the Journal of a Self-Observer by Lavater, which had its readers, and we may presume its admirers, seeing that this too was translated in a generation that has passed. Occasionally it may be questioned whether my apology for an unselected translation can be held to cover certain sections, whether in the 72nd letter there can be really an excuse for the egregious conversation with a nameless officer who ordered, but in what way does not appear, a life which seems to have been quite trivial with a view to an enjoyment, but of what also fails to transpire, unaccompanied by a weariness which should have at least overcome his listener. But Obermann was so dull and so weary that it did not increase his dullness or add to his exhaustion, and the same doubt is raised by the 52nd letter, which offers a depressing account of a depressing journey undertaken by a disillusioned idler and a tiresome young man of promise who does not like Paris, but permits himself to perambulate its environs. And yet, as a redeeming feature, we may note a certain touch of nature and a certain measure of insight into character. Saving clauses of this kind might be introduced at many points of a criticism which would otherwise be severe. Not infrequently, when dealing even with the most unpromising materials, and in none too promising a manner, a sudden light breaks forth and illuminates the whole. In Letter 21, there is an unspeakable disquisition upon beauty, beauty as it was conceived of all periods in the universe by that hopeless period which succeeded Diderot, inhibited as it was from every grace and sacrament, while Obermann himself, when he intellectualized, was no less in excommunication and under anathema. But even here, amidst barren discourse, without unction, a sudden inspiration comes upon him. He casts aside all profitless distinctions, and identifies for a moment the sentiment of beauty with the perception of the infinite. In some cases we get help of a certain sort which was obviously undesigned by the author, as, for example, in the second fragment appended to Letter 35. Obermann discoursing on ethics is Obermann in a moist mist of unilluminated depression. He is never more commonplace than when he is crying down the commonplace conventions of that which passed for wisdom at the cold daybreak of the 19th century, and yet he helps us to recognize the futility of that wisdom, less on account of its conventions than its essential hollowness. We have touched hitherto only upon one side of the field of criticism, which is opened out by Obermann. We have dealt with that which is nugatory or unimportant. We have now to consider the work as a whole, and make also some reference to certain specific points which are philosophically of sufficient importance, or suggestively of sufficient interest to make it worth while to indicate the particular errors of the writer. Regarding the letters as a whole, Matthew Arnold is, if I remember, the only critic of Obermann who points out that it is in the main a work of the sentimental school. As such, it connects not only with the Confessions of Rousseau, with the Nouvelle Héloïse, very markedly with the Sorrows of Werther, in a lesser degree with René, Attila, and the Indian Cottage, but also with more than one prototype of the sentimental school in England, with Mackenzie and his Man of Feeling, and it must be added with Mrs. Radcliffe, even with the Romance of the Forest, and the Mysteries of Udolpho. The statement has an air of absurdity, for the delineation of the states of the soul has at first sight no common ground for comparison with the shrines of Gothic superstition, the ruined abbeys, and the mountain fortresses of this school of romance, and still less, if possible, with its peculiar management of mysteries. But so far as Obermann is a work of feeling, it recalls, and that pointedly, the characteristic quality of feeling which is found in the sentimental school, and especially in Mrs. Radcliffe. Let any one compare the temperament which manifests in the sixth letter with the disposition of Valancourt in the Mysteries of Udolpho, and generally the pleasing melancholy which was the chief delight of Obermann, with the same favourite condition as it is described times out of number in connection with the heroines of Mrs. Radcliffe, and they will see that it is the same temperament, minus the religious sentiment, elementary as it was, which inspired the vapid and tiresome creations of one who was once described and accepted as a mighty magician bred and nourished by the Florentine muses, amidst all the dreariness of enchantment. Obermann is sufficiently many-sided to make any summary account of it not so much difficult as impossible. This is partly, but not fully, to be accounted for by the fact that it is a book of moods, many moods, but with one only that is really dominant, and this is the mood of weariness. For many persons, therefore, its handiest description would be that it is the diary of an ennuyé. But this is not at all adequate, for in the first place it never entered into the heart of the ordinary ennuyé to conceive the weariness of Obermann, nor secondly, in the midst of that weariness, to conceive the thoughts of Obermann. He is rather like an outworn pilgrim of the ages, who, at length brought face to face with eternity, exclaims, "Is this all?" Yet he is in no sense as a god who has grown weary, for of many trifles there are some which tire him, and yet some which divert him. He was so alive to minute inconveniences and small disappointments that he thought it worth while to devote a letter to the necessity of a boat on Lake Chesil for the benefit of the invalids at the baths, and for his own pleasure, letter 57. Others will regard themselves as having grasped the key to the entire work when they have become satisfied that the spleen, the exhaustion, the pessimism, the disappointment of Obermann were all consequent on the fact that he was out of employment, and that he carried through the waste places of the immortal soul the burden of his idleness, emblazoned with the legend of the mendicant mechanic. We've got no work to do. I will not deny that the inmost character of Obermann might be open to him who could explain precisely why he enjoyed the slow wheeling of a barrow laden with grapes, and yet withered under the tardiness and postponements of the law in a suit the issue of which did not interest, however much it might concern him. But though want of some defined end of a practical kind in life was from time to time a matter of regret with Obermann, or more correctly of speculation as to whether it might have acted as an anodyne, he was too shrewd an observer to be deceived by the colourable imitations and substitutes which are offered by the world in place of the one thing needful. We may note in this connection the practical wisdom at the close of the 76th letter, wherein he felicitates himself upon the possession of a moderate sufficiency, by which he could live without ostentation, and affirms that an independent fortune is one of the great means of happiness, and even of wisdom. A sane view, in comparison with which the childish philosophy of bread-winning for its own sake is not only childish but mischievous. For myself, I have already indicated that Obermann is the experience amidst finite things of a consciousness that has been awakened to the things that are infinite and eternal. But I have suggested it as a palmary point of great importance, not as an exhaustive description. He tells us, Letter 3, that he was in search of other manners and a new nature, but I think personally that he sought, without knowing it, the perfect life of the transcendental world. In many respects, Obermann is a book of the lamentations of the soul on a journey from the centre, while it knows well that its rest remains at the centre. There are yet those who will describe Obermann, because he does so himself practically, as a hermit hungry for companionship, especially for the sight, the society, the intimacy of a true friend. But failing that, grasping at the chance of securing the friend of that true friend, who also and more especially is the brother of a woman whom he has loved. By many subtle hints, many unintended and incomplete revelations, many indirect openings and insights, we discern how much this love and the disappointment which ensued upon it have contributed not merely to his disenchantment, but to his permanent loss in life, his intellectual enervation, and the constriction of all his destiny. But although it is obvious that Obermann, like the French mystic of a generation before, to whom I shall have occasion to recur, very obviously and earnestly desired, even while he misdoubted, the married state, yet the book is not the product of the dreams and the longings of a celibate. And in this connection we should remember, firstly, that Senancour himself had been married, and secondly, that no general description of Obermann, which would not be true psychologically as regards Senancour, can be taken to represent it adequately. There is yet one other description and one explanation which is not less entitled to our respect, because we are most of us unable to accept it, at least as the whole truth, and this is the explanation of the Catholic, who will discern in Obermann the history of a soul which has gone utterly astray, because it has broken from the anchor of the faith. I am describing this point of view somewhat conventionally, so as to be true to the spirit of the criticism, which invariably finds its expression in a convention. The case is as strong as the assumption upon which it rests, and it is only by realizing that it gives expression to but a part of the truth that it is possible to set it aside. Otherwise it puts a circle about the entire experience of Obermann and accounts for it page after page and line by line. The assumption is that pious and solicitous parents reared him in the true church and designed him for the highest vocation which can be offered within the pale of its union, but that, at the age when he should have acted upon the choice, he had already unsettled his mind, otherwise inexperienced and ill-equipped by the desultory reading of current infidel literature, that he had conceived in consequence a strong aversion from the life of sanctity, that he broke all ties to escape from it, and that, once having corrupted his faith, he was henceforth unstable, restless, unprofitable to himself and the world. The skilled hand could extract passage after passage from Obermann as proof positive that he suffered simply the common misery and daily experience of the soul apart from God, which at the same time has once known the light and has therefore no excuse for deserting it. If this book, therefore, should fall into the hands of convinced Catholics, it cannot fail to offer them a signal instance for the fortification of their faith, and the explanation for them will be at once complete and unchallengeable. Within its own lines there are many of us who will, I trust, be disposed to regard it as entirely excellent. Indeed, speaking for the school which I represent, it only requires to be restated in the terms of universal religion to expose the whole truth. Obermann and Senancour, who for the purposes of this portion of our study was also Obermann, had the misfortune not only, as we have seen, to be conscious of the infinite and the eternal, but to be conscious that he was apart from both. He was separated by disposition, through waywardness, fickleness, and the many moods of sentimentalism; intellectually, through an inadequate and narrow naturalism, born of trumpery philosophical reading, combined with rudimentary observation and a bourgeois outlook; morally, by an arrest in his development which places him in a lower groove of vulgarity and conventionalism than the ethics of the street preacher; by education, through mere crassness and an eye for utility; by habit, chiefly through the continual regard of vital matters in the light of their meanest part. All these grounds of unhappy experience severally and collectively instilled into him their bitter lessons. His disposition led him to recognize an ingrained incapacity, his intellectual outlook to regard life as abortive, his moral feelings to look doubtfully at the higher sentiments and the aspirations which are above evidence; his habits, his moods, his manners, to have no eye for beauty, truth, or sincerity in the presence of a defect, not so much because of the deficiency which it indicated, but because he happened to dislike it. We might collect almost by random score upon score of cases in point as to the mischance and miscarriage of his thoughts owing to these limitations of his nature. Observe him in Letter 81, discoursing as a natural philosopher, as a kind of cosmologist at large, illustrating his absolute inability to understand the fundamental problems of philosophy, and creating an insoluble difficulty where there is no ground for doubt and no possibility of two educated views. The late creation of the universe, in other words, neither is nor can be an impediment to the human mind if we grant the fact of creation, nor yet if we deny that fact. In eternity there is neither late nor early, nor is it true that the universe subsists for a time only. It subsists, has subsisted, and will subsist for all time, which is simply the limit of the universe as regards duration, and outside it there is no time. So much for Obermann figuring as a speculative philosopher. As regards some other problems of the relations between God and man, their best commentary is that the writer changed his views. But we have said that he had also his ethics, and a specimen which will serve for the whole occurs in Letter 44, where he rails against those who would deny a true sanction to morality apart from religion, and yet in his turn is disposed to deny that, or rather it has never struck him to inquire whether there is a sanction for the aspirations of the soul apart from conventional doctrine. To suggest that such doctrine is only an accident of the soul's aspiration would have been to him a source of astonishment, though possibly also to his age, which had awakened sourly from the dream of the French Revolution, and for the moment loathed all that was blessed because it was itself unblessed. Though less apparent, and in some sense indeed concealed, a similar spirit is at the root of the lamentations which prompt such letters as the 39th, to which the true answer would be that in the last resource man makes his own sacraments. He chooses those which shall be to him the outward sign of an inward grace, and he makes them void at will. Yet the sacraments are always in the world, always ministering, and always efficacious. And now, as regards the habit and the bias of his thought, to take one instance out of many, in Letter 44, Obermann forgets that faith in the first resource is an act of the will, and hence Pascal was neither absurd nor puerile, for it is admitted that he would have been right as regards conduct. But conduct is also a question of resolution, like faith, but in a narrower measure, because it depends more upon secondary considerations. It is a question of the determination to take a certain road, which experience has shown to be the right road, and it is open to any one to prove it in their own persons and souls on the one condition that they choose to do so. Wise or great, we have all of us indifferently the eternal justice to reckon with. After centuries of discussion, it remains impregnably certain that the consideration of eternity is the true sanction of morals, because it is that consideration which alone makes anything of any consequence. It imparts the one real and enduring vital import. It has been sometimes said that this is a mean view, but life itself is meanness, apart from the motive of eternity. I have mentioned these few instances out of many others which could be cited to illustrate the limitations of Obermann in the presence of the real problems of existence, as firstly questions of what Balmes would term fundamental philosophy, and secondly the grounds of morality, or alternatively the basis of faith. It is suggested by M. Levallois that in creating Obermann, Senancour intended to substitute for the man of his period, narrow in individuality and particular in sentiment, some ideal yet actual being, independent of circumstances, but capable of being affected by these, daring much and yet knowing how to govern his boldness, possessing exalted faculties, the germ of solid moral qualities, ardent sensibility, wide sympathy, a curiosity of knowledge assisted by unusual powers of contemplation, the desire of the permanent, the aspiration after devotion, but all combined with sincerity, disinterest, simplicity, and a singular passion for retirement. I do not think that this design is represented by the result as we possess it, nor does it seem to me more satisfactory as a description than some of those which we have already agreed to set aside as inadequate. M. Levallois has been himself at the pains of showing us, and I think quite successfully, from the first edition of the Réveillé, that some at least of the sensations and the personal ideas of Senancour enter into Obermann. I believe that it would be possible to take the whole of his literary work and to demonstrate by its analysis that the psychology of Obermann was the psychology of Senancour at the period when that work was written, and that, as already suggested, he simply circumstanced his hero within the lines by which he would himself have wished to be environed. There can be little doubt that he regretted his hasty marriage, and Obermann is therefore a bachelor. He regretted deeply and reasonably the loss of his inheritance, and he makes Obermann moderately easy as regards financial matters. He no doubt detested his enforced existence in Paris, and he gives Obermann all the world of mountains. Nor is this all. So great to him was the privation of his poverty that he threatens his hero therewith. So much did he detest Paris that his hero for a period is forced to share his misery. As regards the inner life, the thoughts, the aspirations, the convictions, and the burden of misfortunes, they are too real in Obermann for it to be worth insisting upon that they are other than the thoughts, aspirations, convictions, and burdens of Senancour. And the explanation and description of Obermann is that he wrote it because it was his own nature that he was depicting. If one more proof is wanting, we may find it right to our hand in the distaste that he felt for it very soon after its publication, his anxiety that it should be forgotten above all by himself, his anxiety to suppress it, overcome at length, after many years, only with difficulty, and only at a period when he was removed from it at a sufficient distance to be able to regard it, at least to some extent, as a document and not as a confession, the details of which annoyed and even harrowed him. I do not doubt that most of my readers will be able from their own experience to appreciate this point fully. We have all of us at some time and in some way laid bare our inmost selves and have shuddered at it subsequently, not at all because of what was revealed, but at the fact of the revelation, and we have invariably, I think, thenceforward sought to shut out the fact from ourselves, rather even than from others, until in the course of time we have ourselves so changed that it has ceased to grate upon us. Well, then Senancour wrote himself out at full length as he was at the period of Obermann. He believed in no God, unless law, order, and the fatality of both may, after some obscure fashion, have assumed in his mind something of the conception of the Deity, and God is never once mentioned in Obermann. He despised all official religion, and Obermann speaks only with disdain of the dirty monk and the ascetic who is half a rogue. He thought that the only hope for man was by some such return to nature as was dreamed by Rousseau, and this belief is expressed not less fully in Obermann than in the Rêveries on the primitive nature of man, which are explicitly devoted to the subject. Finally, he did not believe in immortality, and this consolation is therefore denied his hero. But as I have mentioned so frequently already, the infinite and eternal were about him, even as they were within him. Excluded as he was from all the grace of their ministry, he was conscious of their presence, their appeal, and their power, and because he could not respond to these, they overwhelmed him. And this excommunication, this consciousness, this weight, are all in Obermann. They are its sorrow, its greatness, its sublimity. They are its title to consideration, to place and permanence. They are what the boulevards did not dream of at the beginning of the 19th century. They are that which separates Obermann from the daily trade of Senancour, by which he bought bread for his children. They are separated by a distinction of kind and not of degree, even as the panis vivus et vitalis is distinguished from the bread by which men die. They are, in fine, the qualities by which Obermann has persisted after the lapse of 100 years, and by which I feel justified in offering it to English readers after all this lapse of time, even to the 20th century. What did this consciousness under such conditions produce in Senancour? What else was it possible for it to beget but melancholy and weariness, intense melancholy and unnatural weariness? In a word, the melancholy and the pessimism of Obermann, and the weariness ever described, but always exceeding description, which recurs on every page of Obermann. End of section 3. Section 4 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Biographical and Critical Introduction, Part 4. My readers will scarcely expect that any clear and explicit account of the escape of Senancour from this condition will be found elsewhere in his literary work. No person was less disposed to write his memoirs openly. No person, having written the memoirs of his soul, took more pains to conceal it than Senancour. No person went to work more laboriously to disavow his share of all that was best in the work. The perpetual shifts to which he had recourse in the attempt to conceal the authorship of Obermann will be seen in the notes to that work. I have retained these in translating, though I must confess that they are for the most part so much beneath criticism that I am tempted to regard their puerility as a purpose of the author, part of the make-believe which he adopted in the hope of creating a distinction, prompted by his shyness and reserve, between Obermann, the writer of letters, and Senancour, the self-styled editor. Similar subterfuges are also found in the Méditation, and there is a suggestion of retrenchment and editing even in the unimportant Isabelle. But the works themselves atone for the silence and disavow the shifts of Senancour. Under what circumstances we do not know, nor does it indeed signify. His opinions changed with his nature, and his nature underwent a change of great importance and interest, which made it possible for the author of Obermann, year 1804, to be also the author of the Méditation, year 1819. We shall find that he who told us in Obermann how he was in search of other manners and a new nature, by some mysterious workings of the spirit, came to find both, perhaps in that quiet and unpretentious abode in the Rue de la Cerisaie. And the first thing that will strike the reader of the Méditation, should he ever come across them, is the absence of the note of weariness. From that mood, from that particular disability, Senancour has contrived his escape. There are more synonyms for weariness than perhaps for any other condition of humanity. It is one of the symptoms in chief, possibly the symptom par excellence, of the disease which is not life, but seems almost as inseparable from the normal existence of the thoughtful man as the quality of life itself. We may explain it by saying that vocation is the key of life, and that vocation, since humanity departed from the primitive nature of which Senancour dreamed but did not dream aright, has been nearly always misconstrued by humanity. Obermann is a history of weariness because it is a history of the want of proper occupation for the soul. There is no question, as we have seen, of the dignity of mere labour, of the law that those who will not work shall not eat, or any of the kindred delusions. It is a question of man's inherent spiritual energy and of its true object. Now weariness is represented in the Méditation as the share of those whom the world has subjugated. It is one of the fruits of our misguidance, and if Senancour is conscious of it personally any longer in his own spirit, it is only in the contemplation of the frivolities which dissipate the real strength of man. It is part of the yoke of our weakness, but we are still free, under the eye of divinity, to the extent of our power, primarily to abstain from consent to evil, and secondly to fulfil the law. From such burdens the way of escape is plain, and our first design should be to place ourselves beyond their pressure. It will be seen at once that we are breathing an air which is fresher, clearer, and purer. The weariness of Obermann is not the glorious fatigue of him who has ascended the intellectual mountains, and sinking worn out at some great height has still eyes to survey and a heart to be enkindled at the grand prospects which are about him. Nor is it either the fatigue, the exhaustion, and the despair of him who, having thus ascended, sees only blank voids of space. The weariness of Obermann is that of the dweller in marsh and morass, and of the follower of the false marsh lights. The solitary who speaks in the Méditation may be denied the Alpine peaks, and yet in the seclusion of his hermitage he has risen higher than Obermann, and so also the melancholy of the Méditation, and we shall find melancholy therein, since the highest creations of genius are invariably tinged with sadness, is not the sadness of Obermann. It is the dignity of religious sorrow which is alone able to set us free from so many sombre and useless sorrows. It is the sadness which is not hostile to peace, the sadness which must be experienced in the contemplation of the evils which surround us, and by which we are nevertheless directed towards a better life. And what is the lesson of this sadness? In 100 ways it bids us be engrossed only with reservation in present beauty, in this fleeting image of the invariable splendours. Here is the place of resistance, the region of expiation. Grow strong in order to subsist. There will be no need to invite my readers to make an express comparison of this melancholy with that which embitters Obermann. It would be impossible to describe the Méditation as the work of an acknowledged optimist, trading in a process for making the best of both worlds. It would be impossible to affirm that Senancour ever eradicated from his nature the peculiar form of pessimism which seems to have been implanted therein too early for us to know why it took root, but it is redeemed, modified, and transfigured in the later work by a perception of the vistas that are beyond this life. He still affirms that our heritage is suffering, shifting, yielding. There is no question of voluntarily renouncing happiness on earth. Such happiness exists not on earth. Having only to choose between afflictions that are sterile and others that are fruitful, he has chosen those which may at least lead on to joy. The sublime sorrow of the ages is an expression that would have appealed to him strongly, as I think it would have appealed to Obermann, but I know also that the author of the Méditation would have recognized that here we receive but what we give. The sorrow is an imputed sublimity projected from our own depths. Perhaps also, in a very real sense, the sublimity is also in ourselves. This truth was missed by Obermann, as we can infer readily enough from his 40th letter, where there is a touching description of the influence of the beloved on the lover. But had he shared the insight of Coleridge, he would have known that the transfigured nature of the beloved is really in the life of the lover. Perhaps there were times when he saw it in a vague way. There is a hint of it in the 78th letter, but it is narrower to say that man has no happiness except that which he imparts. The doctrine itself is one of the mysteries of the inward way, and we shall see later on that this had been in part realized by Senancour, and we are here on the edge of the secret of the great change which had come over him, a secret expressible and to be accounted for by the three words God, immortality, religion. The Meditations, in a word, are the work of one who, by a deep understanding of the law of nature, has at last begun to discern the working of the law of grace in the true and central place of all experience. The three talismanic words just enumerated could not, however, have exercised their divine sorcery upon the soul of Senancour, which for nearly half a century of its earthly existence had been deaf to them, apart from some wonderful awakening which gave him ears to hear what the Spirit from all time has uttered to the churches that are within us, and this awakening was as of one out of thrall and bond into freedom and all its hopes, capacities, and opportunities. Senancour had secured his emancipation. He was free to will and act. He was no longer face to face and paralyzed by an infinite fatality, apart from all discrimination, all pleading, all mercy. To exhibit the growth of his soul, as shown in the Méditation, we must then understand, first of all, that the workings of the mind had brought about in him a great change as regards the doctrine of the will. Let the reader refer to the 43rd letter of Obermann, which offers proof positive that we are nothing else in the universe than antic figures which a juggler dances, and in which the writer is divided throughout between his contempt for the man who has no higher notion than sticking to his business and his jealousy of the happiness which he may find in doing so. Wishing to be happy, but otherwise scarcely knowing what he wants, he discourses of the concatenation of circumstances, and of the ruling of events. He would act, he would will, but he is without scope or object, and nothing therefore follows from the exercise of his volition. And it appears from many other passages that, albeit nothing is certain, so that the opposite of that which he affirms may be just as true, our notion of the liberty which inheres in will is on the whole more likely to be a part of the delusion which mocks us, rather than an essential appanage of the mind. The Méditation, on the other hand, recognized from the beginning that the own will of the individual man is on the whole better exercised in its abnegation, in which case this liberty of the just is truer and fuller and happier than the independence of license. And then, recurring to the philosophical and speculative aspect of the question of free will itself, Senancour takes in hand the objection that liberty in man, and as to whether he possesses it, is a thing incapable of demonstration, and while admitting that we cannot explain freedom in our resolutions, replies firstly that we can no better explain necessity therein, that all reason has failed to establish anything absolute against the liberty of the soul, and that we must therefore admit the other indications of this faculty, the sentiment of which seems inseparable from the very movement of our life. If in this reasoning we may still trace an uncertain note, it is not the uncertainty of Obermann. Senancour has in fact recognized a great truth which I have already mentioned in passing, namely that the highest things exceed evidence. He gives expression to this himself, and beautifully, when he says, "That which is true essentially is today, without palpable demonstration. That which has no existence after the terrestrial manner is that which is abstract and necessary. That which is set aside as chimerical is that also which is indestructible." It would be difficult to put more plainly the great and secret doctrine of the seeing soul, that its highest and best lights come to it from regions that are outside the sphere of the rational faculty, that the insufficiency of reason is written large on every horizon of the world of mind. I have indicated that the name of the deity never occurs in Obermann, a simple fact which was noticed quite early in the criticism of that work. I should now add what has not been previously observed, that in one of the fictitious editorial observations appended to the 81st letter, it is suggested as certain that the alienation of Obermann from doctrines which he deemed accidental did not extend to fundamental religious ideas. Those who are disposed to take seriously the belated explanation of Senancour's personal opinions, which appears in the second edition of the Reverie, and wherein he claims to have been always numbered among deists, may make the most of this statement, but there is nothing in the text of Obermann to bear out the annotation, unless the existence of an infinite force having a fatal operation can be located among fundamental religious ideas. I agree with M. Levallois that it is difficult, not to say impossible, to recognize deistic doctrine or deistic aspirations in Obermann. It is not, of course, explicitly an atheistical work, though the Reverie, which belonged to the same intellectual period, have been so characterized by Sainte-Beuve. It is sufficient to say that in its misreading of the universe, any conscious realization of the divine does not enter into the horizon of the work, whatever private sentiments may have been cherished by the writer. On the other hand, this realization finds expression, directly or indirectly, on every page of the Méditation. It is only the madman, as they tell us, who perceives in the mixture of good and evil which characterizes the universe the sign of some fatal law. The disorder therein is but illusion. The order itself is divine. That which we call evil is the part which is least understood by us in the designs of God. It is true that the deity dwells for Senancour in heights that are inaccessible to man. The necessary God is inaccessible. None can presume to know him as he is, nor can his divine nature be revealed to us. Our inaptitude is so great that herein it becomes impotence, and even the allusion to that nature is for man a sort of profanation. We cannot affirm what God is, in so far as we can define him at all, it is by affirming that which he is not. Yet in him alone is reality to be found, and either human reason is but delirium, or the divinity reigns. Apart from the faith in him, there is no true grandeur, and even no interest possible to man. But albeit in his essence God is unknowable in his works, he is manifest, and the mere act of living is in a certain sense the attainment of a measure of the knowledge of him whose seal is set upon all that environs us. In certain strange books of rabbinical theosophy, in the great book of the Zohar above all, I have met with this doctrine of the unknowable God, in whose knowledge we advance for ever, and though the conception was not reached by Senancour along this byway of reading, it finds in both an expression which is analogous because it comes out of the heart of both. French naturalist or inspired Jew of Cordova, the abstract doctrine was combined intimately and wonderfully with a wonderful intimacy of possible union between the divine and man, which lifted, in the one case, the exclusive doctor of Israel into contact with universal religion, and in the other, the melancholy recluse of Paris, exiled from his mountain air into the fellowship, not simply of Rabbi Simeon, but of Plotinus, and apart from all official Christianity, apart from all conventional doctrine, into the fellowship of the seraphic doctor and of the author of the City of God. It is not, of course, a doctrinal concord, for these things are not of doctrine, but of experience, and their mode is one of sudden awakening and instant quickening. Even to Obermann, letter 40, a perfume, a sound, a ray of light, could reveal that there are other things in human nature than digestion and slumber. By such means the electric chain wherewith we are darkly bound is struck, as Byron puts it in a parallel passage, and whatever the object may be which creates the point of contact, whether a flower or leaf or ocean, it quickens us with pain or pleasure, for our wounding or healing. We can thus see what was not seen by Obermann, why he was so affected by the jonquil, as he records in his 30th letter, namely because at the back of everything there is infinity. For the same reason a primrose is more than a primrose for Wordsworth and all poets, and so also the meanest flower that blows may bring thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. This also justifies the insight of Paracelsus when he testifies that he who tastes a crust of bread tastes all the stars and all the heavens. There are two ways in which the meanest flower that blows may bring thoughts too deep for tears, and the first is so much rarer than the second as to be almost impossible after the first period of youthful sensibility. This is the spontaneous ecstasy of natural joy in the beauty of the outward world, and even in the least significant part of that beauty. The second is by the faculty of reading the meanings of the mind into all things great and little of the outward world, and this faculty, which in its measure is manifested in Obermann, transforming many of the pages into poetry, was possessed in his later years in a much larger degree by Senancour, when he had come to see that, great or little, in all and through all, the outward world manifests the divine which is beyond us. Whether or not it was possible for Senancour, with the full and rare sincerity which always actuated him, to claim that his intellectual position had been deistic in reality from the beginning, there can be no doubt at all as to his views of the survival of the soul after death, and as to the absolute change which came over him on this fundamental doctrine of all religion. The glibness with which, in constructing his bald Utopia, Obermann decides, letter 14, that death ends all, should, in the first place, be noted by the reader, and then compared with the laboured lucubration on immortality which occurs in the 38th letter. It can scarcely be called reasoned. It is a train of ill-accordant thoughts. The dog illustration is not perhaps more unhappy than the rest of the performance. There is either a common ground of comparison between certain situations, in which case they do not counteract one another, or there is none, and in that case also they are not in opposition because they are not alike. Apart from this, why did it not occur to Obermann that some people might accept the dog? He had not, of course, read the analogy. Moreover, he sins against taste not less deeply than against doctrine when he suggests that there may be a comic side to the desire for eternity. Those who can conceive its object have a right to claim that object, and if it is denied them, they are defrauded. Such being the position of Obermann, unrectified, be it observed, by any emendations in the revised Reverie, it remains for me to say that the desire for immortality palpitates on every page of the Méditation. Wisdom, Senancour tells us, prescribes that we should do all in our power to deserve a perpetual duration, and by no means attempt to balance this life with eternity. He bids us indulge in the hope of entering into new regions, possibly when the phantoms of this outward world are dissipated by the breath of death, we shall behold the splendor of the heavens. This perspective, so beautiful for all, is more visibly suited to insatiable souls, to comprehensive minds, to those who suffer, or to those for whom the earthly illusion has lost its force. For himself, he would be carefully distinguished from men who have but a feeble hope of a future being, and above all from men who have the misfortune to regard it as chimerical. His express statement is in fact that those whom we believe to be dead have entered into real life, and they wait for our dream to finish. Happy are they who, like him, await immortality. The destruction of mutable things will not trouble them, nor will the flight of time weaken them. The belief is in a peculiar manner the advantage of those who are disabused as regards earthly interest and ambitions. Beyond the clouds which have massed about this our place of sojourn, they behold the gifts of immortal life. Our aspirations towards that life are already a warrant for our faith, because we can to some extent conceive of the celestial majesty, raising our humiliated spirits, but it is impossible to conceive of that majesty abusing our profound distress. The very arguments made use of to disprove the soul's survival go only to show that the ways of the divine are mysterious. and hence Senancour concludes that to die is to close an eye which is wearied by the uncertain light of torches, and to open it in the still light of the heavenly regions. For though death may change and thought may for a time be suspended, death will destroy nothing, nor will suspension make him who meditates on eternity the sport of time. Annihilation is not in conformity with the order of the intellectual world. Here, then, and now, it is merely a time of trial, and the trial is beneficial, less or more, but it matters nothing when it procures an enduring tranquillity. O truth supreme! To live is to hope and to wait. To live now is then to be preparing for an unknown life. Now, given a God who in his essence and in the last resource is ex hypothesi unknowable, but in whose knowledge the soul may advance forever, and has actually eternity for its advancement, what are the modes and conditions of the progress? In other words, what is the doctrine of religion professed by Senancour? We must not expect in his case a too accurate use of terms, or anything really adequate in the way of definition, but we may expect that he has been taught something by experience and even by intuition. Let us recall in the first place the standpoint of Obermann as shown in the 75th letter, which may be taken to be typical and representative of anything else that has been uttered therein on the same subject. Religion, he there tells us, is a system of the wretched, that is to say, it is an anodyne invented by them or for them. We may, of course, accept the definition and may add that it is perhaps for that class of the wretched who have been said to mourn but shall yet be comforted. That is not, however, the sense of Obermann, who intends to and does class it with the rest of all vanity and bitterness. The first thing that will be noted in the Méditation, though it is not the most important in the connection, is that Senancour reverses all this and affirms that, even putting aside the question of the truth, which alone is divine, and putting aside also the question of supernatural origin, the most persuasive religion would be that which would center itself upon the suffering of man. There is perhaps no need to point out that, except accidentally or in the course of its processes, religion has very little concern with the alleviation of human or any form of suffering. Senancour makes also the mistake of supposing that these processes are of the moral order. Morality, considered in its whole extent, is the sole science to which we must cleave forever, the one alone which offers, together with present welfare, the advantage of not despairing about the future, of foreseeing a less trammelled existence, of quietly abandoning days that are drawn down into oblivion, and of discerning without terror, as we approach the end of our dreaming, the mysteries of the awakening. I must confess that this language is to me more than incomprehensible, for morality neither gives nor encourages, nor makes possible, nor concerns itself, nor is in correspondence with any mysteries of the morning of the soul. I know, of course, that the mistakes on this point are of universal diffusion, and though obviously Senancour went astray with his century on the bonds between morality and religion, there is, I think, some ground for supposing that he included in his generic use of the term morality much more than belongs to that domain of our conduct. He says, indeed, most expressly, when we cease to misconstruct all things, when we divine in each disposition of the world a secret and a marvel, when we enter into that perpetual astonishment, we acquire rectitude by a kind of necessity, we become religious without adopting errors and tranquil despite of our impotence. Senancour therefore does recognize, though somewhat vaguely, that religion is in the first place an intellectual attitude, in other words, an exercise of the will, and among the first things which it shows us, as through a strange glass of vision, is the invariable manifestation of a universal cause. It must be confessed, however, that Senancour did not usually rise above the elementary religion of conduct, the region of copybook and maxim, governed by a complete manual of manners. It will come as a surprise to my readers, having regard to the above limitation, if I now attempt to connect Senancour, as he appears in the Méditation, with men who might be supposed to belong to a very different school. I allude to the Christian mystics, the investigation of whose literature I have pursued to no small extent and in a number of divergent paths. I speak, however, with knowledge when I affirm that there is a distinct bond of such union, and as a part of his spiritual history that bond is of interest, and from more than one point of view, of importance. I propose, therefore, to indicate a few links in the chain of connection, and to institute in particular a comparison between the author of Obermann and a profound and distinguished mystic of the French school, with whom he exhibits a number of impressive analogies, and with one of whose works at least he was evidently not only acquainted but familiar. As mysticism is still regarded rather in the nature of a charge, it is a satisfaction to be able to add that, although my conclusion on this subject was reached prior to my acquaintance with the work of M. Levallois, the latter, while admitting that one must not dare to affirm mysticism of a mind so emancipated and a temperament so logical, yet bears witness that it is nothing short of mysticism which appears in the Méditation, and that he who defined religion as morality in the infinite wrote of God and of divine things, not indeed as those mystics who are inebriated with the sentiment thereof, but with a kind of calm and reposeful plenitude, everywhere reflecting itself, tincturing every detail, and impregnating even the least phrases. I suppose that the general connection between Senancour and the mystics must of necessity resolve itself into the fact that he, in common with these, had found that all things are within, that it is particularly within ourselves that our real blessings must all be sought. He is, of course, a signpost only on the road of the mystics, pointing to peace and retirement, the silence of the passions, the sufficiency of the second best, and the satisfaction and good promise of duty understood in no recondite sense, but to the heights and the depths, to the many mansions of mystery which are in the house of man, to the great desolations and derelictions, and to the great raptures, to these he does not point. Nor do I think that the mystic tendency of Senancour was first manifested in the Méditation. Even in the earlier Rêverie there is a species of averse mysticism, showing one side of the dereliction of spiritual experience with none of the consolations or the lights. I have also found in Obermann some secret ways and paths in which strange lights may be encountered, though again, and I would note here in particular the ethical discourse or manual, which, if I mistake not, is attributed somewhat fantastically to antiquity, what we find is the sorrow, the aloofness, the loneliness of the mystics, but none of their unction. In his 48th letter, Obermann approaches them more intimately, for he comes very near to the confession of universal sacramentalism, within even the Proanos, and we see that he is also in search of the lost word. He also listens for the eternal language, the voice which speaks forever behind the veils of the visible world. N'entendrons-nous jamais la parole qui anime l'univers? He asks in the Méditation. Letter 55 of Obermann may also be consulted with advantage in this connection, and more especially page 318 of the present translation. There are two aspects of the silence and speech of nature therein referred to. There is its eloquence for the mystic who knows that it is a sacramental world, and there is its silence for the mystic because the word which he seeks throughout it, though it is ever hinted, is never spoken intelligibly therein. It is also full of speech for the merely natural man who finds all that in his heart which responds to its outward voice, and it is also silent for another type of the natural man to whom its voices utter nothing because he is too full of weariness, satieties, and disillusions to have any ear for such voices. End of section 4. Section 5 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Biographical and Critical Introduction by A. E. Waite, Section 5. With reference to the specific instance which I have promised to cite, that namely of Louis Claude de Saint-Martin, I should like in the first place to say that Senancour was a reflective rather than a reading man, and had comparatively little book knowledge beyond what had been provided him at the beginning by a classical education. A list of the books which he refers to, outside any that must have been consulted for his moral and religious traditions, or his historical summaries, would not be of great length. There would be the occult philosopher Cornelius Agrippa, especially the Vanity of the Arts. There would be Eckartshausen's Cloud upon the Sanctuary, which must, I think, have impressed him. There was, of course, the Imitation. No doubt there were some of the works of St. Augustine. I am not, of course, compiling a list, but am citing a few numbers which would enter into it, and would be suited to my purpose, which is to introduce the one book which must to all appearance have sunk rather deeply into his mind, namely Saint Martin, the unknown philosopher, on the spirit of things. Senancour had, needless to say, no tendency to what is commonly understood by occult doctrine. I have noted one or two remarks in the Méditation which seem to hint at the pre-existence of the soul, but they are too dubious, too much a mere shadow of thought to bear quotation. So far, therefore, as Saint Martin was a doctrinal philosopher of the occult school, so far he has no analogies in Senancour. But it so happens that Saint Martin, great mystic that he was, had a very slight burden of inheritance from any schools of initiation, and far less than Senancour did he ever have recourse to books. He had passed through a certain school of experience, and it had affected him in specific ways, but he was a first-hand thinker in the universe, and Senancour was like him, and having regard to the similarities which I can trace in their disposition, their natural trends of thought, and the consanguinity of their early vocation towards all that they comprehended by truth, justice, and order, it would perhaps be more surprising if there were no analogies between them than that those analogies are so numerous, more especially as thoughts on fundamental subjects are often identical, independently of disposition in the thinker. Some of the analogies are even to be found in Obermann. The 89th letter is one of the triumphs of the book, with its denial and confession of a great love wedded to a great incapacity. It is in one sense the key to the general situation of Obermann. That situation is of one who does not pretend to live, but merely to observe life. And this also was the situation of Saint Martin, who tells us in his private memoranda that he had passed by life rather than lived it. We may also compare the Obermann who affirms that oblivion has become his sole asylum to the second Obermann whose tomb still cries, "Eternity, be thou my refuge." And we shall understand that Senancour must have approximated much more closely to him for whom the universe was a great fire lighted since the beginning of all things for the purification of all corrupted beings, and who also, to illustrate the correspondences, analogies, and identities with which we are here concerned, tells us that all who are instructed in fundamental truths speak the same language, for they are inhabitants of the same country. If it must be confessed that these thoughts are too remote as regards their form for Senancour to have perhaps appreciated or even tolerated them, he was not much apart from their essence. There are many passages in the Méditation which might well have been written by Saint Martin, as, for example, when Senancour formulates this aspiration: "May the sincerity of our views and the purity of our conduct make us worthy to be received among the adepts called gradually to the participation of the mystery without bounds." Senancour is in specific and in literal agreement with Saint Martin when he maintains that the principle of our actions and the real object of our desires appear alien to the present law. Had Senancour adduced this doctrine to its full term, he might have seen all Martinism or all mysticism issuing from it as tree from seed. It implies the antenatal state of man, and something in the nature of a fall, elsewhere fully recognized by Senancour, and it places man in just that position in the world which, although somewhat crass, may be best described as askew, and which was so fully recognized by Saint Martin. Man's claim to immortality is described in terms which are reminiscent of the earlier mystic. It is not our part to acquire immortality as a right, for we cannot do so, but we may obtain certain titles, and these are the title deeds of our admission into the future regions, which are discussed by Saint Martin under the grotesque figure of a ticket giving admission to a theatre. Among other matters over which the two thinkers were in substantial agreement was that, within the measure of the system and the capacity of the thoughts of either, the doctrine of endless punishment could find no place, but the objection to it, deeply rooted as it evidently was, takes in both rather a tentative and hesitating manner of expression. Again, they are both in agreement about the subject of book learning, of which I have already spoken. Saint Martin anticipated the time when even his own writings would be superfluous, because man would be taught of God and the soul. Senancour founded his objection upon the impossibility of adequate acquisition, and thought it better to dispense with what it was impossible to possess thoroughly. Both were also agreed that true foundations are wanting to human science. Saint Martin went so far as to include mathematics in his impeachment. Senancour considered that inexact proportions suffice to all our knowledge. After a profound contemplation of nature, Senancour says that the silence of the universe appalls us, but he suggests that it is listening to an irresistible voice, without which nothing that is would be established. After the same profound consideration, Saint Martin tells us that nature is like a dumb being, which depicts by motions as best it can the principal wants that consume it, but, void of speech, ever leaves its expression far below its desires, and blends ever with its gaiety some serious and melancholy characteristics which are a check on our own joy. The peculiar consolation which is ultimately derived by Saint Martin is not identical with that of Senancour, but it is very recondite, and as it involves a number of considerations which it would be impossible to make clear in a few words, we must leave it at this point. But for Saint Martin and Senancour alike, nature was a copy of the archetype. Saint Martin terms it a portrait of an absent person. Senancour tells us that the beauties about us are only feeble copies of the incorruptible beauties. Even in the outward history of the two men there are some interesting affinities and some not less interesting antitheses. Both in their youth were but feebly attracted by what Senancour terms the maxims and the unconsidered tastes of youth. I have indicated elsewhere that the same spirit which took Senancour to the mountains caused Saint Martin to lead his hidden life in the cities, and even in the highest circles of the world. I think it follows from Obermann that the inclination of Senancour towards the married state had survived his unfortunate experience. There is the same disposition in Saint Martin, who never married. But what is more curious is this, namely, that those yearnings of Obermann, which can scarcely be applied to Senancour, supplement what is wanting to the rest for the purpose of the comparison which I am making, and contain all unconsciously a more specific analogy with Saint Martin. There is evidence, as I have already said, in the case of the latter, that he also had a desire for the married state, which he only forbore to gratify through the want, as he tells us, of any divine direction on the subject. Obermann, on the other hand, awaited not the direction of the spirit, but what he terms the gift of humanity. In literary eccentricities they were also alike. They both had an inscrutable tendency to make believe that their books were not their own. The one plays at editing, the other at the mysterious deposition of manuscripts with publishers by unknown strangers. Finally, the one termed himself the unknown philosopher, and the other the unknown solitary. By way of antithesis between them, I may mention the life of Saint Martin at Lyons, surrounded by fellow mystics and strange schools of initiation, yet ever intent on God, ever doubtful of aught that hindered his progress in divine knowledge, with that life of Senancour, or rather of Obermann, also at Lyons, and writing from Lyons of suicide. The points of comparison between Obermann and the Méditations in no sense exhaust the interest of the latter work, for almost every leaf is enriched with beautiful and magical thought. It is indeed the one work of Senancour which might lend itself to an anthology of maxims such as M. Le Valois appears to have projected, and these maxims would be no slight contribution to the treasury of human thought. There are indeed many flowers which, as much for their fragrance as their beauty, will appeal to those who care to glean in this strange little garden of the soul. I have now succeeded in establishing point by point every consideration on the subject of Senancour and his Obermann with which I have any personal concern, and I should have preferred to fix here the limits of this notice. But it is desirable for the sake of completeness to deal shortly with some at least of the other works which have received so far only a bare enumeration. The bibliographical history of Senancour is still somewhat obscure, and in the early editions he is exceedingly scarce. The only work which can be said to have survived him, Obermann, is that which commanded the least circulation in his own day, though towards the close of his life it rose into prominence without any assistance from the author. A second edition was preparing in 1834, a date when the third edition of De l'Amour had been in print for 7 years. The order in which his books were published has already been noted, and as regards minor productions they can be disposed of in a rapid sketch. The variations between the first and second editions of Obermann are not nearly so marked or so numerous as between the different editions of his other works, which call for serious notice. This is to be accounted for by the fact that he was long opposed to its reappearance, and those who overruled his opposition seem also to have overruled his desire to retouch. In 1809, a note prefixed to the Rêveries assures us that a second part of Obermann will be in no wise published, and that the first part of Obermann will never be reprinted. Among others who were instrumental in reversing the latter decision, we must doubtless include Sainte-Beuve, who also provided the preface. The publisher designate was M. Arthur Bertrand, but he died suddenly while the matter was still under consideration, and it appeared in the end under other auspices. A note to the second edition refers to the determination stated in the Rêveries, and points out almost superfluously that it was one which could be abandoned without compromising the interests of any one. The present translation as it stands will sufficiently apprise the reader that the supplement is added matter peculiar to the second and third editions. A portion of the annotations is also wanting in the original, and it is significant that among them there is the important note to the 81st letter suggesting that Obermann would not have rejected the notions of fundamental religion. Evidently an afterthought prompted by the desire of the writer to save the letters from the charge of implied atheism. As regards the second part of Obermann, the statement which I have quoted from the Rêveries is not, as M. Le Valois imagines, the sole existing indication that such a sequel was ever contemplated by Senancour, of which the reader of this translation may satisfy himself by referring to the third note at the end of the present volume. In the interval between the publication of the first and second editions of Obermann, we have seen that parts of that work were transferred to the treatise on love and the later impressions of the Rêveries. As regards the latter work, it is impossible to particularize all the interpolations or additions which thus swell the volume. Entire letters of Obermann are sometimes transformed into Rêveries by the simple method of converting their titles. At other times, and more frequently, excerpts from Obermann are introduced into the text at all possible points. The work, as it originally stood, was comparatively of slender proportions, and there is no need to say that the method by which it was extended was little calculated to produce harmonious results. In a word, the majority of readers will be content with so much of the Reverie as belongs to Obermann, and will agree to neglect the rest, as to which I need only register a personal opinion, that if a collateral survey of its neglected portions were possible in this place, it would be by no means devoid of interest. It is not, however, an interest which would tempt us to reverse the judgment of Matthew Arnold, when he said that for English readers at the present day everything written by Senancour, in addition to Obermann, is negligible with the exception of the Méditation. And I can only regret that in this judgment the first-rate importance of the latter for every student of Obermann was not more explicitly indicated. This general point admitted, it remains for me to add that at the same time there are at least two other works of Senancour which cannot be dismissed lightly, one from the importance of the work and the criticism to which it lays itself open, and the other from the comparison which it suggests naturally with Obermann. Before, however, proceeding to their consideration, it would be well to deal shortly with the minor works. They fall under two heads, for I consider that it is unnecessary to dwell upon the stillborn tragedy of Valombre, while in spite of certain claims to consideration and merit, there is nothing in the Observations on the Genius of Christianity, or in the Vocabulary of Simple Truths, which is likely to be of interest except from the bibliographical standpoint, and any curiosity of this kind can be amply satisfied from the work of Levallois, who has given both of them extended consideration, and to whom therefore I refer. The heads just mentioned are A, historical, B, political, and it is difficult for an impartial observer to find anything of importance in either. At the history of Rome and at the account of China, it is altogether unnecessary to pause. It could not be said that they were of special moment even in their own day, but they appeared in a popular series, and as the publication of the first did not make the other impossible, it must be supposed that they were acceptable in an unpretentious and limited manner. In any case, they are not now otherwise than dull and unreadable, and as histories more exploded than Pinnock and Goldsmith. It is a satisfaction to be able to add that I have found it unnecessary to do more than glance at them for the purpose of this introduction. They are in truth the hack work of Senancour, written for the same reason that he contributed to the Mercury of the 19th century, namely to get bread for himself and his family, and they are doubtless that part of the work of their author to which Arnold referred when he said that Senancour pursued literature with scarcely any recommendation or reputation. The historical summary of moral and religious traditions belongs to the same class, in fact, to the same series. We must remember that Senancour was an admirer of the forgotten Boulanger, whose loss at 37 years was lamented in the annotations to Obermann, though he lived long enough to produce an ambitious treatise on Antiquity Unveiled, and there is ground for believing that the opinions of this work impressed Senancour. It is excusable, for of course Volney and Dupuy were the admitted exponents of historical religion, but the fact will not encourage us to expect any great light or wisdom in Senancour's version of the traditions of faith and ethics. Naturally, the work establishes a complete independence of morality in respect of religious belief, and it affirms further that it is only in ill-regulated states that the fear of God, so far from being the beginning of wisdom, is even so much as a consecration of the public patience. While the reason is not that the notion of deity is either fond or useless, for it is on the contrary consoling and true, and has in fact a greater part to fulfill than the mere hindering of evil, it is not less difficult to reconcile this standpoint, or the way in which it is expressed, with the Méditation of 6 years earlier. At the same time, the growth of religion in the soul is made to go hand in hand with the enlightenment of the eyes of the mind. M. Levallois, however, who has done what he could to rescue the work from oblivion, and presents to us what he regards as durable, efficacious, and essential therein, can lend it no higher interest than that which it derives, for those who take an interest in Senancour, from the prosecution which it occasioned him on the appearance of the second edition in 1827. Seeing that he escaped its consequences, the event in question is merely a startling incident in a somewhat colourless career. The prosecution was foolish and unjust, but it remains personally regrettable that Senancour could find no other and more adequate description of Christ than that of a respectable moralist, not because any description which he could offer would be of consequence, but because it is crass and banal. As regards the political pamphlets, we have seen already that when Senancour, through the pressure of necessity, had recourse to journalism, it was among the liberal journals that he pursued his métier. He was not a politician by disposition, and even in journals merely political he concerned himself rather with the ethical and religious questions of the day. His views upon fundamental questions of polity and sociology would not, I conceive, entitle him to special consideration. We know that he derived from Rousseau certain views upon the primitive state of man, and the desirability of returning thereto. It is not of much moment, but it may be fair to add that he is not in these matters a mere echo of his master. In any case, one consequence was entailed by his views. He was opposed of necessity not only to large states, but also to large cities. The happiness of man, as he understood it, could be found neither in the great empire nor in the great republic. The small town, the small canton, and the federation of states and towns commended itself to his scheme of things. All these facts have been pointed out by M. Levallois, who has taken the pains to set them forth at length and with considerable judgment. I mention them as they may interest a few persons, but most of us have now realized that the redistribution of governments and peoples is not an anodyne for humanity, and there is no need for us to enlarge upon it. There is a specimen utopia in the 14th letter of Obermann, which will serve for all his inspirations. It is bald and impossible, and though on this occasion it was scarcely seriously intended, it would be idle to take him seriously when he was most intent upon creating a philosophical commonwealth by means of pen and paper. Setting aside fundamental questions, there are matters of interest in his political pamphlets, though their point has now passed away, but here it is sufficient to observe that as a partisan of law and order he could be and was no blind admirer of the French Revolution. As the exponent of primitive simplicity and patriarchal government, he was not and could not be dazzled by the conquests of Napoleon. Finally, as a representative of the modern spirit, his sympathy could scarcely be expected with the policy of Louis XVIII., in whom he regarded it as unpardonable that he had exposed so quickly and so openly the designs of the 14th century. His estimate of Napoleon is sympathetic and exceedingly discriminating, and there was a time even when he ventured to express the hope that, having shown himself a man of strength, he might one day be in a position to prove that he was also a man of exact justice. The grave of this and many bolder aspirations lies at Waterloo. There are some things in this estimate which will recall an earlier estimate of Saint Martin, who had also looked to Napoleon, and the aspiration in question is equivalent to the aspiration of Saint Martin when he permitted himself to trust that one day the star of truth and justice would rise over his country and his life. We come now to the two works which have been reserved for final consideration. One is the treatise on love, and the other the romance of Isabelle. We have seen that the first occasioned a newspaper accusation, to which Senancour replied as he could, and we are prepared in advance by Obermann to find that the author is capable of sentiment, the domestic sense, and a certain quality of passion, but he is deficient in the power of transmutation, and at least at the period was devoid of the sense of ecstasy. I do not know that de l'Amour has ever had any serious literary notice, with the exception of the panegyric of Levallois, nor indeed within a measurable period any discriminating criticism except from Michelet, and he even can scarcely be said to have given more than a passing judgment. The four editions differ considerably from each other, and their differences are not unimportant, as evidence of the growth of the author's mind. I do not pretend to have made such a study of the work as would warrant me in choosing between them, or in offering any comparative account of them. As regards the second point, there would not be in any event an opportunity of analysis in this notice, and as regards the first, I am content to take on trust, and my readers will probably agree with me, the conclusion of Levallois, firstly, because derived opinions will serve well enough when there is no consequence of any moment attaching to them, and secondly, because the writer in question is no unsound guide on a matter the pursuit of which has been to him a labour of love. De l'amour is never likely to be translated, and would find no public if it were, nor do I see anything at this day which would warrant, in England at least, the endorsement of the very high opinion which is formed of it by M. Levallois, nor indeed following him in anything except his conclusion already mentioned, namely, that the fourth edition is the best, because his exhaustive acquaintance with all entitles him to judge of this point. That there is here keen insight, and there a page of fine writing in the better sense of the phrase, can be admitted readily enough. To say that it was a work and one of the favourites of Senancour is in fact to state as much. But to claim that it has any message to deliver at this day on the subject which it discusses would be to speak idle words for which we might be justly held accountable. Love is the mutual instrument of communication between man and the divine, and no consideration of the instrument which ignores its greatest use is worth dwelling on. All love subsisting between man and man is merely a sacramental mystery, by which we here signify and prepare for that greater communion which is to come. The aberrations, excesses, and travesties of human love may possess indeed physiological interest, but their true significance is lost when love itself is regarded from any lower standpoint than this which I have announced above. Now all this is an unknown world to Senancour, from which it follows that he has and could have nothing to impart to us, having any valid consequence whatever, and I think that people even on a lower plane of thought, who would be far from admitting or at least realizing my point of view, would find the treatise of Senancour very nearly unreadable. The one further criticism which it seems necessary to pass on this work is that it is almost wholly utilitarian, and I have personally glanced over it, seeking in vain for a single truly exalted thought. I have found instead that the utilitarian element referred to has made it possible for the author, within certain limits, to excuse things which, from the sacramental standpoint, can only be regarded as sacrilege, or, in other words, they are a part of what is mystically understood by the sacraments of Lucifer. It is one of those works which are absolutely without God in the world, and its complete and dolorous inhibition is made further evident by the fact that there is not one single reference in its pages to any divine subject. As a more express and intelligible condemnation for the ordinary reader, I need only add that it is the production of an almost dispassionate man. "Thy head is clear, thy feeling chill," says Matthew Arnold, addressing the author of Obermann. For such a disposition, the higher mysteries of Lesbos, which he speaks of indulgently, are not definitely more repellent than le lit conjugal, the usage of which he condemns. Isabelle has been sometimes described as the sequel of Obermann, its missing second part. It is nothing of the kind. As already explained, the true second part, and at the same time the antithesis of Obermann, is the Méditation. On the other hand, Isabelle connects with Obermann as a kind of complement. It is, however, more of an epistolary story. Its inferiority has been mentioned by critics in such terms as to suggest that it is worthless, but though confessedly somewhat bald, it is by no means entirely contemptible. For myself, I have turned the slight leaves of the meagre octavo with peculiar interest, and have noted many evidences of the same melancholy insight, the same forlorn felicity, the same occasional depth, the same half-conscious, half-instinctive contact with the infinite and eternal, which those who know Senancour know and admire in Obermann. In the 40 short epistles, so full of austere restraint and yet so palpitating, there is in fact the seal of Obermann. The silence of the fields does not always procure peace, says Isabelle, but it makes us realize more fully the need of it. Is not that the sentiment of Obermann and the mood of Obermann? It might be almost an excerpt from his own letters. Set free from the twofold yoke of the passions and of custom, we cling only to imperishable truth. Is that not the same point of view, the same concealed and scarcely expectant aspiration? Shall I not assume in this beautiful universe something of nobler attitude? In one way and another, was not that throughout a part of the self-questioning of Obermann? And again we exact too much, and are unreasonable, for we ask to be happy. Is not that the sad cynicism of Obermann? And yet again, to live in contentment and yet retired, our individual vigorous movement must animate that universe which unceasingly fulfills its own in a kind of chilling and silent immobility. Given Obermann's standpoint, and admitting and passing over the intentional contradiction in the terms of the statement, while it recalls many sayings of Obermann, it does not recall any that are better said or more suggestive in their own degree. And to recur to an analogy which I have already instituted, there is precisely the same vein of sentiment in Isabelle which enabled us to compare Obermann to the romances of Mrs. Ratcliffe. If Obermann is the Valancourt of the Mysteries of Udolpho, Isabelle is its Emily, and one may faintly marvel as to what would be the consequence of their nuptials, after as many adventures and mysteries of the soul as these characters experienced in the castle of the Apennines. Isabelle is not certainly great, it may even be that it is not remarkable, but it is exceedingly natural, and it shows great insight into certain phases of womanly character. It has also several memorable passages, as for example, if retirement does not become to us as an asylum, it deprives us of all other. The date of publication is subsequent to the first edition of the Free Meditations, yet many years seem to divide it from that admirable work. It is of the period of Obermann and the earlier Reverie, but with a certain vague suggestion of a little further progress. There is a dim and hesitating tendency to recognize religion and a field for its operation. It is not perhaps necessary to say that religion itself is misunderstood, that there is assumed to be an advance in religious notions when the ethical part of religion comes prominently into the mind, to the exclusion not only of what is understood to be superstition, but also of doctrine and ceremonial. As to these points, Senancour is more deeply wrong because he is partially right. Morals bear the same foundation to religion that a concrete foundation and a damp course may be held to bear to a house. So also ceremonial is not religion, any more than a scaffolding is a house. But scaffolding is not unserviceable in the course of house-making. Doctrine, again, is not religion any more than the ground plan is the house itself, yet the ground plan is not unhelpful to a scheme of architecture. I have now passed in review, as fully as these limits permit, all the memorials bequeathed to us by the author of Obermann. Those which have the elements of permanence are the notebooks of his soul in various stages of growth. Though we can trace in all a congenital intellectual limitation, which cut him off from the greater spiritual experiences, those readers for whom I have written here, and have translated the pages which follow, will, I believe, confess with me that we communicate in Senancour with an experience which is real of its kind, and is, within its own range, remarkable. The pessimist has passed into an optimist, in the better sense of the expression, and the naturalist into a mystic, too often for such variations to have in themselves any strange aspect. But the conversion, in the case of Senancour, had special characteristics of its own, which set it to some extent apart, and the records of his inward life are an interesting study, and admirable as an object lesson. Between Obermann and the Méditation there was assuredly a long pilgrimage of the soul, and though it left Senancour still far from the end, his face was set towards the everlasting Salem. And amidst much which is sad in his history, and amidst much which destroys illusion, we can still stand in spirit over his tomb at Saint Cloud, and in no uncertain manner assure ourselves that eternity has become indeed his refuge. A. E. Waite. End of section 5. Section 6 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Prefatory observations by the author. It will be seen that these letters are the self-expression of a man who feels and not of a man who acts. Memoirs of this kind are outside all concern of the uninitiated, but it is possible that they may interest the adepts. Some of these will regard with interest what has been experienced by one of their fraternity. With others there has been kindred experience, and one has come forward to describe it, or at least to attempt its description. The writer, however, must be judged by his life as a whole, and not by his earlier years, by his entire correspondence, and not by an isolated passage of a venturesome or Romanesque kind. Letters of this class, which are devoid of art or intrigue, must unavoidably meet with small favour outside the scattered and arcane association to which the writer has been affiliated by nature. The personalities which compose it are for the most part unknown. The species of private memorial which is thus bequeathed them by one of their kindred can reach them only through public channels, and that at the risk of wearying a considerable number of grave, instructed, and even amiable people. The editor's duty may be limited to a word of warning that neither genius nor science are to be found herein, that this is not to be regarded as a work, and that possibly it may even be said that it is not a reasonable book. There are numerous productions in which human nature is sketched by a few broad lines. If, notwithstanding, these prolix epistles could make a single man known almost in his completeness, they might well be both fresh and useful. They are far from fulfilling even such a restricted purpose, but if they do not in any sense contain all that might be expected, they at least comprise a part, and this is enough to justify them. These letters are not a romance. There is no dramatic movement. There are no events preconcerted and led up to, and there is no catastrophe. There is nothing in the collection which is generally understood by interest, nothing of that progressive sequence, of those episodes, of that stimulus to curiosity which are the magic of many good books and the trickery of many others. At the same time, there are descriptions to be found herein, but they are those which make for the understanding of natural things, affording lights, perhaps too often neglected, on the correspondence between man and that which he calls inanimate. The passions are also represented, but they are those of a man who was born to receive what they promise, yet to be himself without passion, to employ all but have only a single end. Love will again be discovered, but it is love experienced after a manner which perhaps remained to be expressed. Prolixities have a place also. It is not denied them in nature. The heart is seldom precise, is never a dialectician. Repetitions will be met with, but if things are good, why so sedulously avoid reverting to them? The repetitions of Clarissa, the disorder and pretended egotism of Montaigne repel none but the merely ingenious reader. Rousseau was diffuse frequently. It would appear that the author of these letters did not shrink from the prolixities and the deviations of an untrammeled style. He has written out his thought at full length. It is true that Rousseau had a right to be somewhat spun out. In the present case, the use of the same licenses simply because it has seemed to be good and natural. Finally, contradictions will be encountered, or those at least which are frequently classed as such. But why should we be offended at finding, over matters which are dubious, the for and against brought forward by the same man? As it is indispensable to combine both in order to seize their drift, to weigh, decide, and make choice, does it not come to the same thing whether they are in one book or in different books? As a fact, when advanced by one man, it is often done with more equal force in a more analogous manner, and that which it is advisable to adopt is more clearly seen. Our affections, our desires, our very sentiments, our opinions even, change through the lessons of events, the opportunities of reflection, with age, with all our nature. The man who is so utterly in agreement with himself deceives either himself or you. He has a system, he has taken a side, but the man of sincerity says to you, my feelings were those once, but they are these now. Here are my materials, build for yourself the house of your thought. It is not for the frigid man to distinguish the differences of human sensations. Just as he is unacquainted with their extent, so he is unaware of their variety. Why should diverse points of view be more astonishing at diverse ages of the same man, or even at the same moment, than they are in different men. One observes, one seeks, but does not, however, decide. Would you require that the holder of the scales should first of all find the weight which will ensure the equilibrium? Everything should be in harmony, no doubt, in an exact and logical treatise on positive subjects, but do you insist that Montaigne should be true after the fashion of Hume, and Seneca as regular as Bizet? I should consider that one must even anticipate no less or greater oppositions between the different ages of the same man than between a number of instructed persons of similar age. It is undesirable precisely for this reason that all legislators should be advanced in years, unless indeed they are a body of truly chosen men, capable of following out their general conceptions and remembrances rather than their present stage of thought. The man who is exclusively devoted to the exact sciences has alone no need to fear that he will ever be betrayed by what he wrote in a previous age. These letters are not less unequal and irregular in their style than in their subject matter. One thing only has attracted me, and this is the absence of those hyperbolical and trivial expressions which should ever seem ridiculous or feeble to a man of letters. Such conventions are either essentially vicious, or at least the frequency of their usage, by bringing them into false applications, has altered their original acceptations and caused their proper value to be forgotten. I am not seeking to justify the style of these letters. In that case I should have to deal with some methods of expression which may appear hazardous, and which nevertheless I have not changed. For much of the incorrectness I know of no valid excuse, nor can I dissimulate that a critic will find a great deal to reprehend. I am not affecting to enrich the public by a laboured performance, but to afford for a few persons scattered throughout Europe the opportunity of sharing in the sensations, the opinions, the free and inexact dreams of a man much in isolation, who wrote for himself in his solitude and not for his publisher. The editor of this work has and will still have only one object in view. Whatsoever may bear his name will tend to the same purpose. Whether he writes himself or makes public the works of others, he will never swerve aside from the moral aim. He does not seek as yet to attain it. Any important writing designed to be useful by its nature, a veritable work, such as can be sketched solely, but none can pretend to complete, should neither be put forth hurriedly, nor even undertaken too soon. End of section 6. Section 7 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. First year, letters 1 and 2. Letter 1, Geneva, July 8th, first year. 20 days only have passed since I wrote to you from Lyons. I spoke of no new intention, for I had formed none, and now I have left everything, and I am here in a foreign land. I am afraid that my letter will not find you at Chessel, and that hence I shall not hear from you with all the speed that I could wish. I am anxious to learn your views, or more accurately what they will be when this shall have reached you. I leave you to judge of my feelings if I were really in your bad books, yet I fear that you may think I deserve it, nor am I certain myself that I do not. I have not even found time to consult you. I could well have wished for an opportunity at so vital a moment. I am in doubt to this day how to regard a determination which subverts all schemes planned for my settlement in life, which transfers me abruptly into another situation, which destines me to things that were entirely unforeseen, and of which I cannot so much as anticipate the sequence and the effects. There is still more that I am compelled to admit. The step which I have taken was, it is true, as sudden as the determination which prompted it, but something more than the want of time has prevented me from writing to you. Had it been at my disposal, I think that you would have been none the wiser. I should have been afraid of your caution. For once in the world it seemed necessary to throw discretion to the winds. A narrow and timorous prudence in those to whom fate had confided me spoiled my first years, and I verily believe has wrought me permanent injury. The way of wisdom lies between diffidence and temerity. The path is difficult. Wisdom must be our guide so far as her horizon is clear. But as to things unknown, we have only instinct. If the latter be more hazardous than caution, at least it accomplishes greater results. It either destroys or preserves us. At times its rashness proves our sole refuge, and its part is happily to repair the calamities which have been brought about by discretion. We must either drag the weight of the chain for ever, or it must be cast off without pausing to deliberate. One or the other seems to me unavoidable. If you are of the same mind, encourage me by saying so. Well do you know the galling chain which has just been broken. I was required to undertake what it was impossible for me to fulfill properly, to embrace a state of life on account of its emolument, to dedicate the capacities of my being to that which is essentially repugnant to its nature. Ought I to have stooped to a momentary compliance, to the deception of a kinsman by persuading him to believe that I should adopt permanently what I could have begun only with a longing to abandon, and thus live in a condition of embroilment, in an unending loathing? May he admit my inability to comply and hold me excused. May he end by realizing that conditions so diverse and so antagonistic, wherein the most contrary dispositions find that which belongs to them, cannot be suited indifferently to every temperament; that it is insufficient for a way of life which has contending interests and competitions for its object to be reputed honest, because one may amass therein without thieving some 30 or 40,000 livres per annum, and that, in a word, I could not forego being a man in order to be a man of business. I make no attempt to bias you, I state the facts. It is for you to judge concerning them. As you have yourself remarked, a friend's part is to decide without too much partiality. Had you chanced to be at Lyons, I should scarcely have formed my resolve before consulting you, for then I must have hidden myself away. As it was, I had merely to remain silent. As chance itself is invoked to authorize those steps which we conclude to be unavoidable, I thought it fortunate that you were away. I could never have gone contrary to your opinion, but I was not sorry to act without it, so conscious was I of all that could be urged by reason against the law which a species of fatality imposed on me, against the emotion which carried me away. I have followed rather this private but magisterial impulse than cold temptations to calculate and defer, which, under the guise of caution, may perhaps partake largely of my own indolent constitution, and of a certain infirmity in performance. I have taken the step, and I am glad of it. But where is the man who can ever feel positive that he has acted wisely as regards the final consequences of things? I have been explaining to you why I have failed to adopt the course that was required of me. I must now say why I have not done anything else. I examined whether I should discard absolutely that calling which I was desired to accept, and by this I was led to consider what other I might assume, and on what resolution I should fix. It was a case of adopting, of starting, perhaps for life, what so many people, void of all other inner resources, designate as a calling. I found none that was not foreign to my nature or opposed to my judgment. I questioned my real self. I reviewed rapidly all that environed me. Of my fellow men, I demanded whether they felt as I did, of things whether they accorded with my tastes, and I found that there was harmony neither between myself and society, nor between my wants and the conventions which it has fashioned. I paused in dismay, conscious that I was about to consign my life to unendurable tedium, to mortifications as endless as they would be without object. I set before my heart in succession all that men seek in the various occupations which they choose. I sought even by the charms of imagination to embellish those manifold designs which they offer to their passions and the visionary aims to which they ordain their years. I sought, I say, but I failed. Why is earth thus stripped of illusions in my eyes? Satiety I have in no wise known, the void I find everywhere. In that day, the first which made known to me the nothingness whereby I am encompassed, in that day which transformed my life, had the leaves of my destiny been placed in my hands to be turned or closed forever, with what apathy should I have surrendered the empty progression of these hours, so protracted and yet so fleeting, steeped in so much of bitterness and comforted by no true joy? As you are aware already, it is my ill fortune that I have never been young. The long-drawn weariness of my earlier years has seemingly eradicated illusion. I am undeceived by the embellishments of external things. My half-closed eyes are never dazzled. Too fixed are never astonished. That day of vacillation was at least a day of light. It led me to recognize within myself what heretofore I could never discern clearly. In the greatest perplexity which I had ever known, I enjoyed for the first time the consciousness of my true self. Pursued even in the mournful repose of my accustomed impassiveness, and compelled to be something, I became at length myself. And in these emotions, till then unknown, I was conscious of an energy, at first constricted and dolorous, but with a species of repose in its fullness which till then I had not experienced. This agreeable and unexpected condition induced the train of thought which determined me. It seemed to offer the explanation of a fact which is one of daily observance, that actual disparities of fortune are not the governing occasions of the felicity or misery of men. I reflected that the true life of man is within him, while that which he derives from without is only adventitious and subservient. He is immeasurably more influenced by objects in accordance with the circumstances in which they find him than in accordance with their own nature. During the whole period of a life which is subject to their unending modifications, it is possible for him to become their result. But in this ever-shifting series, it is he only who abides in spite of change, whilst the outward things related to him are transformed entirely. It follows that each one of the impresses which they make on him depends far more, as concerns his felicity or misfortune, on the condition in which it finds him, than either on the sensation which it occasions, or the change for the time which it effects in him. To be that which he ought is thus in each specific moment of his life what is vital above all things to man. The advantageous adjustment of his surroundings takes a lower rank. It is a benefit of a subordinate grade for any given moment, but the succession of these impulsions becomes in their aggregate the true originals of the inward motions of man, and hence, if each one of such influences be singly almost neutral, their sum total does not the less constitute our destiny. Is everything of equal importance in this round of reciprocal relations and effects? Is man, whose absolute liberty is so dubious and his ostensible liberty so restricted, compelled to exercise a constant option, demanding an unwavering will, ever free and powerful? Whilst he can control so few events, and can so little govern the majority of his own inclinations, is it essential for the peace of his life that he should foresee all, should direct all, and determine everything with so much solicitude that even if successful invariably, it must still be the torment of that life? Should it be equally essential to control these two motions with their uniformly mutual operation? But if this, notwithstanding, should exceed the powers of man, and if the very effort necessary to produce it be diametrically contrary to the ease which is anticipated therefrom, how can we most closely approximate to this result, while renouncing the impracticable means which at first sight seemed alone capable of ensuring it? The solution of this problem would be the grand achievement of human wisdom, and the prime object which could be offered to that inward law which impels us to seek for happiness. To this enigma I thought that I had found an elucidation corresponding to my present needs. Perhaps they helped to my acceptance of it. I considered that the first condition of things was most vital of all in this oscillation which is reacting incessantly, and in consequence invariably draws less or more from that first estate. I reflected, let us before all be that which becomes us. Let us take up that position which suits our nature, and then give way to the current of events, striving only to be preserved in conformity with ourselves. Thus, whatever may bechance, free from all alien anxieties, we shall determine outward things, not by their transformation in themselves, which to us matters little, but by ruling their influence upon us, which is alone of consequence, is the most easy to accomplish, and does more to maintain our being by restricting and returning upon itself the conserving effort. Whatsoever be the effect which is produced on us by that absolute influence of things which is not to be changed by us, we retain always in the last resource much of the impulse that was originally imparted, and thereby we approximate more than we could otherwise hope for to the happy perseverance of the wise. So soon as man begins to reflect, from the moment that he ceases to be borne away by the first appetite and the unconsidered laws of instinct, all equity and morality become to some extent a question of casting up, and caution consists in the calculation of the greater or the less. I thought that I could discern in my conclusion as clear a result as that which follows a procedure with numbers. Since I am giving you an account of my intentions and not of my mind, and am far less concerned in justifying my decision than in indicating how I reached it, I shall not attempt to render a better account of my reckoning. In conformity with this point of view, I abandon the remote and manifold anxieties of the future, which are always so exhausting and often so vain. Once and for all life, I devote myself solely to the disposition both of myself and of outward things. I do not in any sense dissemble how far this work is likely to remain incomplete, or how much I may be deflected by circumstances, but I shall at least do all that is in my power. I have deemed it necessary to change things before changing myself. This initial enterprise may well be achieved more quickly than the second, and it was not in accordance with my old way of life to be concerned seriously about myself. The alternative of the crucial moment in which I found myself drove me to ponder first of all over external alterations. It is in the exemption from outward influences, as in the silence of the passions, that it is possible to examine ourselves. I seek a refuge among these still mountain places, which in their distant view impressed my early years. I have no notion where I shall halt, but write to me at Lausanne. Letter 2, Lausanne, July 9, 1. It was night when I reached Geneva, and I took up my quarters in a none too cheerful hostel, where my windows opened on a courtyard. The arrangement did not displease me. On my entrance into so glorious a country, I deferred willingly the kind of surprise which is attendant on a novel pageant. Wishing to enjoy it in its fullness instead of reducing its effect by a gradual experience, I kept it for the brightest hour of the morning. On leaving Geneva, I set forward, solitary, free, devoid of precise end, with no other guide than a passable map which I carry about me. I was starting on my independent life. I was about to take up my abode in perhaps the one country of Europe where, in a climate of moderate clemency, the scenic wildness of natural situations may still be found. Soothed by the very effect of that energy which had been aroused by the conditions of my exodus, satisfied in the possession of my true nature for the first time in the course of my nugatory days, looking for simple and sublime enjoyments, with the eagerness of a youthful heart, and that sensibility, the fruit at once bitter and precious of my prolonged weariness, I was fervid and yet tranquil. I was happy under the shining sky of Geneva, when the sun, soaring above the lofty snows, unfolded before me this matchless region. It was in the vicinity of Coppet that I beheld the dawn, not in barren beauty, as I had seen it times out of number, but invested with a loveliness so grand and exalted that the veil of illusion fell once more before my dejected eyes. You are unacquainted with this country, which, according to Tavernier, can be compared only with a single place in the East. You can form no exact notion concerning it. The majestic effects of nature can never be pictured as they are. Had I less realized the augustness and accordance of the whole, had not the translucent air invested it with an aspect which words fail to portray, had I been other than I am, I might attempt to bring before you these snow-bound and flaming pinnacles, these clouded vales, these black scarps of the Savoy slopes, the hills of Vaud and the Lesser Jura, perhaps too beaming but overshadowed by the Alps of Gruyère and Ormond, and the vast waters of Le Mans, and all the movement of its waves, and all its measured serenity. Possibly my inward state added lustre to these places. No man perhaps has experienced in their presence all that was felt by me. It is the faculty of far-reaching sensibility to derive more intense delight from its own impressions than from positive enjoyments. The latter make known their limits, but those which promise this sentiment of an illimitable power are vast like it, and seem to body forth that unknown world which we are forever seeking. I should hesitate to affirm that the man whose heart has been lacerated by habitual sufferings may not be endowed by his very wretchedness with a capacity for pleasures which are unknown to the happy, and possess over theirs the advantage of a greater independence and a permanence which supports even old age. For myself, in this moment, which needed only another heart to beat in unison with my own, I experienced how much 1 hour of life outvalues a year of existence, how relative is all within us and without us, and how our misfortunes are consequent in the main on our misplacement in the order of things. The high road from Geneva to Lausanne is pleasant throughout. For the most part, it follows the shores of the lake, and it led me towards the mountains. I had no thought of leaving it, nor did I pause till, approaching Lausanne on a slope with the town out of sight, I awaited the close of day. The evenings are unpleasant at the inns, except when the fire and the twilight help out the time till supper. When the days are long, this tiresome hour can be avoided only by eschewing travelling during the heat, which is just what I failed to do. Since my time at Forêt, it has been my habit to journey afoot when the country is attractive, and once I am on the way, a species of impetuosity forbids my pausing till I am almost at the end of my excursion. Conveyances are essential to carry one quickly along the dusty highway and the rutted and miry tracks over the plains, but enfranchised from business and abroad in the real country, I see no need to travel by post, and one is shackled too much by taking one's own horses. I confess that an arrival on foot is not, just at first, so well received at the inns, but it is only a matter of moments for a host who knows his business to distinguish some dust on the shoes from a pack on the shoulders, and that there is sufficient prospect of emolument to make him uncover with a due air of respect. You will soon find the servants inquiring much as they would do to any one, "Has the gentleman given his orders?" I was under the pines of Jura. The evening was enchanting. The woods were still. The air was placid. The summit softened, but not clouded. All seemed stationary, illumined, statuesque, and even as I raised up my eyes, long fastened on the moss where I reclined, I experienced an august fantasy which was prolonged by my musing mood. The steep slope stretching downwards to the lake was hidden from me by the rising ground on which I sat, and the surface of the lake, as if sloping steeply, seemed to lift up its opposite bank in the air. Mists partly invested the Savoy Alps, which appeared to merge into them and to be draped in the same hues. The glow of the setting sun and the vacant space of air in the depth of Valais exalted these mountains, isolating them from earth by screening their base, and their vastness, void of conformation or complexion, obscure and snow-clad, was imaged forth as a concourse of tempestuous clouds hanging out in space. There was no longer any earth save that which held me up over vacancy, alone in the midst of the illimitable. Such a moment befitted the first day of a new life. I shall know few like it. It was my intention to finish by chatting to you quite at my ease, but sleep is weighing alike on hand and head. These memories, or the luxury of imparting them, can stave it off no longer, and I will abandon thus feebly translating what I have felt so keenly. Hard by Nayon, I had an unclouded view of Mont Blanc from its apparent foundations upward, but the time was by no means propitious. It was badly lighted. End of section 7. Section 8 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. First year, letters 3 and 4. Letter 3. Calais, July 11, 1. I have little ambition to scour Switzerland in the capacity of a tourist or curiosity seeker. It is my wish to be here because I feel that I should not be at my ease elsewhere. This is the one country bordering on my own which affords, speaking generally, some of those things that I need. In what direction I shall turn I am still undecided. Knowing nobody, and having ties of no kind herein, my choice can be ruled only by considerations borrowed from the nature of the localities. In those which I should prefer, the Swiss climate is an impediment. I shall require some settled retreat for the winter season, and this is the first point that I must determine, but long winters characterize these high regions. I was told at Lausanne, here is the choicest part of Switzerland, and that which is preferred by all foreigners. You have seen Geneva and the shores of the lake. You have still to see Iverdun, Neufchâtel, and Berne. Local also is usually visited, being famous for its industrial art. As for the rest of the country, it is altogether wild. One gets over the English passion for exhausting and imperiling oneself in order to contemplate ice and sketch waterfalls. Fix your quarters here. The Pays de Vaud is the only region which is suited to a foreigner, and in the Pays de Vaud there is only Lausanne, above all, for a Frenchman. I gave them my full assurance that I should not select Lausanne, and they regarded me as highly ill-advised. In the Pays de Vaud there are conspicuous beauties, but I am convinced beforehand that as regards its greater portion it is one of those places which I shall least care for in Switzerland. The country and the people are pretty much the same as elsewhere, and I am in search of other manners and a new nature. If I were acquainted with German, I think it possible that I might go to Lucerne, but French is understood only in a third part of Switzerland, and this third is exactly the most vivacious and the least removed from French customs, all of which things occasion me profound indecision. I have very nearly determined to see the shores of Neufchâtel and the Bas-Valais, after which I might turn towards Schwitz or into the Unterwalden, notwithstanding the grave obstacle of a language with which I am wholly unfamiliar. Having noticed a little lake which is called Debray or Debray in the maps, and is located at some height in the regions above Cully, I repaired hither with the idea of visiting watersides that are almost unknown and remote from frequented roads. This project I have foregone. I fear that the district will prove simply mediocre, and that the ways of the country folk so near to Lausanne will suit me even less. I had intended to cross the lake, and yesterday chartered a boat to take me over to the Savoy side. This design I have also had to relinquish. The weather has been bad all day, and the surface of the water is still greatly disturbed. The storm itself is now over, the evening fine. My windows open on the lake. The white spume of the surges is flung from time to time into my room. It has even splashed the roof. The wind is blowing from the southwest in such a way that it is here exactly that the waves are at their strongest and highest. Believe me that this motion and these measured sounds impart a strong impetus to the soul. Had I to come out from ordinary life, had I to make my own way in the world, and did I feel depressed notwithstanding, I should ask only for a quarter of an hour by myself before a storm-tossed lake. It would scarcely, I think, be the great things of existence which would not come natural to me. I am looking with considerable impatience for the answer which I have asked you to give me, and though it cannot reach me as yet, I am continually on the point of sending over to Lausanne in case they have omitted to forward it. Beyond doubt it will tell me in no undecided way all that you think sincerely, along what lines you forecast the future, and whether, seeing what I am, I have erred in doing that which for many others would have been a very thoughtless course to pursue. I have taken your advice upon trifles, and my most important resolution independently. For all that, you will not refuse to give me your opinion, which must either depress or encourage me. You have already forgotten that in this instance I have made my plans as if I wished to conceal them from you. A friend's misdeeds may be present in our thoughts, but not in our feelings. I congratulate you on having to forgive me a few weaknesses. Without this, I should not have as much pleasure in relying on you. My own strength would fail to afford me the palladium of your own. I write to you just as I should speak, much as one talks to himself. Sometimes we have nothing to say to one another, and yet we feel the need of conversation. It is at such times that we gossip most at our ease. I know of no walk which is so truly enjoyable as one which is without object, when the walk is for the sake of walking, looking round without wishing for anything, in an unruffled and almost cloudless hour, free of business, indifferent about time, reconnoitring as by chance the wilds and woods of some unknown country. The talk runs on mushrooms, on deer, and on the dry leaves beginning to fall. Perhaps I turn to you and remark, here is a spot which is almost the counterpart of one where my father stopped nearly 10 years ago to play a game of quoits with me, and where he left his hunting knife, which was not to be found next day. And then in your turn you tell me, just where we crossed the brook is a place which would have pleased my own parent. Towards the close of his life he would drive a full league from the town into a dense wood where there were rocks and water. He would alight from the carriage, and sometimes alone, sometimes with me for his companion, take his seat on a rocky boulder. Together we would read the lives of the fathers of the desert, and he would say to me, had I entered a monastery in my youth in obedience to my call from God, I should have escaped the disappointments which have been my lot in the world. I should not be today so infirm and broken. Yet I should have had no son, and in dying should have left nothing behind me on the earth. And now he is no more. Both of them are dead and gone. There are men who imagine themselves to be walking in the country when they are proceeding in a straight line down a dusty lane. They have dined, let us say, but they will take a turn just as far as the statue, and then go home to backgammon. We, on the contrary, when we were lost in the woods of Forez, went forward free and at random. There was something of solemnity in those memories of a time then already remote, which seemed to revisit us amidst the denseness and grandeur of the forest. How the soul is enlarged when she meets with things beautiful, and at the same time unforeseen. I would not have all that is hers prearranged and regulated. Let the mind be permitted to pursue its quests in a methodical manner, and to systematize that which it performs. But for the heart it should not toil. Insist on it producing, and it will bring forth nothing. Cultivation only makes it barren. Recollect the letters which were written by R. to L., whom he denominated his friend. There was not a little wit in those performances, but of unconstraint nothing. Each individually constituted a distinct thesis and turned on a special subject. Every paragraph contained its own object and its proper thought. It was prepared as if for the press, like the sections of a didactic treatise. We are not, I think, very likely to follow this example. Where is our need for wit? When friends converse, it is to say anything that comes into their heads. There is only one feature that I stipulate for on your part. Let your letters be long. Give time to your writing, so that it may take me time in the reading. For myself, I shall often furnish the precedent. As to their contents, I am under no apprehension. That which we think and feel we shall say of necessity, and is not this just what we should say? When people prepare for a gossip, are they careful to premise, talk about this, talk about that, divide the subject, begin at that point or at this? Supper came in as I sat down to write, and they are lamenting that the fish is cold, or will at least be good eating no longer, and so farewell. It is trout from the Rhone. They have been singing its praises as if they did not know well enough that I am to eat alone. Letter 4, TL, July 19, 1. I've been on to Iverdun. I've seen Neufchâtel, Bienne, and the vicinity. I'm staying some days at Thiel, on the frontier of Neufchâtel and Berne. At Lausanne, I took one of those hired coaches which are so common in Switzerland. I did not fear the tediousness of a conveyance. I was too much taken up with my situation, my hopes so doubtful, the uncertain future, the present already useless, and the emptiness past all bearing which I find everywhere. I am sending you a few lines written at various points on the road. At Iverdun. I rejoice for a moment to feel myself free, and amidst scenes so lovely. I thought to find a better life among them, but I will confess to you that I am not satisfied. At Meudon, in the heart of the Pays de Vaud, I asked myself, should I lead a happy life in these places, so extolled and so sought after? But a profound weariness drove me onward immediately. Subsequently, I endeavored to deceive myself by referring this sensation chiefly to a depressing feature of the place. Meudon is well timbered and scenic, but then there is no lake. I decided to stay the night at Iverdun, trusting by its shores to recover that sense of ease, intermingled with melancholy, which I prefer to gladness. The valley is beautiful, and the town one of the prettiest in Switzerland, but notwithstanding the scenery, notwithstanding the lake, notwithstanding the loveliness of the day, I have found Iverdun sadder than Meudon. What manner of surroundings must I have? At Neufchâtel. This morning I left Iverdun, sweet town that it is, in other eyes so pleasant, but mournful in my own. Why it was so I do not yet understand altogether. I know only that today finds me in another frame of mind. If I had to defer the choice of a retreat such as I require, I would more willingly spin out a whole year at Neufchâtel than a month at Iverdun. At Saint-Blaise, I am back from an excursion in the Val de Travers. There I began to realize more fully what kind of country I am in. The shores of the Lake of Geneva are indisputably fine, and yet it seems to me that similar beauties might be found elsewhere, and so far as concerns the people, it is quite certain that in themselves, and that which belongs to them, they are similar to those of the plains. But this valley, hollowed out of the Jura, has the seal of simplicity and grandeur. It is full of wildness and yet of life. It is at once calm and romantic, and though it has no lake, it has impressed me more than did the shores of Neufchâtel or even of Geneva. Here the land seems to be less under the dominion of man, while man himself is less given over to paltry conventions. The eye is not so incessantly beset by ploughed fields, vineyards, and villas, the fallacious wealth of so many unfortunate countries. But large villages, but stone-built houses, but quest, vanity, appellations, wit, the caustic vein. Whither do empty dreams carry me? At every pace the illusion comes and goes. One hopes and is discouraged at each step, and is in constant mutation in this land so different not only from other places, but from itself. I go on to the Alps. At Thiel, I reached Vevey by way of Morat and did not propose to make a stay here, but yesterday I was struck at my awakening by the most magnificent spectacle which morning can produce in a country, the characteristic charm of which is notwithstanding more pastoral than majestic. Hence I have been led to tarry here for a few days. My window remained open all night in accordance with my custom. Towards 4 in the morning I was aroused by the brightness of the dawn and by the fragrance of new-mown hay, cut during the cool hours in the light of the moon. I expected some ordinary scene, and stood in amazement for a moment. The rains of the solstice had maintained the abundance of water previously accumulated by the wellspring of the snows of Jura. The space between the lake and Thiel was almost completely flooded. The highest spots formed insulated pastures in the midst of these plains of water, ridged by the cool morning wind. Far driven by the wind over the half-submerged shore might be seen the waves of the lake. She-goats and cows, led by their herdsman, drawing rustic sounds from his horn, passed at the moment along a tongue of dry land which remained between the flooded plain and Thiel. Stones placed at the most difficult points afforded or continued this kind of natural causeway. It was not possible to discern the grazing ground which these tractable beasts were destined to attain, and by their tardy and vacillating gait it might be thought that they were making for the lake, to be submerged therein. The heights of Aîné and the dense forests of Julemont rose from the breast of the waters like an island, still wild and uninhabited. The mountainous chain of Vuilly skirted the lake on the verge of the horizon. Towards the south the expanse was prolonged behind the slopes of Montmirail, and beyond all these objects 60 leagues of Ionian ice imposed on the whole country the matchless grandeur of those bold features which constitute the sublime in scenery. I took my dinner with the toll-collector, who rather pleased my humour. He is a man more inclined for smoking and drinking than for rancour, scheming, and self-torment. I seem to tolerate in others some habits which I have no intention of adopting. They are a refuge from weariness. They help to fill up the time without the trouble of taking thought to fill it. They dispense one from many things that are worse, and in place of that repose of felicity which is seen on no face, they imprint at least that of a sufficing distraction which conciliates all and is opposed only to the acquisitions of the mind. I took the key with me in the evening, so that I could return late without being troubled as to time. The moon had not yet risen, and I strayed the length of the green waters of Thiel. But feeling disposed for continued dreaming, and finding in the warmth of the night an excuse for passing the whole of it in the open air, I took the road to Saint Blaise, leaving it at a little village named Marin, which has the lake on the south, and descending a steep slope to recline on the sand where the waves broke and expired. The air was serene, no veil of mist was visible on the lake. All things slept, some in forgetfulness of their toils, others in that of their sorrows. The moon rose, I tarried a long time, and about morning it poured upon the earth and the waters the ineffable sadness of its last glories. Very grand seemed nature when, amidst prolonged meditation, there was heard the roll of the waves upon the deserted shore, in the calm of a night still glowing, and still enlightened by a dying moon. Indescribable tenderness, charm, and torture of our empty days, vast consciousness of a nature which is everywhere overwhelming and everywhere inscrutable, universal passion, advanced wisdom, voluptuous abandonment, all that a mortal heart can hold of deep needs and deep weariness, all these did I feel, all pass through on that ineffaceable night. I took an ominous stride towards the age of decadence. I consumed 10 years of my life. Happy is the simple man whose heart is forever young. There, amidst the repose of the night, I questioned my doubtful destiny, my perturbed heart, and that unimaginable nature, which, including all things, seems, notwithstanding, to exclude what is sought by me in my yearnings. Who am I then? I asked myself. What mournful blending of universal affection and indifference for all ends of actual life? Does imagination impel me to seek in a fantastic order for objects preferred solely because their visionary substance, susceptible of arbitrary mutation, assumes in my eyes the specious forms of ideal beauty, free from still more fantastic alloy? Thus, observing correspondences in things which can scarcely be said to subsist between them, and for ever seeking that which I shall never obtain, an alien amidst veritable nature, a laughing stock in the midst of men, I shall be foredoomed always to vain inclinations, and, whether in life I follow my own bent or the will of others, in extrinsic oppression or in my private constraint, I shall have nothing but the eternal torture of an existence which is always repressed and always miserable. But the extravagances of an inflamed and inordinate imagination are as much without stability as without control, sport of the ebb and flow of his passions, and of their headlong and unstemmed fervour. Such a man will know neither continuity in his tastes nor tranquillity in his heart. What should I share in common with him? All my tastes are consistent. What I love is unaffected and natural. I would form only simple habits, serene friendships, and follow an unvaried life. How should my yearnings be disorderly? I observe in them only the need, the consciousness of harmony and of the fitness of things. How should my inclinations be hateful to other men? I love only that which the best of them have also loved. I seek what all may have, what is necessary to the wants of all, what would put a period to their wretchedness. I seek only the life of the good, and my peace in the peace of all. True it is that I love nature only, but for this very reason I do not by any means love myself exclusively, even in my self-love, and other men are comprised in that nature which I love the more on account of them. A despotic emotion attaches me to all lovable impressions. My heart, full of itself, of humanity, and of the primeval harmony of beings, has never known personal or fiery passions. I love myself, but as within nature, as in the order that she wills, as associated with the man whom she wills, as associated with the man whom she begets, and in consonance with the totality of things. In truth, unto this present at least, nothing which exists possesses my affection fully. An inexpressible emptiness is the unfailing characteristic of my thirsting soul. But all that which I love might be earth in its fullness, might exist after my own heart, without anything being transformed in nature or in man himself, excepting the transient contingencies of the social order. No, not of such is the eccentric man. His extravagance has artificial causes. There is no connection or harmony in his affections, and seeing that the erroneous and the incongruous are in human innovations exclusively, all the objects of his distraction are derived from that order of things by which the insensate passions of men are excited, and the persistent fermentation of their minds forever agitated in contrary directions. For myself, I love things which are, and I love them as they are. I desire not, seek not, conceive not anything outside of nature. Far as my thought may go astray and direct itself towards austere or fantastic objects, towards things that are remote or extraordinary, and conscious only of apathy towards that which is offered ready and at hand, that which nature normally produces, I aspire to what is refused me, things strange and rare, unlikely circumstances, and a Romanesque destiny. Still, on the other hand, I ask through all my life that alone which nature contains of necessity, which men should all possess, which alone can occupy our days and satisfy our hearts, in a word, that which comprises life. As I do not need things that are difficult of attainment or are reserved for a few, so also I require not things new, variable, or manifold. That which has once pleased will please me permanently. What has once sufficed for my wants will answer for them through all time. Any day, like another day, which proved a happy one, is also happy for me. And as the peremptory needs of my nature are always pretty much the same, seeking that only which they exact, I desire invariably much about the same things. Supposing that I am contented today, I shall be the same tomorrow to the year's end and throughout my whole life, while if my lot be uniform, at the same time my wishes are so simple that they can never fail to be fulfilled. The love of power or of riches is scarcely less foreign to my character than are covetousness, revenge, or hate. There is nothing which should estrange others of my kind from me. I am a competitor with none of them. I can no more be jealous of them than I can hate them. I should repudiate that which misleads them, reject the opportunity to prevail over them, and I do not wish even to transcend them in merit. I confide in my natural goodness, happy in the fact that I need few efforts to prevent me from doing evil. I shall not torture myself unnecessarily, and on condition that I am an honest man, I shall not assume to be a virtuous one. Virtue is in itself very considerable, but I am so fortunate that it is not indispensable, and I shall abandon it to others, which is to destroy the sole emulation possible between them and me. Their virtues are ambitious like their passions. They parade them ostentatiously, and what they seek by their means is above all the primacy. I am not in the lists against them, not even for that prize. What shall I lose by relinquishing such preeminence in their favour? Among the qualities which they designate virtues, those alone are helpful which are native to the man who is constituted as I find myself to be, and as I would willingly believe that every man is originally. For the others, they are complex, arduous, imposing, arrogant, and they in no sense derive immediately from the nature of humanity, for which reason I perceive them to be either false or vain, and am little desirous to earn the merit thereof, as, to say the least, it is uncertain. I do not stand in need of exertion to attain what belongs to my nature, and have no wish to expand it so that I may compass what is opposed thereto. My reason rejects such a course, and gives assurance that, for me at least, these pretentious virtues would be adulterants and the beginning of perversion. The sole effort which is asked of me by the love of what is good is a confirmed watchfulness, which never suffers the canons of our counterfeit morality to win entrance into a soul that is too upright to be adorned by them externally, and too simple to receive them within it. Such virtue I owe to myself, and such only I enjoin thereon. I feel irresistibly that my inclinations are natural. It remains only for me to watch myself vigilantly, and to turn aside from their general direction every particular impulsion which could intermix therewith, to preserve myself ever simple and ever upright in the midst of the everlasting mutations and upheavals which the tyranny of a hazardous condition and the subversions of so many variable things may have in store for me. It is my duty, whatsoever may befall, to abide the same always, myself forever, not absolutely as I am in those habits which are opposed to my needs, but that which I feel myself to be, that which I wish to be, that which I am in that inward life, which is the sole refuge for my sorrowful affections. I will question myself, and I will sift myself. I will probe this heart, which is naturally leal and loving, but which so many mortifications may well have already discouraged. I will decide what I am, let me say rather what I ought to be, and this state, once clearly discerned, I will strive to maintain it through my whole life, convinced that nothing which is natural to me is either perilous or reprehensible, assured that no one is ever good unless he is in accord with his nature, and resolved to restrain those of my inclinations alone which tend to falsify my original disposition. I have known the zeal of arduous virtues. In my arrogant misconception, I thought to substitute this equally illusory motive for the elusive motives of social life. With impassive stability, I braved misfortune as I braved the passions, and I was convinced that I should be the happiest of men if I became the most virtuous. The deception lasted in its full force for nearly a month, but a single incident dispelled it. Then all the bitterness of a faded and fugitive life flowed down to fill my soul in the dereliction of the last juggle which imposed on it. Since that moment I make no pretence to employ my life, I seek only to fill it. I no longer desire to enjoy, but merely to suffer it. I do not exact that it should be virtuous, but only that it should never be culpable. And this even, where shall I hope for it? Where secure it? Where shall I find those spacious, natural, well-used, regular days? Where be insured against misfortune? No more than this I desire. But what a destiny is that, where sorrows abide, where joys are found no more! Some tranquil days will perchance be afforded me, but no more days of enchantment, days of ecstasy, never a space of pure delight, never. And I am not yet 21 years of age, and I came into the world sensitive, sanguine, and I have never known enjoyment. And after death, nothing left in life, nothing in nature. I did not weep. I possess no longer the gift of tears. I feel that I have become congealed. I rose, I walked, and activity was serviceable to me. Insensibly I recurred to my first quest. How shall I regulate myself? Can I do so? And what surroundings shall I select? How, in the midst of men, can it be possible to live otherwise than they? Yet how be remote from them on this earth which they exhaust to its remotest corners? Even that which money cannot purchase is only insured by money, and thereby alone can that which it procures be avoided. The fortune which I might attain is wasting. That which I have is precarious. My absence, perhaps, will consummate the loss of all, and I am not of the kind to carve out for myself a new destiny. As to all this, however, I believe that things must be permitted to take their course. My situation depends on conditions which are yet remote as to consequences. It does not by any means follow that even at the expense of the present I could secure the means of disposing at my will of the future. I shall wait. I will give no ear to an unprofitable prudence which would devote me afresh to that weariness that has passed beyond bearing. But here and now it is impossible for me to arrange for always and to assume a defined position or an invariable way of life. I must needs procrastinate, it may be for long to come, and so slips life away. Still must some years be surrendered to the freaks of destiny, to the concatenation of circumstances, to counterfeit expediency. I am about to live as by chance, devoid of any definite scheme, waiting for that moment when I shall be able to pursue the plan which alone befits me. Happy shall I be if in the time which I renounce I succeed in preparing a better one, if I can select for my future life its localities, its way, its customs, if I can govern my inclinations, restrain myself, keep back in detachment and within the bounds of a fortuitous compulsion, this eager and simple heart to which nothing will be granted, if I can school it to find nourishment in its deprivation, to repose in the void, to keep at peace in this hateful silence, to subsist amidst the dumbness of nature. You who know and you who understand me, but happier and wiser, give way without impatience to the conventions of life. You comprehend what in me, amidst the estrangement in which we are doomed to live, are the needs which cannot be satisfied. There is one thing at least to comfort me, that I possess you. Here at least is a sentiment which will not pass away. But as we have invariably agreed, it is indispensable that my friend should feel in unison with myself, that our lot should be one, that our life should elapse together. How often have I lamented that we do not stand thus in relation to each other? With whom could an unconditional familiarity be so sweet or so natural for me? Have you not been to me heretofore my second nature? You recall that admirable dictum, est aliquid sacri in antiquis necessitudinibus. I regret that it was not uttered by Epicurus or even by Leontius rather than by an orator. You are the support upon which I love to lean amidst the inquietude which misguides me, whither I love to return when I have ransacked everything and find that I am alone in the world. Could we live together, could we be sufficient to one another, then should I cease my wanderings, then enter into rest. I should achieve something on earth, and real life would begin for me. But I must needs wait, I must needs quest, I must press on towards the unknown, and all unconscious whither I am speeding, flee away from the present, as if I had something to expect from the future. You forgive my retirement, you justify it even. And notwithstanding, lenient as you are to strangers, you do not forget that friendship exacts more stringent justice. You are right, it should, by the force of circumstances. I look only with a species of indignation on that egregious existence which I have left, but I do not deceive myself as to that which awaits me. I enter with dismay upon years full of incertitude, and draw sinister auguries from the impenetrable cloud which broods in front of me. End of section 8. Section 9 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. First year, letters 5 and 6. Saint-Maurice, August 1801. I have deferred writing to you until I had a fixed abode. My arrangements are now made, and I shall spend the winter here. Prior to that season I shall contrive a few trifling excursions, but as the autumn advances I shall cease to move about. I was to have visited the canton of Fribourg and entered Le Valais through the mountains, but I was compelled by the rains to repair to Vevey by way of Payerne and Lausanne. It was fair weather when I entered Vevey, but had it been otherwise, I could not have been persuaded to continue my way by coach. Between Lausanne and Vevey there is an undulating road, nearly always on the slope, and flanked by small vineyards which impress me as monotonous, at least in a country like this. But Vevey, Clermont, Chillon, the 3 leagues between Saint-Symphorien and Villeneuve, surpass anything that I have seen hitherto. The Lake of Geneva is commonly admired on the Rhôle side. I do not pretend to adjudicate, but it is at Vevey, at Chillon above all, that it is seen in all its beauty. What can be further desired than this wonderful basin, the view of the peak of Jaman, the Aiguille du Midi, and the snows of Velan, or in face of the high rocks of Meillerie, an eminence rising sheer from the waters, a scarped island hard of approach, and in that island 2 or 3 houses at most. I could scarcely wish to stray farther. Why is it that nature so seldom offers what imagination suggests to our desires? Is it not that men compel us to imagine and to hanker after that which nature is not in the habit of forming, while if she chance to have produced it somewhere, they destroy it speedily? I slept at Villeneuve, a melancholy place in a land so fair. Before the heat of the day I explored the little wooded hills of Saint-Tryphon and the endless orchards which clothe the valley as far as Bex. I roamed betwixt 2 alpine chains of great elevation. Amidst all their snows I followed a level road through a fertile country, which in remote times seems to have been practically submerged. The valley watered by the Rhone from Martigny to the lake is divided almost in the middle by high rocks clothed with pastures and forests, which form the first platforms of the Dent de Morcle and the Dent du Midi, and are separated only by the bed of the river. Towards the north, these rocks are partly covered with forests of chestnuts, and above these with firs. It is in such somewhat wild places that I have taken up my abode at the base of the Aiguille du Midi. This eminence is one of the most beautiful among the Alps. It is also one of the loftiest, if regard be paid to apparent rather than to absolute elevation, and to the striking amphitheatre which displays all the dignity of its outlines. Following the simple indications of maps and the volume of water, I find no summit, the altitude of which has been determined by calculations of trigonometry or barometric measurements, which has its base in such deep valleys. And hence I feel that I am warranted in ascribing to it an apparent height, practically as great as that of any other eminence in Europe. At the sight of these populated, productive, yet wild gorges, I abandoned the road to Italy, which turns off at this point to Bex, and directing my course towards the bridge over the Rhone, I took pathways through meadows of which our painters scarcely dream. The bridge, the castle, and the course of the Rhone form at this point a highly picturesque scene. For the town itself, a certain simplicity was all that I remarked therein. There is a suggestion of melancholy in its situation, but of the kind which I like. The mountains are fine, the valley is smooth, the rocks reach up close to the town and seem to impend over it. The dull roll of the Rhone saddens a region which appears cut off from the rest of the earth, entrenched and shut in on all sides. Though populous and cultivated, it seems nevertheless to be burdened or adorned with all the austerity of the deserts, what time the black clouds darken it, surging about the flanks of the mountains, glooming over sombre firs, colliding, conglomerating, brooding motionless like a darkling roof, or again when the day is cloudless and the sun's heat in its concentration ferments the unseen vapors, agitates with feverish ardor all that pants beneath the burning sky, and converts that lovely solitude into a bitter desolation. The cold rains that I had so recently experienced when I passed the Jura, which is only a slope near the Alps, and the snows which then whitened the Savoy mountains, though it was middle summer, made me ponder more seriously on the severity, and more yet on the length of the winters in the elevated portions of Switzerland. I was anxious to combine the mountain grandeur with the climate of the plains, and among the higher valleys I cherished the hope of finding some slopes open to the south, an excellent provision for fine frosty weather, though not of much account as regards the months of mist or the tardiness of spring. Absolutely resolved in any case not to take up my quarters in a town, I considered that I should be abundantly recompensed for disadvantages of this kind if I could be the guest of simple mountaineers in a cow farm sheltered from cold winds, among pastures, the perennial green of the fir trees, and with a torrent near at hand. The event has decided otherwise. Here I have met with a pleasant climate, not indeed upon the mountains, but between them. I have allowed myself to be tempted into staying in the vicinity of Saint Maurice. I will not undertake to say how this has come to pass, and indeed I should be in no little difficulty if I were compelled to account for it. What, in the first place, you may well regard as incomprehensible is that the unspeakable weariness which has visited me here during the length of 4 wet days has materially helped to detain me. I have become enamoured of dejection. As for the winter, what I feared was not the weariness of loneliness, but the weariness of the snow. For the rest, I decided without volition and without choice, by a species of instinct, which seemed to warn me that it was to be. When it became known that I should remain hereabouts, I was the recipient of a number of attentions offered with much courtesy and simplicity. The owner of a charming house close by the town was the sole acquaintance whom I cultivated. He pressed me to take up my residence on his property, or on others which he mentioned belonging to friends of his own. But I was in search of a picturesque situation, and a house in which I could reside alone. Fortunately, I realized in good time that if I went over any of these various dwellings, I should be sure to take one out of civility, even if all of them were the reverse of what I was looking for. Subsequently, disappointment over an ill-starred choice would leave me no other reasonable course but to abandon the district altogether. I gave a frank explanation of my feelings, into which my acquaintance appeared to enter, and I betook myself to exploring the neighbourhood, visiting places which pleased me better, and looking for an abode on chance, without even inquiring previously whether there was one to be found among them. I had been questing for 2 days, and it was in a country where, in close proximity to the town, there are places no less remote than in the depth of a wilderness, and hence I had only designed to spend 3 days over a search which I had no wish to prolong further. I had seen plenty of habitations in parts which did not attract me, and numerous charming spots where there were no houses, or only stone-built structures of wretched design. I was prompted to abandon my proposal when at length I perceived the smoke of a chimney curling from behind a thick cluster of chestnuts. The waters, the denseness of the shadows, the seclusion of the meadows over all this slope were to me exceedingly pleasing. But it is inclined towards the north, and as I wished for a more favourable aspect, I should not have halted to observe it, had it not been for the smoke. After numerous windings and the crossing of rapid streams, I reached a solitary house on the verge of the woods and among the loneliest of meadows. A tolerable abode, a wood-built barn, a kitchen garden enclosed by a wide stream, 2 springs of excellent water, some crags, thunder of torrents, undulating ground everywhere, quick-set hedges, profuse vegetation, universal pasture land, far stretching under sparsely scattered beeches and chestnuts, onward to the firs of the mountain. Such is Serrurière. Before the same evening I had made my arrangements with the farmer, and subsequently visited the owner, who lives at Montet, half a league farther on. He met me in the most liberal manner. We came to an agreement forthwith, though it was less advantageous to me than his first offer, which could only have been accepted by a friend, while even that which he induced me to take would have appeared magnanimous on the part of an old acquaintance. It would seem that this manner of acting must be natural in certain places, and especially in certain families. When I mentioned it subsequently to his relation at Saint Maurice, I did not notice that it surprised any one. I must make the most of Charrière before the approach of winter. I must be there when the chestnuts are gathered, and I must by no means lose the tranquil autumn time. 20 days hence I go into possession of the house, the grove of chestnuts, and a part of the meadows and orchards, surrendering the remainder to the farmer, together with the kitchen garden, the ground reserved for hemp, and above all the ploughed land. The part which I have retained for myself is traversed by the stream in a circular direction. It is the least profitable part of the land, but it is the most rich in shady recesses and secluded nooks. The growth of moss interferes with the hay crop, the chestnuts are too thickly planted and yield but little fruit, and no view has been opened over the long valley of the Rhone. All is wild about it, and all is abandoned. They have even neglected to clear a space between the rocks, where trees, uprooted by the winds and consumed by decay, choke up the mud and form a kind of dam. Alders and hazels, taking root therein, have made the passage impenetrable. The stream, notwithstanding, filters through all this refuse and escapes covered with foam into a natural basin of great purity. Thence it flows on between rocks, rolls its tumbling wavelets over moss, and slackening its course far down, emerges from the shadows to glide in front of the house under a bridge of 3 fir planks. It is said that wolves, driven by the accumulating snows, come down in the winter in search of bones and the remains of the meals which are necessary to man, even in pastoral valleys. Dread of these animals has long left this abode uninhabited. For myself, it is not they whom I shall fear. May I rather be left free by man, at least in the vicinity of their dens. Letter 6. Saint Maurice, August 26, 1. A single moment suffices to transform our affections, but those moments are rare. It was yesterday. I deferred writing to you till the morrow. I did not wish this perturbation to subside so quickly. I felt myself on the point of getting in touch with something real. I experienced, as it might be, joy. I let myself go. It is always good to feel what that means. Do not laugh at me because I behaved for a whole day as if I had lost my reason. I was very near, I assure you, being such a simpleton as not to have kept up my absurdity for a quarter of an hour. As I was entering Saint Maurice, a travelling coach drove up slowly, and several persons alighted at the bridge. You will know already that a woman was of the number. My French guise apparently attracted notice. She bowed to me. Her mouth is full. Her glance. As to her figure, as to all else, I know as little of these as of her age. About all this I am not anxious. It may even be that she is not remarkably pretty. I did not observe the inn to which they were going, but I remained at Saint Maurice. Mine host, the same whom I stay with always, must, I suppose, have placed me at the same table because they are French. If I recollect, he suggested it. You may guess whether I ordered something choice for dessert, so that I might offer it. I passed the remainder of the day by the Rhone. They are leaving this morning for Sion on the road to Locke, where one of the party is going to take the baths. It is said to be a lovely road. How astonishing is the dejection in which a man of some natural power allows his life to waste when so little can draw him from his apathy. Do you think that any one who reaches man's estate without having fallen in love has truly entered into the mysteries of life, that his heart can be really known to him, or the extent of his existence unveiled? It seems to me that he has remained in a state of deprivation, and has only beheld from afar what the world might have been for him. I make no reserve with you. You at least will not say, "See now, he is in love." May that foolish remark, which either renders him who speaks it ridiculous, or him of whom it is spoken, be never uttered concerning me, I trust, by other than fools. When one or two glasses of punch have dissolved our mistrust, and have imparted to our ideas that impulsion which sustains us, we believe that thenceforward we shall exhibit more force of character, and live under less constraint. but tomorrow morning we are a trifle more self-weary than usual. Were the weather not stormy, I scarcely know how I should get through the day, but thunder resounds already among the rocks, and the wind is rising rapidly. Much do I love this trouble of the air. If it rain in the afternoon, it will freshen the atmosphere, and at worst I shall read by the fire. The courier, who will be due in an hour, should bring me books from Lausanne, where I have subscribed to a library, but if he forgets me, I shall fare the better, and the time will have passed all the same. I will write to you, provided only that I can pick up courage to begin. End of section 9. Section 10 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 857 to 1942. First year, letters 7 and 8. Letter 7, Saint Maurice, September 3, 1. I have visited the regions of the everlasting snow on the Dent du Midi. Ere the sun appeared in the valley, I had scaled already the massive rock which commands the town, and had crossed the partly cultivated table-land at the summit. I continued my way along a steep slope through dense forests of fir trees, where the way was frequently heaped with the leaves of the winters of old. Prolific decay, prodigious and confused collection of vegetation, dying and reborn from its old ruins. At 8 o'clock I attained the naked peak which towers above this slope, and constitutes the first considerable platform of the astounding pile, from the apex of which I was still very far away. At this point I sent back my guide and fared onward, trusting to my own unaided powers. I was disinclined to let any commercial leaven adulterate my alpine freedom, or any dweller in the plains diminish the austerity of so wild a region. Exposed thus alone to obstacles and perils of an arduous kind, I felt all my nature expand, far from the artificial shackles and skilful oppression of men. With a species of voluptuous fortitude, I saw the only man whom I was likely to meet with among those tremendous precipices rapidly disappearing below. I laid aside on the ground my watch, my money, whatever I carried about me, with the greater part of my clothing, and went away without taking the trouble to secrete them. You will therefore remark that my very first act of independence was one of eccentricity at the least, and I might be compared to those children who, subjected to excessive restraint, commit nothing but follies when left to themselves. I confess that there may well have been a certain puerility in my haste to abandon everything in my novel equipment, but after all I went more at my ease, and in most cases gripping between my teeth the branch which I had cut to assist me in my descents. I commenced with my hands to scale the rocky crest which joins this inferior summit to the chief eminence. Very often I crept between two abysses, the bottom of which I could not see. In this manner I reached the granite heights. I had been assured by my guide that I could ascend no farther, and as a fact I was for a long time brought to a standstill, but in the end I discovered by making a slight descent more practicable paths, and clambering them with all the hardihood of a mountaineer, I reached a species of basin filled with frozen snow, which the summer heat has never succeeded in dissolving. Beyond this I climbed a good deal, but, arrived at the foot of the highest declivity, I failed to attain the summit, the face of which could scarcely be called inclined, while it soared above the point I had reached, apparently some 500 feet. Though I had crossed little of the snow, as I had taken no precautions against it, my eyes were tired by its glare, scorched by the reflection of the noonday sun from its frozen surface, and I could barely distinguish objects. Moreover, many of the heights which I perceived are unknown to me, and I could be sure of the most conspicuous only. Since I came into Switzerland, I have read nothing but Saussure, Bury, the Tableau de la Suisse, and so forth, but I am still a great stranger in the Alps. I could have no doubt all the same about the gigantic summit of Mont Blanc, which rose up in evidence before me, that of Velan, another more remote and exalted, which I suppose to be Mont Rosa, and the Dent de Morcle on the farther side of the valley, facing me close at hand, but lower down, beyond the abysses. The height which I had failed to scale did much to interfere with what is perhaps the most striking part of this vast perspective, for behind it stretched the long profundities of Valais, bordered on either side by the glaciers of Cernetz, Lauterbrunnen, and the Pennines, and terminated by the domes of Gothard and of Titlis, the snows of Furka, and the pyramids of Schreckhorn and Finsteraarhorn. But this prospect of mountain tops invaded by the feet of man, this view so grand, so impressive, removed so far from the monotonous nullity of landscapes in the plains far down, was not what I sought, all the same, in untrammeled nature, in the hushed immobility, in the pure air. At lower levels it is inevitable that the natural man should be subject to continual mutation, breathing a social atmosphere so dense, so stormy, so full of ferment, in continual perturbation from the clamour of the arts, the jar of pretended pleasures, the cries of hatred, and the everlasting moanings of anxiety and suffering. But up there, on those desert peaks, where the sky is more vast and the air more stable, where time flies slower and life has more of permanence, there does all nature proclaim with eloquence a lordlier order, a more visible harmony, an eternal unison. There is the form of man, adaptable and yet indestructible. He breathes the wild air far away from social emanations. He belongs to himself and to the universe, and lives with a true life in the glorious unity. This was the experience which I desired, this at least which I sought. Deficient in confidence of myself amidst an order of affairs arranged at enormous expenditure by ingenious children, I went up to demand of nature why I am amiss in the midst of them. In a word, I would ascertain whether my existence is alien in the human order, or whether the actual social regimen is receding from the everlasting harmony as a kind of irregularity or accidental exception in the movement of the world. Now, at length, I feel sure of myself. There are moments which scatter distrust, prejudgments, uncertainties, when we know that which is by an autocratic and unalterable conviction. Be it so, therefore. Miserable and almost ridiculous, I shall live upon an earth enslaved by the caprices of this ephemeral world, opposing to my weariness the conviction which sets me inwardly in proximity to man as he might be. And if there should cross my path some inflexible character whose nature, formed on the primordial model, cannot be made passive to social imprints, should the chance of things, I say, permit me to meet with such a man, be sure that we shall understand one another. He will be surrendered to me, and I shall be his for ever. Our relations with the world at large will be transferred to one another, and free of the rest of our race, and pitying their empty necessities, we shall pursue, if it be possible, a more natural and more equal life. Who could affirm, all the same, that it would be one of greater happiness, devoid as it must remain of harmony with outward things, and encompassed by the suffering nations? No words of mine could impart to you a just notion of this new world, nor express the immutability of the mountains in a language of the plains. The hours seemed to me at once more tranquil and more fruitful, and as though the revolution of the stars had been slackened in this all-holding calm, I discerned in the measured pace and intensity of my thought a sequence which nothing precipitated, while it yet outstripped its normal course. When I sought to compute its duration, I found that the sun had not kept pace with it, and I concluded that the consciousness of existence is in reality more burdensome and barren in the whirl of the haunts of men. I perceived that, in spite of the tardiness of apparent motions, it is among the mountains, in the repose of their peaks, that thought, less harried, is more truly active. The man of the valleys consumes without enjoying his unquiet and fretful span, like those insects ever on the wing who expend their efforts in vain gyrations, to be left behind by others no stronger but more tranquil in their direct and sustained flight. The day was torrid, the horizon was fuliginous, the valleys were vaporous, the glister of the glaciers filled the lower atmosphere with their luminous reflections, but an unknown purity seemed essential to the air which I breathed. At this altitude no exhalation from beneath, no accident of light ruffled or divided the vague and sombre profundities of the heavens. Their apparent colour was no longer that pale and luminous blue, their soft vesture on the plains a grateful and delicate combination, forming for the habitable earth a visible circumference whereon the eye can linger and rest. Here the indiscernible ether allowed sight to lose itself in limitless immensity, amidst the glory of the sun and of the icy peaks, to go in search of other worlds, other suns, as under the vast sky at night, and beyond the atmosphere kindled with the fires of day, to penetrate a nocturnal universe. Vapours rose insensibly from the glaciers and formed clouds under my feet. The snowy brilliance no longer tired my eyes, and the sky became still more sombre, still more profound. A mist covered the Alps. Some isolated peaks alone issued from that sea of vapours. Brilliant streaks of snow, retained in their rugged clefts, made the granite masses more black and austere by contrast. The hoary dome of Mont Blanc lifted its irremovable mass above that ashen and shifting ocean, above those crowded hazes rent by winds and cast up in immense billows. A black point showed suddenly in their abysses, rapid in motion, coming straight toward me. It was the mighty eagle of the Alps, with dripping wings and ravenous eye, seeking for prey, but at the sight of man he took flight with an ominous scream, and casting himself into the clouds, he vanished. That cry was re-echoed some score of times by harsh noises devoid of all protraction, like so many isolated cries in the universal silence. Thereafter all subsided into absolute calm, as if sound itself had ceased to be, as if the quality of sonorous bodies had been erased from the universe. Never has true silence fallen on the unresting vales. Alone on the chill peaks there reigns this immobility, this solemn permanence which tongue can never express, imagination never attain. Save for memories brought up from the plains, it would seem impossible for man to believe that outside himself there could be any movement in nature. The course of the stars would be inexplicable, and even to the mutations of the clouds all would appear to abide, even amidst change itself. Each present moment seeming unbroken, he would have the certitude, but never the sensation, of the succession of things, and the everlasting variations of the universe would be an impenetrable mystery to his thought. I could have wished to have preserved some surer record, not of my general impressions amidst these spheres of muteness, for they will in no wise be forgotten, but of the ideas which they occasioned, and of these there is scarcely any trace in my memory. In places so exceptional, imagination can with difficulty recall an order of thought which seems to set aside all present objects, It would have been necessary to write down what I experienced, but then I should have speedily ceased to feel after an unusual manner. In this anxiety for the preservation of thought so as to recover it subsequently, there is something of servility akin to the cares of a dependent life. Very seldom in the moments of energy do we give heed to other times and persons, to factitious conventions, to renown, or even public usefulness. We are more natural, and do not think even of redeeming the actual moment, do not hold our ideas under command, have no wish to reflect, do not coerce the mind to investigate any subject, manifest secret things, or find out what remains unexpressed. Thought is not active and regulated, but passive or liberated. We dream and surrender ourselves, are profound apart from reason, great without enthusiasm, energetic independently of will. We muse, but we do not meditate. Be not therefore astonished that I have nothing to impart to you after 6 or more hours of sensations and ideas, which the whole course of my life may possibly never bring back. You know those people of Dauphiné were frustrated in their design when they went botanizing with Rousseau. After reaching a summit which by its position seemed adapted to kindle poetic genius, they awaited some choice flower of eloquence, but the author of Julia took his seat on the ground, toyed with some blades of grass, and said nothing. It might have been 5 o'clock when I noticed how the shadows had lengthened, and experienced some cold in the corner open to the west where I had remained motionless so long upon the granite. I felt unable to move, and the way was long and arduous among scarps like those. The mists had melted, and I saw that it was a beautiful evening even in the valleys. Had the vapours thickened, I should have been in a real danger, but the fact had not occurred to me till that moment. The stratum of grosser air which envelops the earth seemed quite foreign to me after the pure air that I had breathed on the confines of the ether. All prudence had forsaken me, as if this also were a convention of the artificial life. As I returned to the habitable earth, I felt that I was reassuming the long chain of anxieties and weariness. When I arrived, it was 10 o'clock. The moon was looking in at my window. The Rhone flowed noisily, but there was no wind, and all in the town were asleep. I dreamed of the mountains which I had left, of Charrière, where I was to live, of the freedom to which I had laid claim. Letter 8, Saint-Maurice, September 14, 1. I am back from a sojourn of many days in the mountains. Of this I shall say nothing. I have other things to tell you. I met, however, with one overwhelming situation, and promised myself to revisit it frequently. It is at no great distance from Saint-Maurice. Before retiring to rest, I broke the seal of a letter which was not in your writing. The word immediate, written in large characters, occasioned me some concern. All seems suspicious to him who has freed himself with difficulty from long enduring bondage. In seclusion like mine, no alteration could be otherwise than repugnant. I had nothing advantageous to anticipate, and I might well have much to fear. You will, I think, have little difficulty in divining the purport of that communication. For myself, I was borne down, overwhelmed. At first I decided to ignore all, to rise above all, to surrender definitely whatsoever might hold me to the things which I have left. Nevertheless, after many doubts, better grounded or more infirm, I seem to recognize the necessity of sacrificing a certain proportion of time so as to assure my immunity in the future. Therefore I yield. Charrière I abandon, and I am preparing to set out. We will discuss the untoward affair. This morning I could not tolerate the thought of so great a change, and I even had recourse to further deliberations. In the end I repaired to Charrière to make other arrangements and announce my departure. There at length I reached an unalterable decision. My desire was to banish the image of the approaching season, and of the weariness which already began to weigh upon me. I was in the meadows, which were being mown for the last time. I paused to rest upon a rock. where I could see the sky only, and this was veiled in thick mists. I beheld the chestnut trees. I looked on the falling leaves. Then I approached the brook, as if I feared that this also had become dry, but it ran the same for ever. Inscrutable compulsion of human things. I go to Lyons, and afterwards I shall go to Paris. So much for what has been settled. Farewell. Compassionate the man who finds so little, and from whom even this little is taken away. To conclude, at least we shall meet at Lyons. End of section 10. Section 11 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. First year, letter 9. Second year, letter 10. Letter 9, Lyons, October 22, 1. I left for Météville 2 days after your departure from Lyons. There I spent 18 days. You know what anxieties encompass me, and by what sordid miseries I am embarrassed, without any compensation that I can promise myself as the result of all. But awaiting a letter which could not come to hand for a fortnight, I went to while away this period at Météville. If I am unable to remain apathetic and unruffled amidst the weariness with which I am compelled to concern myself, and the issue of which appears to be dependent on me, I at least feel capable of forgetting it absolutely as soon as I can do nothing in regard to it. I know how to await the future with equanimity, whatever may impend, from the moment that the distress of anticipating it, taxing no longer my immediate vigilance, permits me to suspend memory and avert thought therefrom. In fact, I should scarcely seek for the palmiest days of my life a deeper peace than the immunity of this brief interval. It has been snatched, notwithstanding, between solicitudes, the issue of which cannot be foreseen. And after what manner? By means so simple that they would excite laughter in many who will never know such repose. The place of itself is unimportant and more retired than impressive in its situation. You are familiar with its owners, their characters, their way of life, their unaffected friendliness, their endearing manners. I visited them at a fortunate moment. They were to begin on the morrow the harvesting of the grapes upon a great trellis open to the south and looking towards the forest of Armand. It was arranged over the supper table that these grapes, designed for a special vintage, should be gathered by our hands alone, and with such care that the fruit less advanced should be allowed a few extra days for maturing. The next morning, accordingly, when the mist had somewhat lifted, I placed a winnowing fan on a wheelbarrow and was the first in the heart of the vineyard to start the harvesting. I was almost alone in my labor and sought for no speedier method, preferring this dilatory way. The advent of any fellow worker brought me a regretful feeling. The harvesting lasted, I think, 12 days. My barrow passed and repassed over the neglected ways carpeted with moist grass. I chose the most scattered, the most difficult, and thus the hours slipped by in oblivion amidst the autumn sunshine, all among mists and fruit. And then, when the evening came, we brewed our tea with milk still warm from the cow, laughed at those who go in pursuit of pleasures, strayed under the old yoke elm hedges, and retired to our rest, contented. I have beheld the vanities of life, and I bear within me the fiery principle of colossal passions. I bear also the consciousness of the grandeurs of social things, and I confess to the philosophical order. I have studied Marcus Aurelius without any astonishment at his maxims. I can conceive the austere virtues and even the monastic heroism. All this can animate my soul, yet fill it not. The barrow, which I heap up with grapes and wheel at leisure, sustains it better. It seems to carry my hours peaceably, as if this slow and serviceable motion, this measured progress were adapted to the common habit of my life. Letter 10. Paris, June 20, 2nd year. Nothing comes to an issue. The miserable business which holds me in durance here drags on from day to day, and the more I chafe at the procrastination, the more doubtful the end becomes. Men of business pursue their objects with the coolness of persons who are inured to impediments, and relish in addition a tardy and embarrassed progress, which reflects credit on their mental astuteness and is well suited to their private stratagems. I should have more evil to recount to you if they were guilty of less to me. Besides, you know what I think of this vocation, which I have never swerved from regarding as the most questionable or baneful of all. A lawyer is now leading me from complication to complication. Believing that I also must be self-interested and devoid of rectitude, he traffics for his own side. By outwearying me with delays and formalities, he fancies that he will drive me to grant what I cannot accord because I do not possess it. Hence, after passing 6 months at Lyons against my will, I am still fated to spend perhaps as many here. Meanwhile, the year glides on. There is one more to blot out from my existence. I lost the spring almost without a murmur, but summer in Paris. Part of the time I spend over the abominations inseparable from what is termed looking after one's affairs, and afterwards, when I would be in peace for the rest of the day and have recourse to my lodging as a kind of asylum against all this long-drawn weariness, I find another weariness more intolerable still. There I am in silence, which is in the midst of riot, and I alone have nothing to do in a turbulent world. There is no mean here between utter unrest and inaction. One is bound to be weary in the absence of business or the passions. I am in occupation of a room shaken by the perpetual reverberation of every species of clamour, by every craft and disquiet of an indefatigable people. Beneath my window there is a kind of market-place swarming with quacks, jugglers, fruit-sellers, and hawkers of all descriptions. Over against me is the high wall of some public edifice on which the sun glares from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until evening. This dazzling and barren pile cuts off the blue sky sharply, and the brightest days are for me the most insufferable. One persistent vendor shouts the names of his newspapers, his harsh and unvaried voice seeming to add to the aridity of this sun-scorched place, and if I hear a laundress singing at her window under the roof, I lose patience and go out. For 3 days past, a crippled and ulcerous mendicant has located himself at the corner of a street close by me, soliciting alms with uplifted and lachrymose voice for 12 long hours at a stretch. Imagine the effect of this wailing, reiterated at equal intervals through days of unbroken sunshine. Till he changes his post, I must henceforth remain the whole day out of doors. Yet whither can I repair? Here I know very few people, and among so few it would be a great chance if I should meet with one to my taste. As for the public resorts, there are many that are very fine in Paris, but not one which I can frequent for half an hour without finding it tedious. I know of nothing which so burdens our days as this everlasting dilatoriness of all things. One is kept incessantly in a state of expectation, and life slips away before it is possible to reach the point at which living can be pretended to begin. Notwithstanding, about what shall I complain? How few are the people who do not squander their existence, and what of those who pass it in dungeons provided by the mercy of the laws? How can anyone endure to go on living when he has to drag out 20 years of his youth in a prison? He can form no conception how long he must still remain there, were even the hour of emancipation at hand. I forgot those who would not dare end it of their own accord. Men at least have not permitted them to die, and we dare to lament over our own lot. End of section 11. Section 12 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second Year, Letters 11 and 12. Letter 11, Paris, June 27, II. I pass fairly often a couple of hours in the library, not exactly for my instruction, that ambition cools sensibly, but because, knowing scarcely how to fill up the time, which, for all that, glides on irreparably, I find it less irksome when I employ it outside than when I wear it away indoors. Pursuits which are to some extent regulated are more in consonance with my dejection than an excess of license which would leave me inert. I experience greater tranquillity among persons who are silent like myself than when alone amidst a boisterous crowd. I am drawn towards those long halls, some vacant, some peopled by assiduous students, that antique and chill storehouse of human efforts and of all human vanities. When I dip into Bougainville, Chardin, La Loubière, I become imbued with the old memory of time-worn lands, with the rumour of far-off wisdom, or the youth of the Fortunate Isles. But at length, forgetting Persepolis, Benares, and Tinian itself, I focus times and places at the actual point whence human faculties perceive them all. I behold those eager minds who acquire in silence and toil, whilst the eternal oblivion, rolling over their learned and spell-bound heads, brings close inevitable death, and prepares to obliterate in one instant of nature their existence, their thought, and their age. The halls encircle a long, peaceful, grassy court with a few statues, a cluster of ruins, and a basin of green water, seemingly as old as the effigies. I leave rarely without pausing for a few minutes in this hushed enclosure. I love to muse as I stray over time-worn stones which were once drawn from their quarries to provide for the feet of man a dry surface free of all vegetation. But time and solitude have replaced them, in a sense, beneath the earth by covering them with new soil and restoring to the ground its vegetation and the hues of its natural complexion. I find these stones occasionally more eloquent than the books which I have been just admiring. When consulting the encyclopedia yesterday, I opened the volume at a page which I was not looking for, and I have now forgotten the article, but it told how a man, outworn by perturbations and mischances, betook himself to absolute solitude by one of those determinations which overcome impediments and are food for daily self-congratulation at the possession of a will with sufficient fortitude to make them. The conception of this independent life has recalled to my imagination not the untrammeled solitudes of Emmaus, not the soft isles of the Pacific, not the less inaccessible Alps, already regretted so much, but a distinct memory has presented to me, and after a striking manner, and with a kind of wonder and inspiration, the arid rocks and the woods of Fontainebleau. I feel that I must speak to you further of a place which is to some extent exotic in the heart of our countrysides. You will then realize better why it is so strongly endeared to me. You are aware that, while still young, I made a stay of some years at Paris. The relations with whom I lived, notwithstanding their attachment to the city, frequently spent the month of September with friends in the country. One year they stayed in this manner at Fontainebleau, and twice subsequently we visited the same people, who at that time lived on the borders of the forest in the vicinity of the river bank. I believe that I was 14, 15, and 17 years old respectively when I thus made acquaintance with Fontainebleau. After a stay at home, slothful and tedious childhood, if I felt myself a man in certain respects, I was yet a boy in many others. Shy, hesitating, prescient perhaps of everything, but knowing nothing, alien to that which surrounded me, I had no other decided characteristics than those of unrest and unhappiness. On the occasion of my first sojourn, I never went alone into the forest. I recall little that I experienced, but am convinced that I preferred it to anything that I had ever beheld, and it was the only place which I had any wish to revisit. The year following, I scoured the solitudes eagerly, happy when I had lost purposely all trace of my road and could discern no beaten track. If I reached any limit of the forest, I beheld with regret the vast bare plains beyond it, and noted the steeples in the distance. I retired quickly, plunged once more into the heart of the woodland, and then, if I came upon a clearing encompassed on all sides, where I could see only sand heaps and junipers, I experienced a sensation of peace, of freedom, of wild exultation, the power of nature realized for the first time at an age which is quick to happiness. At the same time, I was not gay, and falling short of full felicity, I had rather an emotion of comfort. I grew weary through enjoyment, and returned depressed invariably. On many occasions I was in the forest before sunrise. I clambered summits still in shadow. I drenched myself amongst heather wet with dew, and then, as the sun appeared, I regretted the dubious light which went before the dawn. I delighted in the morasses, the darksome valleys, the dense woods. I loved the little heath-grown eminences. I loved hugely the stony fragments, the crumbling rocks, and more than all those shifting sands where no foot of man left its impress on the barren surface, furrowed here and there by the hurried track of flying hind or hare. When I heard the scamper of a squirrel, when I started a hare, it was better still, and for a moment I asked no more. This was the period when I first remarked the birch, that solitary tree, which then saddened me, and now I never encounter without pleasure. I love the birch. I love its white, smooth, and crannied bark, its rustic trunk, its branches drooping towards the ground, the quivering of its leaves, and all its air of abandonment, its natural simplicity, its modest aspect. Times lost, yet not to be forgotten. Too vain illusion of excessive sensibility. How grand is man in his inexperience! How productive would he be if the chilling glance of his kind, if the withering breath of injustice came not to harden his heart! What I needed was happiness. What I was born for was suffering. You know those funereal days, close upon the hoar-frost season, when daybreak itself, condensing the mists, announces the coming of light only through ominous tints of a fiery hue falling on gathering clouds. That darksome veil, those stormy squalls, those pallid gleams, those pipings of winds among bending and shuddering trees, those long-drawn shrieks like funereal lamentations, of such is the morning of life. At noon, more icy and persistent tempests. At evening, the darkness deepened, and the day of man is over. The specious infinite illusion engendered with the heart of man, and seeming of like duration as himself, revived once. I went so far as to believe that I might know of satisfied desires. This sudden and ardent flame flared up in the void and died down without illuminating anything. So in the season of tempests, the sudden lightnings startle the black night and terrify all that lives. It was the month of March. I was at So. The violets were in bloom under the hedgerows, and lilacs in a little vernal and peaceful meadow open towards the noonday sun. The house was above, much higher up, and a terraced garden impeded the view of the windows. Below the meadow were steep rocks, straight as walls. At the bottom there was a mighty torrent, and further still were other rocks, clothed with verdure, hedges, and pine trees. The ancient walls of the town traversed the scene, with the owl in their crumbling towers. In the evening the moon shone, horns answered one another in the distance, and that voice which I shall hear no more. All this has undone me. My life as yet has known only that single error. Why, therefore, this recollection of Fontainebleau, and not that of so? Letter 12, July 28 II. I conceive myself to be at length in the desert. There are tracks hereabout where no trace of men is to be found. I am ravished for a season from those turbid cares which devour man's little space, confusing his life with the blank which precedes it and the blank that follows it, leaving it no further prerogative than to be itself a less placid nothingness. When through the evening twilight I traversed the length of the forest and descended to VIII, beneath those trees in that silence, I seemed on the point of being lost among torrents, morasses, romantic and appalling places. What I found were hillocks of sandstone, meagre outlines, a level region which could scarcely be called picturesque, but silence, abandonment, and sterility have sufficed me. Can you appreciate the delight which I experience when my foot sinks into a shifting and scorching sand, where progression is difficult, where there are no waters, no coolness, no shadow? I behold a silent and uncultivated expanse, ruinous, disfigured, chaotic rocks, and the powers of nature given over to the power of time. Is it not as if I were at peace when outside me, under the ardent sky, I find other hindrances and other excesses than those of my own heart? I seek not to know where I am. On the contrary, I lose myself when that is possible. Very often I pursue a straight line, taking no notice of beaten tracks, doing my best to ignore directions and not to become familiar with the forests, so that I may always have something to discover in it. There is one road which it is my special pleasure to follow. Like the forest itself, it takes the form of a circle, so that it leads neither to plain nor town. It describes no ordinary course. It is neither of the valleys nor of the heights. It appears to have no end and to go nowhere. I feel that I am following it all my life. One is bound, you will say, to return in the evening, and you jest at my so-called solitude. But you deceive yourself. You think that I am at Fontainebleau, in a village or in a cottage. Nothing of the sort. In such places as this, I care for the country seats no more than the villages, and for the villages no more than the towns. If I condemn ostentation, I detest squalor. Were it otherwise, I should have done better to remain at Paris, for there I should have found both. Now here is a point which I did not mention in my last letter, filled as it was with the ferment which works at times within me. Once in the past, while exploring these woods, I came in a thicket upon two hinds, flying from a wolf, who was hard on them, and must, it would have seemed, overtake them. I advanced from the same side to watch the struggle and give help if possible. They dashed out of the wood into an open space where there were rocks and brushwood, but on my coming up they were lost to sight. I explored all parts of this species of ridged and irregular waste, where much freestone had once been quarried for paving, but I discovered nothing. Taking another direction to plunge again into the forest, I encountered a dog, who watched me at first in silence and only barked when I moved away from him. I had paused, in fact, almost on the threshold of the dwelling which he guarded. It was a sort of underground cavern, part of which was enclosed naturally by the rocks, and part by piles of freestones, branches of juniper, and heaps of bracken and moss. An artisan who for more than 30 years had been a stone hewer in the neighbourhood quarries, and was devoid of property or family, had retired thither to abandon compulsory toil before he was abandoned by life, and to escape humiliation and the hospitals. I saw that he possessed a cupboard. Hard by his particular rock he cultivated a few vegetables in a very barren soil, living thus with his dog and his cat on bread, water, and freedom. I have done hard work, he said to me, and have never possessed anything, but in the end I have found peace, and for the rest I shall die before long. Thus was human history summed up to me by this humble man. Could he be aware of the fact? Did he think that any one was happier? Did he suffer by comparing himself with others? Into these points I made no inquiry. I was very young at the time. I was fascinated by his rustic and half-civilized air. When I offered him a crown, he accepted it, saying that he would be able to buy some wine. And I must confess that this intention diminished my esteem. Wine, I exclaimed to myself, there are surely more serviceable things. Possibly wine and misconduct have brought him to this pass, rather than the love of solitude. Your pardon, simple man and unfortunate solitary. Not yet had I learned that one may drink oblivion of sorrows. I know now the bitterness which afflicts and the loathings which consume our powers, and I can respect one whose most crying need is to cease for a moment from sorrowing. Rather, I am indignant at hearing the man of an easy life upbraid an unfortunate severely for drinking wine when he is wanting bread. What soul have such persons received if they know not a keener pang than that of being hungry? You can now understand the force of the recollection which returned to me unexpectedly in the library. I was inspired by this sudden idea with all the feeling of a real life, of a wise simplicity, of the independence of humanity in the midst of a nature which belongs to it. Do not suppose that I mistake my present existence for a life of this kind, or that I look upon myself as a man after nature, here in the midst of my sandstones and surrounded by sorry plains. After the fashion of a dweller in the Quartier Saint Paul, I might as well show my neighbours the rural beauties of a pot of mignonette beneath the eaves of a window box full of parsley, or dignify half a rood of ground circled by a brook with the names of the promontories and seaboard solitudes belonging to another hemisphere, so as to recall grand associations and remote customs amidst the stucco and thatched roofs of a rural parish. But seeing that my fate is invariably to be waiting for life, I endeavour to vegetate absolutely alone and isolated. I have preferred very much to spend 4 months in this manner than to lose them at Paris in other puerilities which are at once greater and more sordid. I must tell you when we meet how I have chosen a manor, and how I have farmed it, how I have thither transported my few effects without letting any one into my secret, how I support existence on a few vegetables and fruits, where I find my water, how I am clothed against the wet, and all my varied provisions for safeguarding my concealment, so that no Parisian passing 8 days in the country can come hither to scoff at me. You also laugh, but that I condone, for your mirth is not like theirs, and I have myself forestalled your humour. I find all the same that this sort of life possesses great charms. When the better to appreciate its advantages, I sally out of the forest, betake myself to the cultivated lands, and observe at a distance some pretentious mansions situated in the open country. When after a weary and barren league I perceive 100 cottages crowded hideously together, where streets, stables, and kitchen, gardens, walls, ceilings, and dripping roof, even to garments and furniture, are permeated by the same squalor, in which all the women yell, the children scream, and the men sweat. And if I search through so much degradation and misery for some element of moral peace, some vestige of religious hopes for these unfortunates, I find for the patriarch of the place a rapacious priest soured by disappointment and separated too soon from the world; or otherwise some morose young man without dignity, wisdom, or unction, who commands no respect, whose way of life is well known, who damns the erring without consoling the good. And for the one symbol of hope and of concord, a sign of terror and abnegation, an anomalous emblem, the melancholy survival of antique and great institutions which have become miserably perverted. There are men, notwithstanding, by whom all this is taken tranquilly, not dreaming that it is capable of being approached from another point of view. O sad and vain conceit of a better world, unspeakable longing of love, regret for times which pass and produce nothing, universal sentiment, sustain and absorb my life. What would it be devoid of thy sinister beauty? In thee is it felt, and by thee will perish. Yet a few times under the autumn sky, in these last fine days which mists suffuse with vagueness, seated by the waters which bear away the yellow leaf, let me hear the simple and profound accents of a primitive melody. Ascending Grimsel or Titlis, alone with the dweller in the mountains, let me hear one day on the short grass with the snows hard by, the familiar romantic sounds of Underwalden and Hasli. Once before death, may I there say in the ear of one who will understand me, if we only had lived. End of section 12. Section 13 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second year, letters 13 and 14. Letter 13, Fontainebleau, July 31 2. When some invincible sentiment takes us far from the things which we possess, and fills us at first with ravishment, and then with regret, giving glimpses of felicities which nothing can really impart, this profound though transient sensation is but an inward witness to the superiority of our faculties over our destiny. It is for this very reason so brief and converted so quickly into regret. It is first delicious, then agonizing. All extravagant impulse is followed by dejection. We are not that which we might be, and hence we suffer. Yet did we find ourselves in the midst of that order which our aspirations seek and miss, we should possess no longer this excess of desire, this superfluity of gifts. We should enjoy no more the pleasure of being greater than our destinies, above that which environs us, more productive than we are required to be. In the fruition of those delights which our imagination conceives so ardently, we should remain frigid and often preoccupied, indifferent, even wearied, because it is impossible for any one to be really more than himself, because we are confronted then by the infrangible limit assigned by the nature of things, and our faculties, engrossed by actualities, avail no longer to transport us into the beyond, the imagined region of ideal objects, under the empire of the real man. But why should such objects be ideal exclusively? It is this which I fail to comprehend. Why is that which has no actual existence more in consonance with our nature than that which is? Positive life is also as a dream merely. It is this which is void of coherence, of sequence, of end. Definitive and fixed elements it does indeed possess, but there are others also which belong only to chance and discord, which melt like shadows, and in which no one finds that which he anticipates. Thus, in our sleep, we encounter things which are true and consequent simultaneously with others which are fantastic, disjointed, chimerical, but are yet interweaved, I know not how, with the former. A similar medley makes up the dreams of night and the sensations of day. Antique wisdom has affirmed that the hour of waking will at length arrive. Letter 14. Fontainebleau, August 7, II. M. W., whom you know, remarked recently, when drinking my cup of coffee, I arranged the world to admiration. I also encourage this kind of dreaming, and as I rove through the brushwood among still humid junipers, I surprise myself sometimes picturing men who are happy. I assure you it seems to me that they might be so. I have no desire to constitute another species or a new globe. I have no wish to reform everything. Such hypotheses lead nowhere, say you, since they are without application to what is known. Very well, take what exists necessarily, take it just as it is, rearranging the accidental only. I ask for no chimerical or novel species. Here are my materials, after which I fashion my scheme in accordance with the conception in my mind. I stipulate for two things, a settled climate and true men. If I knew when the rain would cause the rivers to overflow, when the sun would scorch up my plants, when the hurricane would demolish my house, it would be for my diligence to cope with the natural forces which are hostile to my needs. But if I am in the dark as to their advent, if mischances overtake me without any warning of danger, if prudence may itself be my ruin, if the interests of others confided to my charge forbid me carelessness and deny me even security, is not my life inevitably one of solicitude and wretchedness? Is it not equally inevitable that inaction should follow enforced labour, and that, as Voltaire has so well observed, I should consume all my days either in feverish activity or in the lethargy of weariness? If men are for the most part dissemblers, if the duplicity of some must compel others, at the very least, to cautiousness, is it not unavoidable that with the necessary evil which numbers seek to inflict upon their fellows for their personal advantage, there should be combined a much greater proportion of useless miseries? Is it not unavoidable that men should by turns torment one another in their own despite, that all should look askance at all, each be forearmed against each, that enemies should be full of devices and friends of wariness? Does it not follow that a single heedless action or one false judgment may ruin the man of good intentions in the public esteem? That an enmity originating in a groundless suspicion may become fatal? That those who seek to do well are disheartened? That false principles take root? That trickery is more profitable than wisdom, heroism, or high-mindedness, that children reproach their fathers for not having played the roue, and that states perish because they have abstained from a crime. In this perpetual uncertainty, I would ask what becomes of morality, and again in this uncertainty of all, what becomes of surety? Without surety, without morality, I ask whether happiness is not a dream of childhood. The moment of death should continue to remain unknown. There is no evil apart from duration, and for a score of other reasons death must not be included in the number of misfortunes. It is well to be in ignorance of the hour wherein all must end. What it is certain that we cannot accomplish, we initiate but rarely. Taking man, therefore, pretty well as he is, I should require that his ignorance as to the length of life should be useful rather than disadvantageous. But uncertainty as to the things of existence is not like that of their ending. One event which you have been unable to foresee disorders your scheme and has persistent crosses in store for you. Death, on the other hand, in place of impeding, simply destroys your plan, and you can suffer nothing as to that of which you will know nothing. The schemes of those who survive it may perhaps obstruct, but sufficient is the certitude which concerns a man's own affairs, and I am far from presupposing unmixed good in the things of our race. I should misdoubt a world of my planning if it left no room for evil, and to depict a perfect harmony would fill me only with a species of horror. Such anomalies, as it seems to me, are not tolerated by nature. An assured climate and true men, inevitably true, these suffice me. If I know things as they are, I am happy. I leave to heaven its tornadoes and tempests, to earth its mire and dust, to the ground its barrenness, to our bodies their weakness and degeneration, to men their disparities and incompatibilities, their inconstancy, their shortcomings, their vices even, and their unavoidable egotism. To time its tardiness and irrepealability. Happy is the city wherein things are ordered duly, wherein thoughts are known. Beyond these it needs merely good legislation, and it is impossible that this should be wanting if thoughts are known. End of section 13. Section 14 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second year, letters 15, 16, and 17. Letter 15, Fontainebleau, August 9 2. Amongst a few portable volumes which I have brought with me here, why I can scarcely tell, I have come across the ingenious romance of Frosine et Melidor. At first I skimmed, then read it, and the end I have read a second time. There are seasons for sorrows when we love to go in search of them within us, to probe their depths and to marvel at their unmeasured proportions. We experiment, at least, amidst our human miseries, with that infinite which we would ascribe to our shadow before a breath of time effaces it. That pitiable moment, that disastrous situation, that nocturnal death amidst mysterious delights, all amidst those darksome hazes, what love, what loss, what terrifying vendettas, and that rending of a betrayed heart when Frosine, battling with the waves to reach the rock and torch, lured on by a faithless beacon, perishes exhausted in the vast sea. I know of no finer catastrophe, of no death more lamentable. The day ended, and there was no moon, there was no movement. The sky was calm, the trees stirred not at all. A few insects hummed in the grass, a single bird far off sang in the warmth of evening. I sat down and so tarried a long time. I seemed to have had nothing but undefined notions. I passed in my mind through earth and its ages, and trembled at the work of man. Then I revert to myself, to find that I am in this chaos. I see my life lost therein. I forecast the future epochs of the world. Rocks of Rihi, had I only possessed your depths. The night had now deepened. I took my way back slowly, straying as chance directed, and filled with all weariness. I knew the whole need of tears, but I could only sigh. The primal times are over, the torments of youth are mine, but not its consolations. My heart, tormented still by the fire of an aimless existence, is dry and withered, as if from the exhaustion of an icy old age. I am quenched without being made calm. There are those who rejoice in their afflictions, but for me all has gone by. I have neither joy, nor hope, nor rest. Nothing remains to me. not even tears. Letter 16, Fontainebleau, August 12, II. What magnanimous sentiments, what memories, what peaceful majesty in a mild, calm, illuminated night! What grandeur! And yet the soul is steeped in uncertainty. She perceives that her impressions derived from external things make her subject to errors. She discerns that there are truths notwithstanding, but that these are very far away. Beneath those mighty worlds, sphered in a changeless sky, nature passes our understanding. We are confounded by the permanence therein, which is for us a terrific eternity. The things that are about us pass away, and we pass away with them, but the worlds remain. Thought is in the midst of an abyss, between the mutations of earth and the unalterable heavens. Letter 17, Fontainebleau, August 14, II. Before the sun has risen, I am up and abroad in the woods. I observe how it rises for a fine day. I plunge through bracken still wet with dew, among briars, with the hinds about me. I roam under the birch trees of Montchauvet. Some emotion of that happiness which was once possible stirs powerfully within me. It impels me and weighs me down. I rise and descend. I walk hurriedly, like one who is in quest of enjoyment. But ah, that one sigh, that mood of fancy, and then a whole day of wretchedness. End of section 14. Section 15 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second year, letters 18, 19, and 20. Letter 18, Fontainebleau, August 17, II. Even in this place it is only the evening that I love. The dawn, it is true, charms me, but it is for a moment only. I believe that I might realize its beauty, were it not for the length of the day which follows it. It is true that I have a free field to roam in, but it is deficient in wildness. It falls short of the august degree. It is tame in its outlines, its rocks are insignificant and monotonous. Its vegetation, for the most part, lacks that force and profusion which are needful to me. There is no roar of any torrent through inaccessible depths. It is a world of plains. Nothing overwhelms me, nothing satisfies me. If possible, my weariness increases. Surely it is because my sufferings are insufficient. Am I happier on this account? By no means. To suffer and to be unhappy are not identical conditions. To be happy and to enjoy are also not terms that can be interchanged. My condition is easy, and yet I lead a melancholy life. I could not well be better off than I am, free, tranquil, faring well, emancipated from business, indifferent as to a future from which I expect nothing, and relinquishing, without any regret, a past which I have never enjoyed. Yet there is a disquietude within me which will not depart, a want unknown which dominates and absorbs me, which takes me past all perishable existence. You are mistaken, as I was also mistaken. It is not the privation of love. There is a vast distance between the void of my heart and the love which it has desired so much, but there is the infinite between that which I am and that which I yearn to be. Love is great, it is not illimitable. I have no craving for mere enjoyment. It is hope that I ask for, it is knowledge that I would attain. Unbounded illusions are necessary to me, illusions receding ever to deceive me always. Of what consequence to me is anything that can end? The hour which 60 years hence must come for me is here already. I dislike that which impends, draws nigh, comes to pass, and then is no more. I seek a boon, a dream, in a word, a hope to go always before me, beyond me, greater than my longing itself, greater than that which passes away. I would encompass all intelligence. I would that the eternal order of the world, and 30 years since that order was, but I had no part therein. Fleeting and futile accident, I existed not, and again I shall not exist. I realize with astonishment that my conceptions are greater than my nature, and when I consider that my life is ridiculous in my own eyes, I am lost in impenetrable darkness. Happier, no doubt, is the man who hews wood, burns charcoal, and blesses himself with holy water whenever the thunder growls. He lives like the brute, nay, but he sings at his work. His peace I shall not know, and yet like him I shall pass away. With time his life slips by, the agitations, the anxieties, the spectres of an unknown grandeur delude and hurry forward my own. Letter 19, Fontainebleau, August 1802. There are moments, notwithstanding, when I find myself imbued with hope and the sense of freedom. Time and the things of time confront me majestic in their harmony, and a feeling of happiness comes over me, as if happiness might indeed be mine. I surprise myself in the act of reverting to my former years. Again I discern in the rose the delight of its beauties, and all its heavenly eloquence. What, I happy? It is impossible, but I am, notwithstanding, and happy even to plenitude, as he who, starting from some dreadful dream, is restored to a life of peace and freedom, as he who issues from the vile durance of a dungeon, and after 10 years looks once again upon the peace of the sky, happy even as the man who loves her whom he has snatched from destruction. But the supreme moment passes. A cloud before the sun obscures its fruitful light. The birds are silenced. The growing shadow sweeps away my dream and my joy before it. Then I start walking. I go forward. My pace hastens, but again I return sadly. And presently I re-enter the woods, lest the sun should again shine forth. And yet in all this there is something which soothes and consoles. What is it? I can hardly say, but time does not cease its progress when my suffering lulls me to sleep, and I love to watch the ripening of the fruit which will fall in the autumn wind. Letter 20, Fontainebleau, August 27, II. How little is essential for the man who is anxious merely to live, and how much for him who would live in contentment and make use of his days. Happy would he be who had the strength to renounce felicity, confessing that it is too impracticable. But is it necessary to remain always alone? Peace itself is a melancholy boon if one has no hope of sharing it. There are many, I admit, who can find sufficient permanence in some advantage of the moment, and others can restrict themselves to a mode of life which is devoid of order and taste. I have seen such a person trimming his beard before a broken glass. The children's linen was hung out of the window, and one of their dresses over the frying-pan handle. Their mother was washing them close by a bare table, where hashed meat and the bones of the Sunday turkey were served on cracked plates. There might have been soup, but the cat had upset the broth. People call this a simple life. For myself, I term it an unfortunate one, if occasional, miserable if compulsory and permanent, while if voluntary and not under protest, if one is content to live on in this style, then I term it a ridiculous existence. The contempt of riches has a very fine sound in books, but with an establishment and no money, a man must either be void of feeling or endowed with invincible strength. Now, given a great character, I question whether one would stoop to such a life. To all that is fortuitous we defer, but to bow the will perpetually under such a yoke of misery is to accept the misery. Are not Stoics of this order deficient in that sense of the fitness of things which should tell us that a life like this is not in consonance with our nature? Their simplicity, stripped of all order, elegance, and decency, rather recalls to my mind the unclean self-denials of a mendicant monk, or the savage penances of a fakir, than philosophical fortitude and indifference. There is a neatness, a care, a congruity, a harmony in simplicity itself. The persons to whom I allude do not possess a tenpenny glass, but they frequent the theatre. They have broken china and fine clothes. Their ruffles are elaborately plaited, but their skirts are of coarse linen. If they go for a walk, it is invariably to the Champs-Élysées. It pleases these hermits, say people, to observe the passers-by, and to do so they become objects of their contempt, sitting on a few blades of grass amidst the dust raised by the crowd. In their impassive philosophy they disdain arbitrary conventions. They eat their buns on the ground, between the dogs and the children, and the coming and going of innumerable feet. There they study mankind, gossiping with nurses and maidservants. There they meditate a broadside, forewarning kings of the perils of ambition, reproving the luxury of society, instructing all men how to moderate their appetites, to live in accordance with nature, and to eat the cakes of Nanterre. I will not dwell on the subject further. If I led you too far into the temptation of jesting on certain themes, you might ridicule in return the strange fashion in which I am living just now in my forest, and it may well be somewhat childish to make a desert for oneself so close to a capital. You must admit all the same that it is a far cry from my woods in the vicinity of Paris to a tub in Athens, and I will grant in return that the Greeks, civilized like ourselves, had a larger license for eccentric behaviour, as they were nearer to ancient times. The tub was chosen for the purpose of leading publicly, and in the maturity of age, the life of a sage therein. That is extraordinary enough, but the extraordinary did not particularly offend the Greeks. Usage and accepted conventions by no means constituted their supreme code. With them everything might possess its individual character, and that which was ordinary and universal was that which was rare among them. As a people who were initiating or pursuing the experiment of social life, they courted experience of institutions and customs without deciding which habits were exclusively good. But we who have no room left for doubt on this matter, we who have chosen in all things the best that is possible of all, do well to consecrate even the lesser manners, and to visit with our contempt any man who is sufficiently stupid to forsake such a well-known beaten track. For the rest, and in all seriousness, my excuse, as one who has no ambition to copy the cynics, is the fact that I do not take credit for the caprices of a young man, nor do I, in the midst of others, by any direct method oppose my ways to theirs in things which are not enjoined me by duty. I indulge myself in a single eccentricity, which of itself is indifferent, but one which, in certain respects, I consider to be for my own good. It might offend some ways of thinking, but this, as it seems to me, is the sole inconvenience which can be suffered, and I conceal it from others in order that the inconvenience may be avoided. End of section 15. Section 16 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second year, Letters 21 and 22. Letter 21, Fontainebleau, September 1, 2. The days are exceedingly beautiful, and I am in supreme peace. There was a time when I should have revelled still more in such utter freedom, such desertion of all business and of every purpose, such indifference about whatever may befall. I have a growing consciousness that I am advancing in life. Those entrancing sensations, those sudden emotions which moved me formerly, transporting so far from a world of sadness, I find no more, unless alloyed and weakened. That desire which awakened within me every individual sentiment of manifested beauty in natural things, that hope, trembling with uncertainty and charm, that heaven-sent fire which dazzles and devours the youthful heart, that comprehensive delight wherewith it illuminates the vast phantom in front of it, all this exists no longer. I begin to appreciate what is serviceable and convenient, and no more what is beautiful. You, who are familiar with my unlimited necessities, tell me what I shall make of life when I have forfeited those instants of illusion which sparkled in its darkness like stormy flashes in a foreboding night. That they deepened the gloom I will grant, but they proved it susceptible of change, and they proved also that the light subsisted still. What shall now become of me if I must confine myself to what is, if I must be restricted to my particular way of living, to my personal interests, to the cares of rising, employing my time, and retiring to rest? How different I was in those days wherein it was possible for me to love! In my childhood I was romantic, and then again I pictured a refuge in harmony with my tastes. In a corner of Dauphiny, with obvious anachronism, I combined the notion of alpine grandeurs and a climate of olives and citrons. Finally, the name of Chartreuse impressed me. There, in the vicinity of Grenoble, I imagined my abode. I believed at that period that the felicity of places went far towards the felicity of life, and that there, with a woman whom I loved, I should enjoy an unchangeable beatitude, the thirst after which possessed my deluded heart. Now here is an extraordinary circumstance from which I fail to deduce anything, and about which I will assert only that such is the fact. So far as I am aware, I had seen and read nothing which could possibly inform me as to the locality of the Grande Chartreuse. I knew only that this solitude was among the mountains of Dauphiny. In accordance with this confused notion and my personal leanings, my imagination pictured the site of the monastery and of my abode thereby. It was singularly near to the truth. Seeing long subsequently an engraving representing the place, I exclaimed, before reading the inscription, "There is the Grande Chartreuse." So vividly did it recall what I had fancied, and when I found that I was actually right, I trembled with surprise and regret, for it seemed to me that I had lost something which was, so to speak, set apart for myself. Since this project of my early youth, I never hear the name of Chartreuse without an emotion that is full of bitterness. The further that I go back along the years, the more profound are the impressions which I encounter. Passing that age when there is already some comprehensiveness in ideas, if I make search through my infancy for those first fantasies of a melancholy heart which never knew real childhood, which clung to powerful emotions and extraordinary things before it had so much as decided whether games were pleasing or otherwise, if I seek, as I say, what I experienced at 7, 6, or 5 years, I find impressions equally ineffaceable, more confident, more sweet, and made up of those unmingled illusions, the felicity of which is known to no other age. I make no mistake about the period. I know exactly at what age I thought of certain things or read a particular book. For example, I read the history of Japon de Comfort in my accustomed place by the window of that house in the vicinity of the Rhone, which my father vacated shortly before his death. The following summer I read Robinson Crusoe. It was at this time that I lost the exactitude which had characterized me previously. It became impossible for me to perform without a pen less complicated calculations than I could make when 4½ years old without writing anything, or knowing any rule of arithmetic except addition, a faculty which surprised so much the guests at the house of Madame B. at a certain reception which you know about. The gift of perceiving indeterminate relations swallowed up that of combining mathematical relations. I became sensible of moral correspondences. The sentiment of the beautiful was dawning. September 2. Seeing that undesignedly I was having recourse to reasoning, I brought myself up sharply. In matters of sentiment we can consult ourselves only, but in things which call for discussion, it is always an advantage to ascertain what has been thought by others. As it happens, I have with me a volume containing the philosophical thoughts of Diderot, his dissertation on the beautiful, etc. I took it up and went out. If I follow Diderot, it may be because he is the last who has spoken, which I admit counts usually for much, but I modify his thought at my pleasure, for my own utterance is still later than his. Setting aside Wolf, Crousaz, and the Sixth Sense of Hutcheson, I am much of the same opinion as all others, and for this very reason I do not consider that the beautiful can be defined so briefly and so simply as it has been attempted by Diderot. I believe with him that the sentiment of beauty cannot exist apart from the perception of relations. But of what relations? If we dream of the beautiful when we perceive any given correspondences, this is not to say that we have there and then a perception of it. One only imagines it. Because we perceive relations, we suppose a centre, we think of analogies, we await a new extension of the soul and of ideas. But that which is beautiful does not merely cause us to think of all this by way of reminiscence or by occasion, it contains and shows it forth. It is undoubtedly advantageous when a definition can be expressed by a word, but we must beware lest such conciseness should make it too general, and hence false. I say, therefore, the beautiful is that which excites in us the idea of relations disposed towards the same end, in accordance with conformities analogous to our nature. This definition comprises the notions of order, proportions, unity, and even utility. These relations are ordained towards a centre or an end, which makes order and unity. They follow conformities, which are nothing else but proportion, regularity, symmetry, simplicity, accordingly as one or another of these conformities proves more or less essential to the nature of the whole that these relations compose. This whole is unity, apart from which there is no result, no work which can be beautiful, because without it there is, in fact, no work. There should be unity in every product. Nothing has been accomplished if uniformity is not impressed on our performance. No object is beautiful apart from harmony. It is merely a combination having a capacity for the production of beauty and unity, when that being supplied which is now deficient, its elements are reduced into a whole. Till then there are only materials, from the combination of which beauty does not result, though taken separately they may each possess beauty, like detached compositions which, made into a collection, are formless, and do not therefore constitute a work, though they are all possibly complete in themselves. Thus a compilation of moral thoughts, however beautiful, does not form an ethical treatise if there be no connecting link between them. When this harmony, less or more composite, but one at the same time and complete, has sensible analogies with the nature of man, it becomes of use to him, directly or indirectly. It can serve his needs, or at least extend his knowledge. It may be either a new instrument in his hands or the occasion of a new industry. It may extend his nature and minister to the eagerness of his restless mind. There is added beauty, there is true unity, when the conformities which are perceived are exact, when they converge towards a common centre, and if there be nothing more than is required to ensure this result, the beauty is greater still because of its simplicity. Every quality is alloyed by the intermixture of a foreign quality. When there is no such adulteration, there is then more precision, symmetry, simplicity, unity, and beauty in an object. In a word, it is perfect. The notion of utility participates chiefly after two manners in that of beauty. There is firstly the utility of all parts in respect of their common end, and there is secondly the utility of the whole in its relation to ourselves, who have analogies therewith. In the philosophy of nature we read, "The philosopher, as it seems to me, may define beauty to be the perfect harmony between the whole and its parts." On one occasion you defined it in a note as follows: "The agreement of the several parts of an object with their common destination in conformity with means at once most fruitful and simple." This approximates to Cruse's, both in sentiment and manner. He enumerates 5 characteristics of the beautiful, and thus defines proportion, which is one of them: unity tempered with variety, regularity, and order in each part. If anything which is well ordered, which contains that which is analogous to ourselves, and in which we find beauty, should impress us as superior or equal to that which we contain within us, we term it beautiful. Should it seem to us inferior, we then term it pretty. If its analogies with ourselves connect with unimportant matters, which minister, however, directly to our habits and our present desires, we then call it agreeable. But when its conformities are with the things of our soul, when it vivifies and enlarges thought, when it widens and uplifts the affections, when it exhibits in things external some grand or heretofore unperceived analogies, which impart to us the consciousness of universal order, of many beings co-ordinated to one end, it is then that we term it sublime. The perception of ordained relations begets the idea of beauty, and the expansion of the soul, occasioned by some analogy between them and our nature, is the sentiment thereof. When the relations indicated convey a sense of the vague and the vast, when we feel far more than we can see their conformities with us and with a part of nature, a delightful feeling is the result, full of expectation and illusion, an indefinite happiness which promises delights without limit. Here is the enchanting and transporting quality of beauty. The pleasing engages thought, the beautiful sustains the soul, the sublime overwhelms or exalts. But that which ravishes and impassions the heart is that still more vague and still more extensive beauty, so little known, ever unexplained, ever mysterious and unexpressed. Thus, in hearts that are made for love, love adorns everything and permeates all nature with delight. As it establishes within us the greatest of all relations which can be known without us, it makes us quick to discern all relations and all harmonies. It unveils a new world to our affections. Borne away by that swift movement, allured by that energy which promises everything, and of which nothing can yet disillusionize us, we seek, we feel, we love, we desire all that nature contains for man. But then come the disappointments of life to restrain and drive us back upon ourselves. In this retrograde movement, we take refuge in the abandonment of external things and reduce ourselves to our positive necessities. That focus of sadness, where so much of bitterness and silence, forestalling death, hollows in our hearts that void of the grave wherein is consumed and quenched all that was possessed of candour, grace, desire, and early goodness. Letter 22, Fontainebleau, October 12 (II). I am, of course, impelled to revisit every scene which I loved to frequent of old, and with this object I am now going in quest of those which are most out of reach before the nights turn cold, the trees are stripped, and the birds have migrated. Yesterday I made a start before daylight. The moon was still shining, and albeit the dawn was breaking, there were shadows discernible. The valley of Changy was still plunged in darkness. Already I had attained the heights of Avon. I went down to the Bas Loge and reached Valvin as the sun rising behind Samarot tinged the rocks of Samois. Valvin cannot be termed a village and has no cultivated land. The inn occupies an isolated position at the base of an eminence, on a strip of flat shore between the river and the woods. I had to put up with the tedium of the coach, an execrable conveyance, and reach Valvin or Thomery by water in the evening, when the river bank is involved in gloom and the deer call in the forest, or otherwise at sun-dawn when all is still sleeping, when the hinds scatter at the cry of the ferryman echoing under tall poplars and amidst the misty hills, all smoking under the first beams of day. In a flat country it counts for much if one can come across faint effects like these, which are at least interesting at certain hours. But the slightest modification dispels them. Depopulate the neighboring woods of their wild beasts, fell the trees on the rising ground, and Valvin will be nothing thenceforward. Even as it is, I should not care to make a stay at it. It is quite an ordinary place in the daytime, and furthermore, the inn is not habitable. On leaving Valvin, I ascended in a northerly direction, passing a pile of freestone, the situation of which, in an undiversified and shelterless place, encompassed by woods and looking to the west, imparts a forlorn feeling blended with an element of sadness. I compared this place as I left it to one near Bourron, which made an opposite impression upon me. Finding a striking similarity between the two spots, except as regards their aspect, I could discern at length the reason of those contrary feelings which I entertained towards the Alps at points so apparently similar. Thus Boule and Plainfoyon depressed me, though their pastures on the borders of La Gruyère partake of its features, and the characteristics and atmosphere of the mountains are recognizable at once in their scenery. Thus also in the past I regretted my inability to remain in a desert and sterile gorge of the Dent du Midi. Thus once more I experienced all weariness at Yverdun, and although on the same lake, a remarkable consolation at Neufchâtel. The sweetness of Vevey and the melancholy of the Underwalden are explicable after the same manner, and possibly also the diverse character of every nation. They are modified by the differences of exposed aspects, climates, mists, as much as and more than by those of laws and customs. As a fact, the diversities of these last had themselves similar physical causes in the beginning. At length I turned westward and went in quest of the spring of Montchauvet. With the help of the freestone which abounds in the locality, a shelter has been contrived to protect this spring from the sun and the sand drifts. A circular bank has been also built up on which it is possible to breakfast, the water for this purpose being drawn from the spring. Hunters, pedestrians, mechanics may be seen there from time to time, and so also may some melancholy company of Parisian lackeys or shopkeepers from the Quartier Saint-Martin and the Rue Saint-Jacques, rusticating in a country town which the king honours by visiting. Hither they are drawn by the water, which is advantageous when a picnicking party meets to discuss cold pasties, and as much by a certain boulder of freestone naturally hollowed, which is found at a point on the road, and at which they stand a gaze. It is known as the confessional, and they make their genuflections in front of it, regarding it not without emotion as one of those sports of nature which, by imitating holy things, bear witness that the religion of the country is the end of all things. For myself, I went down into the retired valley below, wherein this spring vanishes, too feeble to form a stream. Turning towards the cross of Grand Veneur, I came upon a solitude austere as the isolation which I seek. I passed behind the rocks of Cuvier, Sadness had entered into my soul. I lingered long in the gorge of Aspremont. Towards evening I drew near to the desert of Grand Franchard, that old monastery, isolated among low hills and sand heaps, desolated ruins, which, even when remote from men, human vanity consecrated to the fanaticism of humility and the desire of impressing the crowd. Brigands at a later period are said to have replaced the monks, restoring the principles of freedom, to the misfortune, however, of those who were not in the bond of their liberty. Night approached. I made choice of a retreat in a kind of parlour of the monastery, securing the ancient door. I collected some dry fragments of wood, with fern and other vegetation, that I might not spend the night on the stones. Then I withdrew for yet some hours. The moon was due to shine. It shone, in fact, though feebly, as if to add to the solitude of that vacant pile. Not a cry, not a bird, not a movement interrupted a silence which lasted through the whole night. But when all which oppresses us is suspended, when the sleep of all things leaves us also to repose, there are phantoms which wake in our own heart. I started at noon on the morrow. A storm began while I was still among the heights, and I watched its approach with much pleasure. At every point the rocks, hollowed or piled one over another, afforded easy shelter. From the depth of a grotto I enjoyed watching how the junipers and birches resisted the fury of the winds, and denied a fruitful soil or advantageous situation, maintained their free and meagre existence with no other support than the sides of the clefts in the rocks, between which they balanced themselves, and no other nourishment than a terrene moisture collected in the fissures into which their roots had forced themselves. As soon as the rain abated, I buried myself among the wet and spangled woods. I followed the edge of the forest in the direction of Rive-Clos, La Vignette, and Buron, approaching at length the inconsiderable eminence of Mont Chauvet as far as Croix Héron. I fared forward between Malmontagne and Rue aux Nymphes, returning towards evening with a certain regret, and yet content with my excursion, if it can be said that there is anything which really affords me either pleasure or regret. There is a confusion within me, a kind of delirium, which is not that of the passions, nor yet that of madness. It is the disorder of weariness, the discord which that has set up between myself and outward things, the disquietude which, long repressed, wants have set in the place of desires. These I seek no longer, for they have ceased to deceive me. I do not wish for their extinction. Such absolute silence would be even more ominous. Nevertheless, they are but the vain beauty of a rose before an eye which will never reopen. They reveal what I cannot possess and can scarcely discern. If hope seems still to cast a gleam into the night which surrounds me, it proclaims only the bitterness that it exhales in departing. It enlightens only the extent of that void in which I have sought and in which I have found nothing. Favorable climates, scenes of beauty, nocturnal skies, pregnant sounds, old memories, seasons, opportunity, nature eloquent in her loveliness, sublime affections, all these have passed before me, all invoke me, and all abandon me. I am alone. The uncommunicated energies of my heart react and pause therein. Behold me in the world, solitary amidst the throng, which is to me as nothing, like one long afflicted by an accidental deafness, whose hungry eye is fixed on all those mute beings surging so feverishly past him. He sees all, and yet all is denied him. He divines those sounds which he loves, seeks them, and hears them not. He endures the silence of all things in the midst of the rumour of the world. All unfolds before him, and he can grasp nothing. In all external things there dwells the universal harmony. It is present to his imagination, but it is no longer in his heart. He is cut off from the concourse of the living. There is no communication henceforth. All things for him exist in vain. In vain does all flourish before him. He lives alone. He is as one absent in the living world. End of section 16. Section 17 of Obermann, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Second year, letters 23, 24, and 25. Letter 23, Fontainebleau, October 1802. Will man also know the long peace of the autumn after the agitation of his ruder years, as the fire, so swift to burn out, lingers, flickering among the ashes? Leaves fell in crowds long before the equinox, and yet the forest preserves much of its greenery and an undiminished loveliness. 40 days since seemed truly the end of all at a premature hour. Now everything persists beyond its allotted period, obtaining on the brink of destruction a further lease of existence, which pauses on the verge of ruin, full of grace or security, and decaying by imperceptible stages, seems to cling at once to the rest of the death which approaches, and to the charm of the life which is lost. Letter 24, Fontainebleau, October 28, 2. When the hoar-frosts disappear, I am scarcely aware of it. Spring passes without attracting my notice. Summer slips by and awakens no regret. But I experience a sense of pleasure when I walk through the despoiled woodland, over the fallen leaves during the last of the bright days. To what does man owe the most permanent enjoyment of his heart? That pleasure of melancholy, that charm full of secret things by which he draws life from his sufferings and continues clinging to self even amidst the consciousness of his ruin. Very dear to me is this soft season which will so soon be over. A belated interest, a kind of contradictory pleasure draws me to it as it is about to finish. By the same moral law, I am at once repelled at the notion of destruction and drawn by the pity of that which must end before myself. It is natural that we should find more joy in perishable existence when, aware of all its fragility, we yet feel it enduring in us. When death separates us from things, they go on subsisting without us. But after the fall of the leaves, vegetation comes to a standstill. It dies, and we remain for other generations. Autumn is delicious because spring may return for us again. While spring is a more beautiful spectacle of nature, man has so ordered himself that autumn is sweeter in his eyes. Newborn verdure, singing bird and bursting blossom, fire which is rekindled for the affirmation of life, protecting shadows of leafy bowers, lush weeds, wild fruits, favoring nights which make independence possible, season of delight. I fear you too much in my feverish unrest. I find more repose towards the evening of the year. The season when all seems ending is the one alone in which I sleep at peace in the land of the human. Letter 25, Fontainebleau, November 6, 2. I am bidding good-bye to my woods. I had some idea of spending the winter among them, but if I am to get quit of the business which brought me to Paris, I must no longer neglect it. I am reminded, impressed, forced to understand that since I tarry quietly in the country, I can dispense with any issue being reached. They can hardly suspect how I live, or they would come to the opposite conclusion, believing that it was with a view to economy. I fancy, however, that even independently of this, I should have decided to leave the forest. To my great satisfaction, I have succeeded in remaining undiscovered so far, but smoke would betray me. I should never elude the woodcutters, charcoal burners, or hunters. Moreover, I cannot ignore that I am in a country which is under excellent police supervision. I have further failed to make the arrangements necessary for continuing to live as I have been doing through all seasons. I might well find myself at a loss during heavy snows, thaws, and icy rains. Hence I say farewell to the forest, its movement, its dreaming guise, and its faint but tranquil similitude of a free land. You ask me what I think of Fontainebleau, setting aside, on the one hand, any personal memories which may enhance its interest, and on the other, the mode in which I have spent my recent time therein. The place, speaking generally, is not of any great account, and it would take little to spoil its choicest recesses. The impressions afforded by scenes whereon no seal of grandeur has been set by nature are necessarily variable and in a certain sense precarious. 20 centuries are needed to alter one of the Alps, but a northerly wind, the fall of a few trees, a new plantation, comparison with other places, any of these may occasion a great alteration in ordinary scenes. A forest that is full of wild beasts will suffer a great loss if it cease to shelter them, and a place which is merely pleasant will lose still more if beheld with the eyes of a later age. What I like here is the amplitude of the forest, the majesty of some of its wooded parts, the loneliness of the little valleys, the freedom of the sandy heaths, the abundance of beech and birch, and in the town its quality of external spruceness and good circumstance, the undeniable advantage of its freedom from dirt, and, what is not less rare, its little visible misery, its broad roads, the variety of its byways, and a host of fortuitous accessories, though in truth too trivial and possessing too much sameness. But a refuge of this kind could only really suit one who has beheld and imagines nothing further. There is no scene of grandeur with which it is possible to compare seriously these level lands devoid of lake or torrent, and having nothing which arrests or engages, a monotonous surface which would be stripped of all beauty if the woods were cleared, a frivolous and meaningless assemblage of little heathy plains, of small ravines and meagre rocks, uniformly consorted, a land of level ways, full of people hankering after an imaginary fortune, and not one who is satisfied with what he has. The repose of such a spot is only the stillness of a momentary abandonment. Its solitude wants wildness. Such a desolation requires a cloudless evening sky, a sky of vagueness, but of autumn calm, a 10-hour space of sunshine with a mist before and after. Wild beasts must roam in the solitudes, which are interesting and picturesque when stags are heard belling in the night time at unequal distances, when the squirrel with its little cry of fear springs from branch to branch in the lovely woods of Tillis. Isolated sounds of living things. Ye do not people the solitudes as misdescribed by the vulgar saying, ye but render them more deep and mysterious. By you are they made romantic. End of section 17. Section 18 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Third year, chapters 26, 27, and 28. Letter 26, Paris, February 9, third year. You must be the confidant of all my weakness in order that I may receive your support, for I am plunged in uncertainty. At times I pity myself, and at times I am in the opposite frame of mind. When I encounter a curricle driven by a woman who resembles her whom I have pictured, I go straight the whole length of the horse till the wheel almost brushes me, and then I observe no more. I fold my arms, bending slightly, and the wheel glides past. I was in just such a brown study on a certain occasion, my eyes preoccupied without being exactly fixed. She was therefore obliged to pull up. This time I had forgotten the wheel. As for her, she possessed at once youth and maturity. She was very nearly beautiful and altogether gracious. She curbed her horse, smiled almost, and yet seemed unwilling to smile. I still gazed, and seeing neither horse nor wheel, I surprised myself answering her. I am sure that my glance was already filled with suffering. The horse swerved aside. She leaned over to see if the wheel had not touched me, but I remained in my dream, and a little further on I stumbled against one of those faggots which the fruiterers pile up for sale to the poor. Then I saw nothing more. Is it not time to grow firm, to partake of forgetfulness? I should say to concern myself with nothing save that which belongs to a man. Must I not abandon all these puerilities which fatigue and enfeeble me? Willingly would I cast them away from me, but I know not what to set up in their place, and when I say to myself, now it is time to be a man, I find only uncertainty. In your next letter, define me what it is to be a man. Letter 27, Paris, February 11, III. I am quite at a loss to understand what is intended by the expression self-love. Those who exhibit the tendency are condemned for possessing it, and yet its possession is regarded as essential. Hence I should be disposed to conclude that this love of oneself and the expediencies is in reality good and necessary, that it is inseparable from the sentiment of honour, and that its excesses, like all excesses, being alone dangerous, we ought to consider things which are performed through self-love to be good or bad, as may be, but should not criticize them solely because they are actuated by that sentiment. But this is not how it works out. Though self-love is a necessary possession, and whosoever is wanting therein is considered a worthless fellow, pied plat, yet on account of self-love we must do nothing. What is good of itself, or at least indifferent, becomes evil when self-love prompts it. Explain me, I pray you, these mysteries, you who are better acquainted than I am with society. It will, I fancy, be more easy for you to answer this question than that of my last letter. For the rest, as you are at war with the ideal, I will furnish an example, so that the problem to resolve may be one of practical knowledge. A stranger has for some little time been staying in the country at the house of some opulent friends. He owes it, as he conceives, to these friends, as well as to himself, not to go down in the opinion of the domestics, and with this sort of people he supposes that appearances are everything. He has received no visits, has seen no one from town, till one individual, coming by chance, and a relative, proves to be an eccentric of awkward deportment, one whose singular manner and somewhat common appearance are calculated to give servants the notion of a humble condition. Now no one explains to menials, so that matters cannot be set right by a word. They do not know who you are, but they see that your only acquaintance is a man who cannot deceive them, and at whom they may venture to laugh. Thus the person I speak of experienced not a little vexation. He is the more blamed because a relative was in question. Here at once a character for self-love is established, but at the same time I consider that it is not deserved. Letter 28, Paris, February 27, III. You could not ask me more opportunely whence comes the expression pied plat. This morning I could no more explain it than you can, and am somewhat afraid that I understand it no better this evening, though I have been told what I am about to repeat to you. Seeing that the Gauls were subjugated by the Romans, it follows that they were born to serve. Seeing that the Franks invaded the Gauls, it follows that they were made to conquer. Arresting conclusions. Now the Gauls or Welsh were unusually flat-footed, while the Franks had uncommonly high insteps. The Franks despised all these flat feet, these conquered, these bondsmen, these tillers of the ground, And now, when the descendants of the Franks are in a fair way to become servient to the children of the Gauls, a pied plat is still a man born to serve. I forget where I read recently that there is not a single family in France which, with any foundation, can trace itself back to that northern horde who seized a country already conquered, which could not be guarded by its masters. But origins like this, eluding that art of arts, the heraldic science, are demonstrated by the fact. The grand-nephews of the Scythians may be identified easily in the most mixed assembly, and all the pieds plats will still recognize their natural lords. I do not recall the more or less high-born outline of your own foot, but I warn you that mine must be classed among the conquerors, and it is for you to decide whether you may continue to maintain a familiar manner of addressing me. End of section 18. Section 19 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Third year, letters 29, 30, and 31. Letter 29, Paris, March 2, 3. I feel nothing in common with a country where the destitute man is compelled to ask alms in the name of heaven. Oh, what a people is that to whom the man as man is nothing! When some unfortunate says to me, "May the Holy Virgin reward you," when he gives voice after this fashion to his pitiful gratitude, I do not take credit to myself with inward pride because I am emancipated from fond or ridiculous chains, or again from those opposite prejudices which no less lead the world. Rather, my head inclines unconsciously, my eyes fall to the ground, I am afflicted and humbled at finding the mind of man at once so vast and so obtuse. In the case of a broken-down creature who begs the whole day, uttering the wail of long sorrows in the middle of some populous town, I confess to indignation, and could well lay hands on those people who go out of their way to avoid him, who see him and heed him not. It makes me angry to find myself amidst this horde of dull tyrants. I can picture a just and manly pleasure in watching avenging flames annihilate such towns and all the work of their hands, those arts fantastic, those idle books, those factories, workshops, and dockyards. Do I know all the same what should or what can be done? I wish for nothing. I consider actualities. I relapse into doubt. I see nothing but a dense darkness. I will renounce the very notion of a better world. Tired and rebuffed, I lament only a profitless existence and fortuitous wants. Ignorant of my whereabouts, I await that day which puts a period to all and enlightens nothing. By the door of a playhouse at the entrance to the first-class seats is an ill-starred wretch who has found no one to give him alms. They have nothing, as they say, to bestow, and the gatekeeper who looks after the quality rebuffs him rudely. He betakes himself to the pit ticket office, where another gatekeeper, charged with a less august mission, pretends not to see him. I follow him with my eyes. At length comes a man like a shop assistant, with his money ready in his hand for the purchase of his ticket. He refuses the mendicant gently, then hesitates, feels in his pocket but finds nothing, finishes by giving him the silver coin, and makes off. The beggar is conscious of the sacrifice, watches him depart, and takes a few steps with what speed he can muster, as if evidently prompted to follow him. Letter 30, Paris, March 7, 3. It was cloudy and somewhat cold. I was in a dejected frame of mind, and wandered on through incapacity for doing anything else. I passed a few flowers growing on a wall over which I could just lean, and among them there was a jonquil in bloom. It is the strongest expression of desire, the year's first fragrance. I apprehended all the happiness destined for man, that unspeakable harmony of existences, the phantom of the ideal world was present in its fullness within me. Never had I experienced anything more grand or so instantaneous. I was baffled in discovering what form, what analogy, what secret correspondence caused me to discern in this flower an illimitable beauty, the expression, the elegance, the mien of a happy and unsophisticated woman in all the grace and splendour of the season of love. Never shall I grasp that power, that vastness which eludes all expression, that form which nothing can contain, that conception of a better world which is felt by us and nature has not made, that heavenly ray which we think to seize, which we long for, which wraps us away, and is yet only an indiscernible wandering phantom lost in the abyss of darkness. But this shadow, this image beautified in the vagueness, strong with all the fascination of the unknown, become indispensable amidst our miseries, grown native to our overcharged hearts. What man is there who, once privileged to behold it, can forget it forever? When the resistance, the inertia of a dead, rude, depraved power ensnares, enwinds, oppresses, and plunges us in uncertainties, disgust, frivolities, and cruel or senseless excesses, when we know and possess nothing, when all things marshal before us like the grotesque images of an odious or absurd dream, who shall repress in our hearts the need of another order and another nature? And must this light be nothing but a fantastic gleam? It allures, it persuades in the universal night. It enthralls us, and we pursue it. If it misdirects, at least it enlightens and enkindles us. We picture in our hearts, and seem indeed to behold on earth, a land of peace, of order, of unison, of justice, where nature's finer feelings reign in all, where all desire and enjoy, with the delicacy which originates and the simplicity which multiplies pleasures. When we have thus conceived unalterable and permanent delights, when we have imaged all the frankness of true pleasure, how vain and miserable are the cares, the yearnings, the delights of the visible world! All is cold, all empty. We vegetate in a place of exile, and from the depth of our loathing we fix hearts overcharged with weariness on our imagined fatherland. All which engrosses them here, all which impedes, is henceforward as an enslaving chain. We should smile in our pity if we were not overwhelmed in our sorrow. And when imagination wings its flight once more towards those higher spheres, and compares a reasonable world with this, wherein all fatigues and all wearies, we can no longer feel assured whether the sublime conception is only a blissful dream which leads us astray from realities, or whether social life is not itself one long aberration. Letter 31, Paris, March 30, My concern about trifles is great. In such matters I give heed to my interests. I neglect no details in those microscopical nothings which would raise a smile of pity among reasonable men. If things that are serious seem small to me, the small things assume value in my eyes. I must endeavour to account for these eccentricities, and ascertain whether I am narrow and petty by disposition. Were there any question of things that are truly important, were the welfare of a nation in my charge, I feel that I should exhibit an energy in proportion to my destiny under such a splendid and arduous burden. But I am ashamed of the interests of civil life. All these solicitudes of mankind are the anxieties of children in my eyes. Many weighty concerns seem to me only miserable perplexities, in which people entangle themselves with more levity than energy, and in which man would scarcely seek his greatness if he were not enfeebled and perturbed by a fallacious idea of perfection. I assure you in all simplicity that it is not through my fault if I look at things in this manner, nor am I imbued with any hollow pretension. I have frequently desired to see otherwise, but have never been able. What shall I say to you? More miserable than others are I suffer among them because of their frailty, and in a stronger nature I should suffer still because they have brought me to their own weakness. Could you only conceive how I busy myself over the nothings which are thrown aside at 12 years old, how I am charmed by those circular pieces of hard and well-scoured wood which serve for plates in the mountains, how I hoard old periodicals, not for reading purposes, but because soft paper is useful for wrapping things up, how at sight of a well-planed board I utter a cry of admiration, whilst a gem that is engraved beautifully is scarcely curious in my eyes, and the sight of a string of diamonds prompts almost a gesture of contempt. I have eyes only for the use which lies close at hand. Analogies which are of the indirect order I find it a task to master. I would lose 10 louis with less regret than a serviceable knife which I have been carrying for a considerable time. You said to me already long ago, do not neglect your affairs, do not lose what still remains to you, you have no talent for acquisition. Today I do not think that your opinion will have altered. Am I then restricted only to the petty interests? Shall I refer my singularities to the taste for simple things, to the result of ingrained weariness, or are they rather a childish aberration, a sign of incapacity as regards what is social, virile, and generous? When I observe so many overgrown children, withered by age and their interests, babbling of serious pursuits, when I turn a disillusioned glance on my own restricted life, when I consider how much is demanded by the human species and nothing of it all accomplished, my brow contracts, my eyes grow fixed, and an involuntary groan trembles on my lips. My glance also is abased, and I am as a man weary with his vigils. A person of some consideration once remarked to me, "You do a great deal of work then." Happily I did not laugh. Only the laborious air was wanting to complete my shame. All those men who are nothing in the last analysis, though it is necessary nevertheless to meet them from time to time, indemnify me slightly for the weariness which their cities inspire. The more rational I like well enough, for they at least amuse me. End of section 19. Section 20 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Third year, letters 32 and 33. Letter 32, Paris, April 1903. Some time ago in the library I heard the celebrated L. mentioned in my vicinity, and later on I chanced to be with him at the same table. There was no ink available, so I passed him my own inkstand. This morning, observing his entrance, I took a seat near him, and he was good enough to show me some idylls which he had chanced on in an old Latin manuscript. They were, however, by a Greek author, and one who is very little known. I transcribed the shortest only, as it was nearly closing time. Letter 33, Paris, May 7, 3. Unless I am mistaken, my idylls do not interest you strongly. So the author I have mentioned observed to me yesterday. He was on the watch for my arrival, and beckoned as I entered the library. While I was casting about for an answer which would be at once courteous and truthful, he saved me further trouble by adding, with a glance in my direction, "Possibly you will prefer a moral or philosophical fragment, which has been attributed to Aristippus, is mentioned by Varro, and has been regarded hitherto as lost." It is not all the same, for in the 15th century it was rendered into French of the period. I have found it in manuscript, bound up with a copy of Plutarch, printed by Amiot, which has never been consulted because a number of leaves are wanting. I confess that, being nothing of a scholar, I had, as a matter of fact, the bad taste to prefer things to words, and was therefore more curious about the views of Aristippus than about an eclogue, even supposing it to be the work of Bion or Theocritus. There is insufficient evidence, as it seems to me, that this little dissertation is from the pen of Aristippus, and it is due to his memory to be cautious in attributing to him something which he would perhaps have disclaimed. But if it be his work, the illustrious Greek, who, no less misjudged than Epicurus, is regarded as voluptuous to the point of effeminacy, or at least as too indulgent in his teachings, was endowed with the severity, nevertheless, which is exacted by prudence and order, the one severity which becomes man born to enjoy the world and pass rapidly through it. I have changed as I could into modern French this exploded, though occasionally felicitous version, which in more than one place I found not a little hard to understand. Here now is the whole fragment, termed Manual of Sisophanes. In the manuscript some 2 lines excepted, which have defied my skill in deciphering. Manual. You have awakened but a moment ago, melancholy, dejected, weary beforehand of the hours which unfold before you. You have turned a glance of disgust on life. You have found it hollow, yet burdensome. But it will appear more endurable within the space of 1 hour. Will it have changed, however? It is void of determinate form. All that man experiences is in his heart. All that he knows is in his thought. All these are wholly within himself. What losses can thus overwhelm you? What indeed can you lose? Is anything extrinsic to yourself which belongs to you? What matters that which can perish? Everything passes away, save only that justice which underlies the vesture of the transitory. All is vanity for man if he do not advance with equable and tranquil pace in harmony with the laws of his intelligence. All is disquietude and all menace about you. If you give way to apprehension, your anxieties will never end. You will be no nearer the attainment of that which is incapable of attainment, and you will lose the life which is yours. Whatsoever comes must also pass away, and for ever. These things are necessary accidents engendered in an eternal circle. They are effaced like a sudden and fugitive shadow. What evils afflict you? Imaginary apprehensions, fanciful needs, the crosses of a single day. O pusillanimous slave, you are clinging to the non-existent, you are seeking help from phantoms. Abandon that which is illusory, vain, and perishable to the deluded throng. Consider only the understanding, which is the principle of the world's order, and man who is the instrument thereof, the understanding which must be conformed to, and man who needs our succor. The understanding strives against the resistance of matter and against those blind laws functioning under the name of chance. When the strength which endues you has been pressed into the pursuit of understanding, when you have served the order of the world, what more would you have? You have acted in conformity with your nature, and what is better for any being who feels and knows than to abide in such harmony? Reborn each day into a new life, put to heart afresh your determination that you will not pass through this world to no purpose. The world hurries on towards its end, but in your case you pause, you go back, you subsist in a condition of deprivation and of languishment. Say, will your squandered days be renewed in a more fortunate time? Life consists exclusively of this very present which you immolate in your contempt to the future, for the present is time and the future is merely its shadow. Live in yourself and seek that only which does not perish. Examine all those things for which our unthinking appetites hanker. Of all their multitude is there one which suffices to man? Only in itself does understanding find the food of its life. Be just and strong. None knoweth of the day which cometh after. You will find no peace in things which are external. Seek after it in your heart within. Force is the law of nature. Power is will. Energy amidst sufferings is better than apathy amidst pleasures. He who obeys and endures is often greater than he who enjoys or commands. That which you fear is vain, and vain also is that which you desire. Your welfare follows only in conformity to the will of nature. You are at once intelligence and matter. The world itself is not otherwise. Bodies are modified by harmony, and all tends to perfection by the continuous amelioration of all its parts. This law of the universe is that also of individuals. Hence, all is good when it is ruled by understanding, and all is bad when understanding forsakes it. Avail yourself of bodily comforts, yet with the prudence which subjugates them to order. A pleasure that is possessed in harmony with universal nature is better than a privation which she does not enjoin, and the most mediocre action of our life is less mischievous than the strain of those purposeless virtues which impede wisdom. There is no other ethic for us than that of the heart of man, no other science or wisdom than the knowledge of its requirements and the just estimation of the means of happiness. Leave useless knowledge, supernatural systems, and mysterious doctrines. Surrender to higher or differently constituted intelligences those things which are remote from you, for that which your understanding cannot discern clearly is that which was not intended for it. Console, enlighten, and sustain your kind. The place which you fill in the immensity of life sets forth your mission. Know and follow after the laws of man, and you will assist others to know and to follow them. Contemplate and show forth to them the centre and end of things. Let them recognize the reason of all that excites their wonder, the instability of all which troubles them, the nothingness of the things which allure them. Do not isolate yourself from the whole of the world. Ever keep your eyes on the universe, and remember justice. You will then have fulfilled your life. You will have performed the part of a man. End of section 20. Section 21 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Third year, letters 34 and 35. Letter 34, extract from two letters, Paris, 2nd and 4th of June, 3. First-rate actors sometimes visit Marseille, Bordeaux, and Lyon, yet the theatre is at its best only in Paris. A combination of several conditions is exacted by tragedy and true comedy, and it is difficult for that combination to be found elsewhere. The performance of masterpieces is rendered indifferent or even ridiculous if they are not played with a skill which approaches perfection. They fail to interest the man of taste when he cannot applaud a dignified and faithful interpretation of natural expression. For plays of the second-rate comic order, it may be enough that the actor-in-chief should be gifted with real talent. Burlesque does not demand the same unison, the same harmony. It suffers rather from discords, because it is itself founded on the delicate sentiment of certain discordances. But faults which raise a laugh in the pit are intolerable in a heroic piece. Some theatre goers are constituted so happily that they do not need great verisimilitude. They never fail in believing themselves face to face with reality, and whatever the acting, they are compelled to shed tears as soon as there is one sigh or a single dagger. But those who are not addicted to weeping will scarcely frequent the theatre to hear what they can read at home. They go there to study a personation, and to compare the acting of one with that of another in the same episode. At intervals of a few days I have seen the difficult part of Mahomet played by the three actors who are alone capable of attempting it: La'ar in an out-of-character costume, declaiming his speeches with excessive animation and deficient solemnity, unduly dwelling on the final line, pleased me only in 3 or 4 passages, wherein I recognized the great tragedian who is admired in parts that are better suited to him. S.P. does well in this character, which he has studied successfully and interprets very well, but he is always the actor and never Mahomet. B., to my mind, was the only one who interpreted truly this extraordinary part. His manner, itself striking, seemed actually that of an Oriental prophet, but he was, it may be, less great, less sublime, less impressive than might be expected in a victorious lawgiver and an ambassador of heaven destined to compel conviction, to subjugate, to triumph, to reign. It is true that Mahomet, weighed down with cares of altar and of throne, was not so haughty as Voltaire has depicted him, nor was he such an arrant impostor. But the actor in question, who by rights should be the Mahomet of the tragedy, is not even that of history. Nevertheless, he has satisfied me more fully than the 2 others, despite the fine physique of the second and the greater general capabilities of the first. B. alone has caught the spirit of the cursing of Palmyra. S.P. drew his sword, and I was in dread lest the audience should laugh. La'ar placed his hand thereon, his glance pulverized Palmyra, and hence what purpose was served by this hand on the scimitar, this threat against a woman, and especially against Palmyra, the young and the beloved? B. was not even armed, and this pleased me. When weary of listening to Palmyra, he sought at length to check her. His profound and terrible glance seemed to command her in the name of God, compelling her to remain in suspension between the terror of her previous belief and the present despair of betrayed conscience and love. How can it be argued seriously that method of expression is a question of convention? Here is an error identical with that of the false proverb so frequently cited, which affirms that it is useless to dispute about tastes or colours. What did M.R. prove by singing on the same notes? I have lost my Eurydice, I have found my Eurydice. There is no need to deny that the same notes may serve to express the greatest joy or the deepest sorrow, but is the musical sense altogether in the notes? When the word found is substituted for the word lost, when joy is set in the place of sorrow, the notes are preserved indeed, but the subsidiary means of expression are changed absolutely. It is incontestable that a foreigner who understood neither word could not be deceived as to this. Such secondary methods have also their place in music. Let them say, if they will, that the note is arbitrary. This tragedy of Mahomet exhibits Voltaire at his finest, but possibly in another nation he would not have made the conquering prophet the lover of Palmyra. It is true that the love of Mahomet is masculine, absolute, even somewhat savage. He is not a Titus in his passion, but it might have been better if he had not loved at all. The attraction of Mahomet towards women is, of course, well known, but it is probable that in his profound and ambitious heart, after so many years of dissimulation, of concealment, of perils and triumphs, it was not the passion of love. Such love for Palmyra was ill assorted alike with his genius and his high destinies. Love is out of place in the severe heart, engrossed by its designs, grown old in the craving for authority, acquainted with pleasures for the purpose of forgetfulness only, and for which happiness would have been itself but a distraction. What signifies his love only consoles me? Who impelled him to covet the throne of the East, to forsake his wives and his obscure independence, to take up thurible, sceptre, and arms? Love only consoles me. To direct the destinies of nations, to transform cultures and laws in a whole quarter of the globe, to exalt Arabia over the ruins of the world, is this, then, so melancholy a life? Is it an inactivity so lethargic? 'Tis a difficult task, doubtless, but it is one precisely to which love is forbidden. Such necessities of the heart begin in the vacancy of the soul. He who has great things to perform has the least need of loving. It might be different if this man, who for so long has known no equal and presides godlike over an infatuated universe, if this favourite of the lords of war should love a woman who could cooperate with him to deceive the universe, or a woman, a Zenobia, also born to reign, if he were even loved in return. But this Mahomet, who made nature subject to his austerity, observe how he is intoxicated with his fondness for a child who casts not a thought upon him. It is conceivable that a night with Lais may be man's most supreme delight, but it remains that it is delight only. To be absorbed by an extraordinary woman, and by one who loves us, is more, it may be a duty even, but as a fact it is a secondary duty only. I fail to understand those mighty ones to whom the glance of a mistress is law. I can, I think, realize what is possible to love, yet a man who governs does not belong to himself. Love plunges us into errors, illusions, imperfections, and the defects of the powerful man are too important, too fateful. In a word, they are public misfortunes. I have a poor opinion of those men who, entrusted with great power, forget how to rule as soon as they find something else to occupy them, who set their affections before their business, and believe that if all be made subservient to them, it is for their mere amusement, who dispose of the needs of the nations according to the caprices of their private life, and would decapitate their whole army in order to behold their mistress. I pity those nations who are counted by their master among the last of all things that he loves, who are betrayed already if the chambermaid of a favourite finds that there is something to gain by undoing them. Letter 35, Paris, July 8, III. I have met at last with a responsible person who will make an end of the business which has detained me here. Apart from this, it is practically finished already. There is no further remedy, and it is well known that I come forth a ruined man. I am bereft even of the means of subsistence until an event, which is possibly very remote, shall come about and work a change in my condition. I am not conscious of any disquietude, nor do I realize that I have lost much in thus losing all, seeing that I have enjoyed nothing. My misfortune, it is true, may be increased, but my happiness will not be diminished. I am alone, and have only my own needs. Assuredly, so long as I am not ill or in chains, my lot will be always bearable. Little can I fear misfortune, who am so weary of being well off to no purpose. Life, of necessity, has its periods of reverse. This is the hour for resistance and for courage. It is the hour, too, when one nourishes hope. saying, I am passing through the season of trial. I am eating the bread of my misery. It is probable that better things will follow. But in prosperity, when outward circumstances seem to include us in the number of the fortunate, when the heart, notwithstanding, enjoys nothing, we are ill-equipped for the loss of that which is not always assured us by fortune. We deplore the sadness of life at its best periods. We dread the unknown mischance which is to be anticipated from the instability of things. We fear it the more, because, being wretched independently thereof, we regard its additional burden as something wholly insupportable. So those who are living on their own estates find it more endurable to be bored there in the winter, which they know already to be the season of depression, than during the summer, when they are looking forward to the pleasures of country life. There is no course left me by which I can remedy what has occurred, and I have no idea as to what I must do until we have discussed it together. Hence I dream only of the present. In this manner I am set free from all my cares, and have never felt so tranquil. I am starting for Lyons. I look to spend 10 days in your company, and that in the sweetest irresponsibility. For the rest, we shall see. End of section 21. Section 22 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Fifth year, the first fragment. The first fragment, fifth year. If happiness were measured out in proportion to our privations or advantages, there would be too much inequality among men. If it depended exclusively on character, that inequality would be greater still. If it depended absolutely on the combination of character and circumstances, the men whom their prudence and destiny unite in favouring would possess too many advantages. Extreme happiness and extreme misery would divide mankind, but more than mere circumstances are required to make up our lot in life, and more even than the concurrence of actual circumstances with the trace or the habit left by circumstances of the past, or with the special tendencies of our character. Attached to the combination of these causes, there are far-reaching effects. But these alone do not occasion our native obstinacy and moroseness, our discontent, our aversion towards things and persons, in a word, towards all human life. We hold within ourselves the general principle of coldness and dislike or indifference. We all possess it, independently of anything which our individual inclinations and habits can add thereto, and independently of any power which they may exert to diminish its consequences. A certain modification of our humours, a certain condition of our whole being, can produce this moral affection within us. Suffering, even as joy, is one of our necessities. We are driven to distress ourselves over external things, even as to seek for enjoyment. Man cannot desire and possess without intermission, just as he cannot suffer always. The continuity of an order of agreeable or painful sensations cannot subsist for any length of time in the absolute privation of their opposites. The mutability of the affairs of life does not permit of such constancy in the affections which we receive therefrom, and if even it were otherwise, our organization is not susceptible of invariability. If the man who believes in his fortune does not foresee misfortune approaching from without, he makes haste to discover it within him, while the unfortunate, to whom external consolations are wanting, finds them speedily in his own heart. When we have planned everything, ensured everything, with a view to enjoy always, we have effected little towards happiness. Something arises unfailingly to discontent and afflict us. If we have contrived to avert every evil, the good itself will displease us. But if neither the faculty of enjoyment nor of suffering can be exercised to the absolute exclusion of that which is designed by our nature to counterpoise it, each at least can be exercised accidentally to a much greater extent than the other. Thus circumstances, without being for us the sum of all things, will exert, notwithstanding, a great influence over our inward habits. If men who are favoured by fortune are without great opportunities of suffering, the least things suffice to inflict it upon them. In default of any real cause, the occasion will be found everywhere. Those who are pursued by adversity, and have therefore signal opportunities for suffering, will endure bravely, but having experienced as much as they can bear at a given time, they will not suffer habitually. When circumstances leave them to themselves, they will cease to suffer, because the need to do so has been satisfied, and they will even experience enjoyment, because the opposite necessity reacts with much greater constancy in proportion as the fulfilment of the other need has carried us further in the opposed direction. These two forces tend to equilibrium, but they do not attain it, unless indeed as regards the entire species. Were there no tendency to equilibrium, there would be no order, while if equilibrium obtained in every detail, then all would be fixed and motionless. On each of these suppositions, harmony, at once one and varied, would be wanting, and the world would cease to exist. It seems to me that the man who is excessively unfortunate, but irregularly and by fits and starts, must have a perpetual tendency towards joy, calmness, affectionate enjoyments, confidence, friendship, rectitude. The man who is excessively unfortunate, but regularly, slowly, uniformly, will be perpetually at war with two forces, and will be uncertain, difficult, and irritable of disposition. Always imagining the good, and for that very reason chafing against the evil, minutely conscious of this alternative, he will be more wearied than attracted by the minor illusions, will be undeceived rapidly, and will be discouraged even as he is interested by all. He who is to some extent and constantly part happy, part miserable, approximates to equilibrium, and in this uniformity will be a good rather than a great man. His life will be more calm than blissful. He will have sound judgment, but little genius. The man who is habituated to enjoyment and is shielded from all visible misfortune will be attracted by nothing. He is without further need of enjoyment, and in the midst of his external welfare will secretly experience a perpetual need of suffering. He will not be open-hearted, indulgent, or loving, and indifferent to the enjoyment of the greatest blessings, will be disposed to convert the most trifling impediment into a misfortune. Unaccustomed to the experience of reverses, he will possess confidence but in himself or in his fortune, and not in regard to others, for he will not feel the need of their support. And as his good fortune is greater than that of the majority, he will be disposed to think himself wiser than all others. Invariably anxious for enjoyment, for the appearance of great enjoyment above all, and experiencing at the same time an inward necessity for suffering, he will find easy pretexts for vexation and for ill will towards men. Not being truly well off, yet with nothing better to hope for, he will desire nothing positively, but will love change in general and in the details rather than the whole. Possessed of too much, he will be quick to forsake everything. He will find a certain pleasure, a species of vanity, in being vexed, alienated, suffering, discontented. He will be hard to please and exacting, for, apart from this, what would remain to him of that superiority which he assumes to possess over others, and would still affect, did he no longer claim to possess it? He will be hard, he will seek to surround himself with slaves, so that others may confess to his superiority, and that they at least may suffer on account of it, though he himself has no enjoyment therein. I question whether it is good for man as he is to be habitually fortunate, never to have fate against him. It may be that the happiest among us is he who has suffered much, yet not constantly, and not in that lingering and constricting manner which crushes the faculties, but is not so acute as to excite the secret energies of the soul, and happily force it to look within itself for unknown resources. To have been acquainted with misfortune at that age when life may be said to begin for mind and heart is an advantage which endures through all life. It is the lesson of destiny. It makes good men, extends ideas, and matures hearts before they have been weakened by age. It creates the man, and that not too late for him to be complete man. It may reduce his joys and pleasures, but it imparts the sentiment of order and the taste for domestic blessings. It imparts to existence the highest felicity which we can look for, that of expecting nothing but to vegetate usefully and in peace. We are far less unfortunate when we have no further wish than to live. We are far nearer to usefulness when, still in the strength of our prime, we seek nothing further for ourselves. I find only misfortune, which thus, in advance of old age, can mature ordinary men. True goodness requires enlarged perceptions, a great soul, and the restraint of the passions. If goodness be the first merit of man, if moral perfections are essential to happiness, it is among those who have suffered much in the first years of the life of the heart that we shall find men best organized for themselves and for the interest of all, the most just, most sensible, the least removed from happiness, and the most inflexibly devoted to virtue. What does it signify to the social order that an old man has renounced the objects of the passions, or that a weak man has no scheme for doing harm? The good kind of people are not the good men. Those who do good only through weakness may be capable of much evil in another set of circumstances, susceptible of suspicion, animosity, superstition, and above all obstinacy, the blind instrument of many laudable things towards which he is drawn by inclination, will be also the abject sport of every foolish notion which may come into his head to derange it, of the mania which will corrupt his heart, or of some fatal scheme over which a rogue will know how to employ him. But the truly good man is invariable. He is a stranger to the passions of a clique and to all local customs. He cannot be used as a tool. He knows neither animosity, ostentation, nor excess. He is not surprised at a good action because he would have been the first to perform it, nor at an evil because he knows that there is evil in nature. Indignant at crime, he does not detest the criminal. Despising all lowness of soul, he has yet no scorn of the worm because it is devoid of wings. He is not the enemy of the superstitious, and he is without the contrary superstitions. He seeks rather for the origin, frequently based on reason, of innumerable opinions which have become insensate, and he laughs at what has thus suffered change. He is virtuous, not, however, through fanaticism, but because he is desirous of order. He does good in order to minimize the futility of his life. He prefers the enjoyment of others rather than his own, for enjoyment in others is possible, but scarcely in him. He would reserve to himself only the means of being good for something, and the opportunity to live without trouble. Peace is necessary to him who does not look for pleasures. He is not untrusting, but he is also not easily attracted, and hence is disposed occasionally to control the readiness of his heart. To be victimized a little may amuse him, but he must not be taken for a dupe. He may have something to suffer at the hands of knaves, but he is not their sport. From time to time he permits certain men, to whom he is of service, the small pleasure of pretending in secret to protect him. He is not contented with what he does, because he feels that much more might be accomplished. He is to some extent satisfied with his intentions, without being more proud of such interior disposition than of the good shape of one of his features. Thus he will expend hours in slow progress towards the best, occasionally with an energetic though impeded step, more often with uncertainty, something of weakness, and with the smile of discouragement. When it is needful to oppose the merit of man to other merits that are either counterfeit or useless, by which it is sought to confuse and debase all, he lays down that the first merit is the unruffled rectitude of the good man, since it is that which is the most assuredly useful. He is accused of pride, and he laughs. He suffers pains, he forgives domestic wrongs. Asked why he does not accomplish greater things, he again laughs, for these are entrusted to him. He is accused by the friends of a traitor, and is condemned by him whom they betray. He smiles and goes on. His own relatives assure him that it is unheard of injustice, and again, and still more, he laughs. End of section 22. Section 23 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1857 to 1942. Sixth year, the second fragment. The second fragment, sixth year. I am by no means surprised that accuracy in ideas should be so rare in ethics. Unequipped by the experience of the centuries, the ancients on more than one occasion thought of placing the destiny of the heart of man in the hands of the sages. Modern political art is more astute. It has turned over the one science to the preachers, and to that assemblage denominated men of letters by the printers. But it protects in the most express manner the art of manufacturing sugar flowers or a new design in wigs. When the disadvantages of a certain class of persons once begin to be observed, and once their causes are discerned, it becomes plain that the most novel and most useful thing that can possibly be done is to warn them against truths which deceive them and virtues by which they are undone. The disdain of gold is an absurdity. Unquestionably it is criminal to prefer gold before duty. But does not reason ordain us to prefer duty before life as well as riches? And if, notwithstanding, life be, generally speaking, a blessing, may not this also be true of gold? A few independent and isolated men may do well to dispense with it, but all do not come under this category, and such vain declamations as I have cited, being false under one aspect, become exceedingly hurtful to virtue. The principles of conduct have been turned into contradictions. If virtue be only a striving after order, by what manner of pretence can people be led in its direction through so much of disorder and confusion? For me, who esteem more highly the qualities resident in man's heart, rather than those of his mind, I think all the same that the leader of a people would find readier means for the control of evil hearts than of faithless minds. Christians and others have advocated perpetual continence as a virtue, but they have not required it of mankind at large, nor have they even counselled it except for those who aspire to perfection. However absolute and impartial must be a law which comes from heaven, it has not gone so far as this. When the love of money is forbidden to humanity, too much of moderation and justice can scarcely be brought to bear thereon. Religious or philosophical abnegation may lead many people to sincere indifference for wealth, but the desire to possess it is unavoidable in ordinary life. Equipped therewith, wherever I put in an appearance, I have only to make a sign, and that sign obtains my requirements: food, clothing, amusement, ministry to mine and me, and enjoyment for all about me. If any one suffers, let him say so. His troubles are over. I give my orders, and they are obeyed immediately. Those who despise gold are like those who despise glory, women, ability, courage, merit. When mental imbecility, physical incapacity, or grossness of soul make it impossible to use without abusing an advantage, it is customary to calumniate that advantage, not perceiving that one's own baseness is alone accused. The man of immoral life disdains women, the dullard asperses mind, the sophist moralizes against money. Undoubtedly the weak slaves of their passions, the clever fool, the vacant counter-jumper, would be more wretched or vicious if they were rich. Such people should possess little, because to possess and abuse is for them the same thing. There is also no doubt that he who grows wealthy and lives henceforth to the utmost as a moneyed man gains nothing, and sometimes loses by the change in his circumstances. But why is it that he is not better than before? Because he is not really richer, he is merely more opulent, and hence is additionally embarrassed and restless. He has large revenues, and so good is his management that the least occurrence deranges them, while his debts increase till he is ruined. Such a man is indisputably poor. To multiply once 100-fold, to do everything out of ostentation, to keep 20 horses because another has 15, and to increase them to 30 forthwith if the latter should acquire 5 more, all this is to load one's self with the fetters of a penury more painful and more anxious than any former poverty. But to have a convenient and healthy house, clean and well appointed within, to have reasonable abundance, simple elegance, and to stop at that should our resources be even quadrupled, to employ what remains for the help of a friend in difficulties, to forestall misfortunes, to indemnify the good man in misfortune for that which he gave in his youth to those now more happy than himself, to replace for the thrifty woman the only cow which she has lost, to send corn to the farmer whose field has been ravaged by hail, to repair the bad roads which have proved a danger to traffic, to find employment in accordance with taste and ability, to impart knowledge, the spirit of order and talents to our children. All this is of far higher worth than the privation which is so clumsily extolled by false wisdom. The contempt of gold, so inconsiderately commended to the age which is ignorant of its value, has often deprived men with superior capacity of one of the greatest means, perhaps the surest safeguard, against the useless life of the crowd. How many young women pride themselves in their choice of a husband on counting possessions as nothing, and so involve themselves in all the mortifications of a precarious lot, and in that permanent weariness which itself contains so many evils. A quiet and common-sense man who despises a frivolous character is attracted by some similarity in tastes. He surrenders to the vulgar their gaiety and laughter, even their vivacity and activity. He takes a serious and sad wife, affected by the first contradiction, soured by disappointments, who, as she ages, grows taciturn, brusque, imperious, austere, and peevishly disposed to do without everything, comes to do so very soon out of mere peevishness, and to teach the same self-denial to others, fills the whole house with wretchedness. It was in no jesting mood that Epicurus observed, "The wise man chooses a light-hearted, affable friend. A philosopher of 20 unthinkingly sets aside this counsel, and it is much if he does not openly rebel at it, for he has rejected vulgar prejudices, but he realizes its importance when he has rejected the prejudices of wisdom." To be different from the common run of mankind counts for little. To differ from the common run of the wise is to have made a step towards wisdom. End of Sixth Year, the Second Fragment. Section 24 of Obermann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Obermann by Étienne Pivert de SENANCOUR, translated by Arthur Edward Waite, 1847 to 1942. Sixth Year, Letters 36 and 37. Letter 36, Lyon, April 7, 6. Uplifted mountains, headlong fall of accumulated snows, lone peace of the valley in the forest, sere leaves which the silent runnel takes onward, what would ye be to man if ye spake not to him of other men? Nature would be mute did they exist no more. If I remained the last of all my race, what impression could be exercised upon me by the rumours of the austere night, the solemn silence of the great valleys, the light of the sun setting over calm waters in a heaven suffused with melancholy. Nature is perceived only in its correspondences with humanity, and the eloquence of external things is nothing but the eloquence of man. The fruitful earth, the vast heavens, the flying waters are but an expression of the relations which our hearts produce and contain. Perfect conformity, intimacy of the old attachments. When the hand of a friend was recognized in the superscription of a letter by him who was boundless in his love, had he eyes left to examine at such a moment the beauty of a prospect or to compute the height of a glacier? But the relationships of human life have increased since then. The perception of such relations has become unsettled, restless, full of coldness and repellency. Ever is the old friendship remote from our hearts or from our destiny. Between hope and caution, between the delights that we expect and the bitterness that we experience, bonds of union are left incomplete. Familiarity itself is frustrated by weariness, or destroyed by sharing, or arrested by circumstance. Man grows old, and his discouraged heart ages before himself. If all that he can love be in man, all that he would avoid is in man also. There where he finds so many social felicities, there and by an inevitable necessity he discovers all discordances. Hence, one who fears more than he hopes remains to some extent alienated from his kind. Things without life exercise a lesser sway, but they are more truly ours because they are that which we make them. They offer less than we seek, but we are more certain to find in them, when we so choose, that which they do contain, in a word, the gifts of mediocrity, limited but yet assured. Passion seeks out man, reason sometimes finds itself compelled to abandon him for things which are less excellent and less baneful. A powerful bond is established in this manner between man and that friend of man, selected outside his own species, and yet so well assorted because he is less than we are, but more than things inanimate. Were it needful for man to choose a friend at chance, it would be far better for him to take one from among the race of dogs rather than that of men. The last of his own kind would bring him fewer consolations and less peace than the least of these animals. And when a family is in the loneliness, not of the desert, but of isolation, when those feeble, suffering beings who have so many means of being wretched and so few of being contented, who have moments only for enjoyment and a day only for life, when father and wife, when mother and daughters are without affability, without any bond of union, when they decline to interest themselves in the same things, when they know not how to endure the same miseries, and to hold up at equal distances the chain of misfortunes, when by self-seeking or ill-humour each of them, suspending his concurrence, lets it drag heavily over the rugged ground, tracing the long furrow in which the briars that rend them all spring up with threatening profusion, O men, what are you then for man? When the act of kindness, the word of peace, of benevolence, of generous forgiveness are received with disdain, with sour temper, with freezing indifference, O universal nature, so hast thou ruled it, that virtue may manifest its greatness, and that the heart of man may become still better and more resigned under the weight which threatens to overwhelm it. Letter 37, Lyons, May 2, 6. There are moments when I could despair of enduring the unrest which torments me. Then everything whirls me away and carries me forward with irresistible force. From this height I fall back in dismay, and am lost in the abyss which it has opened. If I were absolutely alone, moments like these would be beyond bearing, but it seems that the labour of describing to you what I feel softens the effect thereof. To whom else could I unbosom myself thus? Who else would tolerate the wearisome loquacity of a gloomy mania, of a sensibility so unprofitable? My one pleasure is to narrate all that I am unable to say except to you, all that I should not wish to unveil to another, and that no other could desire to hear. Of what consequence to me is the extent of my letters? The longer they are, and the greater the time which I spend over them, the more valuable they are to me, and if I err not, the bulk of the packet has never yet dismayed you. We spend hours at a time in conversation. Why should we not write for a couple? It is not my intention to reproach you. You write at less length because you are more concise in your manner of expression. Besides, your occupations fatigue you, and you enjoy correspondence less, even with those whom you love. You say that you have things to tell me in private, but I, who am a hermit, or at least a fantastic dreamer, have nothing in reality to say, and yet I say it at twice the length. All that runs through my head, all that I should recite in conversation, I set down if opportunity offer, but all that I think, all that I feel, I write of necessity. It is indeed a necessity for me. When I cease to do so, conclude that I no longer feel anything, that my soul is extinct, that I have grown tranquil and reasonable, that at last I spend my days in eating, sleeping, and card-playing. I should in truth be more happy. I could wish that I followed some calling. It would exercise my muscles and soothe my brain. No mere talent could be so serviceable, and yet if I knew how to paint, I have a notion that I should be less restless. Long have I dwelt as in a stupor, and I awake with reluctance. More tranquil than my present dejection was my dejection then. Of all the fleeting and dubious moments when I believed in my simplicity that we were born on the earth to live here, none have left behind them such ineffaceable memories as some 20 days of forgetfulness and hope, when about the vernal equinox, hard by the torrent, facing the rocks, betwixt the joyous hyacinth and the modest violet, I roamed, imagining that it would be granted me to love. I touched what I was never to clasp. Without bent, without hope, I might have vegetated, weariful, but at peace. I was conscious dimly of human energy, but in my darksome life I supported my slumber. What baleful power has opened to me the vistas of the world, only to deprive me of the consolations of the void? Carried away by an overflowing activity, thirsting to love all, to sustain all, to console all, at strife forever between the longing to see an alteration in so many baneful things and the conviction that they will in no case be changed, I am left wearied with the evils of life and indignant at the faithless allurement of pleasures, the eye always dwelling on the vast conglomeration of hatreds, iniquities, opprobrium, and miseries of the distracted earth. Such I am, and here is my 27th year. The best of the days are over, but I have not even seen them. Wretched in the age of felicity, what am I to expect for later seasons? I have passed in the void and the weariness all the happy period of confidence and of hope. Constrained and suffering in everything, with an empty and afflicted heart, I have arrived, while yet young, at the regrets of old age. Accustomed to behold under my barren steps the withering of every flower of life, I am like those dotards from whom everything has taken flight, but, even less blessed than they, I have lost all long before I have myself ended. Having still a hungry soul, I cannot repose in this silence of death. Memory of years long gone, of things blotted out forever, of scenes which will not be revisited, of men who have changed, consciousness of life that is lost. What places ever were for me that which they have been for others? What times were tolerable, and under what sky have I found the repose of the heart? I have seen the tumult of cities and the vacuity of the rural places and the austerity of the mountains. I have known the crassness of ignorance and the agony of the arts. I have been familiar with unprofitable virtues and unimportant successes. I have marked how all good things are swallowed up in all things evil. I have observed men and destiny ever unequal, deceiving themselves unceasingly, and in the unbridled strife of all passions, the execrable victor receiving as the guerdon of his triumph the heaviest fetters of those evils which he has contrived to bring about. Were a man in conformity with misfortune, I should pity him far less, and considering the shortness of his span, I should despise for him, as for myself, the torment of a day. But all things good encompass him, but all his faculties constrain him to enjoy, but all cries to him, "Be happy." And man answers, "Let happiness be for the brute. Art, science, glory, grandeur, be these mine." His mortality, his misfortunes, his crimes themselves are the least portions of his misery. I lament his losses, that calm, that free choice, that union, that peaceful possession. I lament a century squandered by millions of beings in anxieties and repression, amidst that which might constitute immunity, liberty, joy. In this life of bitterness on a voluptuous earth, because man has longed for imaginary blessings and exclusive advantages. All this, notwithstanding, is little. Half a century ago it was to me as nothing, half a century to come, and for me it will again be nothing. I remarked once on a day, if the restoration of a circumscribed and isolated country to primordial manners be outside the scope of my destiny, if I must compel myself to forget the world, and must think that I am reasonably fortunate if I obtain tolerable days for myself upon this bewrayed earth, then I seek only one blessing, one shadow in this dream whence I never wish to awake. There remains upon earth, such as it now is, one illusion which still can deceive me. It is only one. I must be wise enough to permit it to delude me. The rest is not worth the pains. That is what I then said, but chance alone could bestow on me such an inestimable error. Chance is dilatory and uncertain, but life rapid and irrevocable. Its spring passes, and this cheated necessity, by wasting my life, must at length alienate my heart and transform my nature. At times already I am conscious of growing sour. I am irritated. My affections are becoming narrow. Impatience may yet make me fierce of will, and a species of contempt bears me onward towards grand but austere designs. Nevertheless, bitterness of this kind does not continue by any means invariably in full force. I let myself go in the end, as if I felt that men so languid, that things so doubtful, and that my life so short deserve not the disquietude of a day, and that a full awakening is useless when one must so soon fall asleep for ever. End of section 24.